Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was the target of ancient powers in the Triwizard tournament. Here is short summary. As Harry competes in the Triwizard tournament, unseen forces begin to move. Mystics, secret factions, and a blue-eyed Slytherin all have their eyes on him, but why? With danger lurking in every shadow, Harry must uncover the truth before it's too late. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. 1991, Hogwarts. Ron Weasley was Harry's best and first friend. Who would have believed that before he came to Hogwarts, the famous Harry Potter had no idea who he was to the wizarding world, and that his cousin, Dudley, had seen to it that nobody would be Harry's friend. Ever since that day on the train, when people realized who Harry was, there were gawkers, groupies and, believe it or not, people who wished Harry harm. Ron kept them all away. Of course, there was Hermione Granger. She was buck-toothed, bushy-haired, bossy and annoying. But, being Muggle-born, she was no groupie, and being the smartest person in their year, she was also handy with the homework, so Ron didn't drive her away. With a careful combination of maneuvers and tactless remarks, Ron managed to keep most of the groupies and gawkers away. Even Neville Longbottom, with his story about being Harry's god-brother, was told to keep his mouth shut or suffer the consequences. The five of them may be roommates, but only Ron really basked in the reflected glory that came from being Harry's bestie. Then there was that girl from Hufflepuff who kept trying to talk to Harry. Really, what does a girl from another house want with him? For most of them, one tactless remark about the Quidditch team they support or the way they wear their hair would do it, but this one kept coming back for more. As the Gryffindors were making their way from herbology, which they took with the Hufflepuffs, to potions, which they took with the Slytherins and Professor Snape, a girl called out, "Harry." He turned and saw a girl with strawberry blonde hair tied in ponytails and blue eyes wearing the colors of Hufflepuff jogging toward him alongside of another girl with dark hair. "Hi Harry, I am Susan Bones and this is Hannah Abbott. Can I talk to you for a minute?" asked Susan quickly and shyly. Ron huffed out, "We have potions with that slimy git Snape next. We don't want him giving us detention for being late." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's rudeness, while Harry rounded on Ron and growled, "I can speak for myself, Ron. She wasn't talking to you." Susan flushed a bit and looking down said, "It's okay Harry. I will see you later." Then she ran off with Hannah to catch up with the other Hufflepuffs on their way to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Over the next few years, Susan kept coming back to befriend Harry, but Ron made sure that she could never reach him. He joined Harry at the waist, shared in all his adventures and kept others away from Harry any way he could. Harry was his best mate and no one else's. January 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office behind his desk, immersed in paperwork, looking for the funds to keep the school running, when the wards flared telling him of an unauthorized apparition in the castle. But as young Miss Granger so often reminded her friends, it was not possible to apparate anywhere in the school grounds. Albus drew the Elder Wand and with a quick tap the headmaster's map, similar to the Marauder's map, but a bit more sophisticated, showed that the intruder was in front of the gargoyle guarding the entry to the moving spiral stairs to his office and giving the correct password. But, whoever it was had managed to confound the map so that no name was showing. What's more, the anti-apparition charm had not been lifted or dispelled. It had simply been bypassed. Albus was getting tired of paperwork anyway. Friend or foe, this visitor was a welcome diversion. As the gargoyle admitted the visitor, Albus flicked his wand and cleared away the paperwork and the map. While the moving spiral stairs sprang into motion, another flick of the wand conjured one of Albus's favorite poofy chintz chairs. While the stairs carried the visitor upward, a more complicated flourish of the wand conjured 2 tumblers and a bottle of Madame Rosmerta's finest, oak-matured mead. Then for a finishing touch, one more wave of the wand opened the office door just as the visitor raised his hand to use the knocker. One powerful stride carried the man over the threshold. He was deeply tanned with dark brown eyes and his black hair in a braid that went right down his back. He held a rather unusual-looking wand out with his well-muscled right arm. Magical power, strength and vitality vibrated from every inch of his 6-foot frame. It was not lost on Dumbledore that even with the Elder Wand, this man may be more than his match. In one quick glance, the visitor took in the entire office, including the fact that the Elder Wand was ready and not quite pointing at him. Dumbledore reflected that he had only encountered such power 3 times in his entire 130 years. One was his old friend Gellert Grindelwald, another was Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, and the third being this stranger. But, try as he might, Albus was sure that he had never met nor heard of this man before. A closer inspection of the stranger's wand showed that it was both thicker and longer than most. It was made of a wood not familiar to Albus and covered with runes in a language that was not one of the 7 taught at Hogwarts. The man made his way to the freshly conjured chair and sitting, made himself comfortable. "May I offer you some of Madame Rosmerta's finest?" asked Dumbledore as he began to pour. "I will decline, hopefully without offense, young Albus," the stranger purred, in a deep melodic voice, as he produced a flask from within his robes. "You have the advantage of me, sir," said Albus. "Just who are you? And how did you come to be here anyway? Trouble not yourself with such trifles, young holder of the Elder Wand. I may enter and leave Nurmengard at will. And this," he said gesturing to the grounds and castle, "this is only a school." Well, thought Albus, if this man could waltz in and out of the most heavily guarded place on earth, certainly Hogwarts did not present much of a challenge. Albus was taken aback by the stranger's presumptuous manners and his identification of the Elder Wand. There were very few who even believed in its existence and a small handful that could identify it on sight, the only 2 in all of Britain being Garrick Ollivander and himself. He said in his most carefree tone, "So, you know this wand?" Then, Dumbledore, thinking that he may gain some clue to this stranger's identity, inquired, "May I inquire the composition of your own wand?" "This, my boy," he said gesturing with his own wand, "has a core of Gandabaranda feather and is carved from the seasoned wood of the sacred Amalthus. It is 15 inches in length and the runes are in ancient Sanskrit. It serves me well." Wands like that, Dumbledore thought, are not common and, certainly are not made in Britain. Perhaps a test of this man's skill and intention is in order. Faster than thought, more subtle than the faintest twitch, Dumbledore tried a disarming spell while the visitor appeared to be distracted, focused on his own wand, but he casually batted it aside, leaving Albus flustered. "Albus, this is old trick. I never fell for it. Now, be a good boy and behave," he cooed. June 1996, Little Hangleton Graveyard. Harry Potter knew that he was dying, bleeding from the fresh wound in his arm, the spider venom in the wound on his leg working its way through his system, the scar on his forehead feeling like his head was going to explode, and the sickening weakness in the aftermath from the Cruciatus curse. The port key had carried him and Cedric to the graveyard where Wormtail had murdered Cedric before Harry's eyes, simply for being there. Then used Harry's blood to bring Voldemort back to life. When the Death Eaters had assembled, the resurrected Voldemort had ordered Wormtail to return Harry's wand to him and they dueled. Things did not all go the Dark Lord's way, however. Harry resisted the imperious curse, then the power of the twin cores and Harry's own unsullied soul forced Voldemort's wand to give up the shades of his more recent murder victims. For the first time in his life, he was able to speak with his mother and father. With all that he had endured and the prospect of being with his own loving mother and father again, Harry thought that maybe dying would not be so bad. Harry had time to think about how he had suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. Even a house elf would have been appalled with such treatment. Dumbledore had left him there for 10 years without even bothering to check on him. He thought about how his best friend, Ron, had turned against him when he thought that Harry had put his own name in for the Triwizard tournament without bothering to tell Ron how he did it. He felt ashamed that he had not bothered to contact Remus during his 4th year at Hogwarts. Leaving all the pain and suffering and shame behind would be a relief. But then he began to think about leaving his godfather, Sirius, being left alone in the world. The man who had risked everything to come to the aid of his godson, who had endured 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit, who had become a fugitive and lived in caves to be there when Harry needed him. He thought about his best friends, Ron and Hermione how they had been there for him through all those unbelievable adventures and how lost and devastated they would be without him. And finally how his own mother and father had died that he might live. A different thought resonated in his conscience. No, he would not die here. With a deliberate effort of will, Harry lifted his wand with both hands. Once the contact of the wands was broken, the shades distracted Voldemort so that Harry could escape. The last request that Cedric's shade made was for Harry to take his body back to his parents. A request that Harry felt honor-bound to carry out. In the darkness and the confusion, Harry took his best guess as to where Cedric's body and the Triwizard Cup lay and ran for it. As he dodged curses and hexes, weaving his way through the grave markers, a stray-killing curse disintegrated his wand. The destruction of his wand felt like losing his right arm. The holly and phoenix feather had protected him and been a part of him. He felt his heart break with the loss. As he dodged yet another crimson curse, he bowled over a short, pudgy Death Eater who yelped as they hit the ground in a tangle of limbs and robes. Harry recognized the traitor Wormtail and interrupted the in-car. Gack, by kneeing Wormtail hard in the groin and wrenching the wand from the silver hand. In the moment that it took Voldemort and his Death Eaters to realize where Harry had gone and re-aim their wands, with a strong possibility of hitting Wormtail, Harry did not hesitate nor did he even consider trying to get to his feet. In one swift motion he used the pilfered wand and stunned Wormtail, summoned Cedric's body and summoned the Triwizard Cup, Stupefy. Accio, Accio. In the very same moment that the cup touched Harry's outstretched hand and he began to feel the familiar tug behind his navel, there was a rushing roar accompanied by the flash of green light and Harry knew no more. 3 bodies and the cup landed with a heavy thud and a clatter in front of the judge's stand. The band began to play and the crowd went wild as they supposed that the winner of the Triwizard tournament had emerged from the maze. But the band stopped playing and the cheers turned to screams of shock and dismay as they realized that none of the bodies were moving. 2 of them were Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory, but who was this third one, the short pudgy one with the silver hand? Not everyone in the crowds knew him. Those who recognized him from the distance were shocked. Peter Pettigrew was supposed to have died over 13 years ago at the hands of Sirius Black. Fudge, pale as a ghost, dithered while Albus ran to the aid of the fallen champions. Padfoot, recognizing Wormtail, charged over to tear him limb from limb. But before Padfoot could reach him, Alistair fired a dark cutting curse, which was countered with another yellow light and followed up with a bludgeoning hex at Alistair, knocking him out and finishing with the body bind curse. Fudge, his face purple, found his voice and bellowed, "Albus, what is happening? Who is this man? Is this some kind of sick joke?" "This is no joke, Cornelius, we will know in a minute. For now, I believe we need to interrogate this man before the dog kills him." Saying this, he raised his wand and stunned the dog. Then he bound Wormtail with an anti-animagus jinx and beckoned Severus to watch him. The moment Severus laid eyes on the dark magic masquerading as a hand attached to Wormtail's wrist, he recognized it for what it was. "Albus," he whispered, "I recognize this magic. The Dark Lord is back." Albus then approached the new healer trainee who was standing menacingly over the stunned and bound Moody. Albus opened his mouth to ask something when he saw Moody begin to transform. The scars on his face and body vanished. His claw-foot wooden leg fell off and hit the ground with a clunk as a leg of flesh and bone replaced it. The magical eye popped out and a natural one replaced it. The grizzled gray mane smoothed and darkened to a full head of sandy hairs. In the place of Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody was a much younger man with aristocratic features. Dumbledore, recognizing him as Barty Crouch Jr., a man who was supposed to have died in Azkaban over 12 years ago, realizing that he had to think fast to secure him before Fudge blew his lid and did something stupid and permanent which would put everyone in mortal peril. He noticed Amelia Bones, the head of DMLE, in the crowd, who was rushing towards him, anger etched in every line of her body and a scowl on her face. He observed that Madame Pomfrey was taking a comatose Harry Potter in a conjured stretcher to the infirmary while the Diggorys were crying over the body of young Cedric, clutching him. The scene tore at Albus's heart. Things were beginning, just like the last war. And perhaps Voldemort had risen again, but he needed proof. And the only reliable witness was on his way to the infirmary and in a coma. Here were 2 less reliable witnesses, only stunned, but they would require some persuasion before they would divulge anything useful. Without preamble, Amelia launched into her interrogation. "Albus, what is happening? How is it that Peter Pettigrew is alive? And what happened to Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory? I demand an explana." Her words were caught in her throat as she recognized the impostor Moody, Barty Crouch Jr. "But Albus, he was supposed to have died in Azkaban. How can he be alive?" Dumbledore hurriedly whispered to her, "Amelia, I cannot explain everything right now. Just keep Cornelius from finding out about Barty Crouch Jr. for the time being and take Pettigrew into your custody before our minister gets them killed. I fear that in his idiocy he may perpetrate our doom." Nodding her head reluctantly, she barked orders to two of her Aurors to disillusion Barty Crouch Jr. and move him to one of the safe houses. She was proceeding to secure Pettigrew when she saw Fudge summoning two Dementors. Hastily going to him she snapped, "Cornelius, what do you think you are doing? You cannot bring those infernal monsters in here." Fudge blustered, "Amelia, I remind you that while you are the head of the DMLE, I am the minister and I will have you sacked if you don't stand aside and let me deal with this my way." "Fudge, the idiot," thought Amelia, "if he wants to throw his weight around, it is time that I reminded him of the law and what the name of Bones really means." With a casual flick, two Patroni erupted from her wand and drove off the Dementors. Then, commanding Fudge's attention with a rock-hard glare, she began in a calm and measured tone, "Mr. Cornelius Fudge, this is an ongoing investigation. Minister or not, if you attempt to interfere again, I will arrest you for obstruction. And, if you threaten me again, I will employ my position and seats as the regent of the ancient and most noble house of Bones and you will be out of office before you can say, non-confidence motion." Fudge could say nothing but only gasp in shock at her. 1 week later, Arthur Weasley was tired. The fiasco at the end of the Triwizard tournament a week ago had been a harrowing experience for the Weasley patriarch. The boy his family had come to consider as one of their own was in the hospital wing under the care of Madame Pomfrey. All that she would say about Harry's condition was that he was alive, but in a coma due to magical exhaustion. What she was not saying is that the boy who lived had done what nobody else had ever done, and this for the second time. He had been hit with the killing curse and survived again. He could remember when a day after he was brought into the hospital wing, smirking Madame Pomfrey had attached a permanent brass plaque to the head of Harry's bed with his name on it, something she had been threatening to do for years. The ministry was keeping the fact that Peter Pettigrew was alive and being held for questioning as a suspected Death Eater quiet. It was embarrassing after 13 years of hailing him as a hero and 2 years of relentlessly hunting Sirius Black for his supposed murder. Madame Bones was keeping his location quiet. She didn't want anything to happen to her star witness before he could be thoroughly questioned. Barty Crouch Jr. was also being held, at a different location, but even the Minister of Magic knew nothing about him being alive or being in custody of the Chief of DMLE. Fudge, in terrified denial, refused to accept Dumbledore's word that Lord Voldemort was back. Later that same evening of the third task, after a heated debate with Dumbledore, just outside of the hospital wing, he forced his way in, against Madame Pomfrey's orders, to interrogate Harry. Finding Harry unconscious, he ordered Poppy to wake Harry. She quickly explained that Harry's injuries were extensive and that there was no telling when or if he would ever wake up. Frustrated at every turn, Fudge started to stomp out of the hospital wing, then remembering, turned and placed a large sack of galleons on Harry's bedside table. His Triwizard winnings, he muttered. Then he left as quickly as he could, slamming the door behind him. Now it was a week later and still, Harry was in a coma. The Daily Prophet had started the very next day with its smear campaign against the Hogwarts headmaster, making him out to be senile, confused and delusional. This likely because the Ministry of Magic was leaning on them to discredit Dumbledore's claim that Voldemort was back. As Harry's coma stretched on, gloom began to settle over the Weasleys and his friends, with the exception of Ron. He was putting on a brave front that life-threatening injuries were old hat for Harry and he would be waking up any minute now. Arthur recognized this as an act and knew that Ron was hiding his deep concern for his friend and fear that he may never wake. Hermione and Molly had taken to camping beside Harry's bed from early morning to late in the night until Madame Pomfrey had to threaten to bar them both from the hospital wing. Ginevra had visited the boy a few times, but she seemed strangely disenchanted when her father came upon her on the way to the Gryffindor common room. Arthur was on his way to the hospital wing from the Gryffindor Tower when he came upon Ginevra looking out of a window with a view of the Forbidden Forest with a faraway look in her eyes. He was worried for her because he had never seen her behave like that before. "Ginny, you look like you are a million miles away. Are you all right?" he asked tenderly. Ginny's focus came back to earth as she turned and noticed him, and whispered, "Dad, I used to think that Harry was some kind of hero like Merlin reborn and that no one could ever defeat him. I've been studying with him for 3 years now and I thought that he was no different from the heroes in my children's story books. Yet I see him lying in the hospital wing, battling magical coma. Ginny, I knew you saw him as a hero, especially after he slew a basilisk and rescued you from the possession of Tom Riddle's diary and from the Chamber of Secrets. And he has done extraordinary things. But, as your mother is so fond of reminding us, he is just a boy," he said gently. "And I just hope that one day, he will grow to be a fine man." "Oh, Dad," she began, tears welling in her eyes, "it's hard to give it up. I believed that as long as Harry was there, everything would be all right. And now I don't know if he'll ever wake up and it's just too," and she broke down and wept into her father's shoulder as he wrapped her in his embrace. After a few moments, Arthur began, "Ginny, that young man has done more, suffered more on our behalf than anyone his age ought to. I just hope that we will have the opportunity to thank him." "Dad," she began as she pulled herself together, "the real reason that I feel so wretched is that I'm scared that I can't rely on him to protect me anymore. And I can't stand it." His eyes misted as he smiled down at his only daughter. "Ginny, that was possibly the hardest and most honest thing you have ever said to me. I love you with all of my heart and I would never judge you. I cannot take away your pain any more than I can make decisions for you. Trust your heart, it will always steer you right." "But Dad," she sniffed, then continued, "it hurts so much." "Yes, Ginny. It does, and that is as it should be. It will take time." He gave his wonderful daughter his handkerchief and placing his arm around her shoulder, walked with her back to Gryffindor Tower. Having seen Ginny through the portrait hole, he turned back toward the hospital wing. His heart wept for his daughter. Growing up is so hard, and, he thought, perhaps giving up the hero worship of Harry Potter was just part of that. Speaking of Harry, that poor boy, laying there in that cursed coma, will he ever wake up? He was not looking forward to dragging Molly away from his bedside again, but he had to. She must get some rest. With everything on his mind, Arthur was not paying much attention to his surroundings and he nearly bumped into Madame Bones in the corridor. "Madame Bones, what brings you to Hogwarts at this hour?" he asked. "Arthur, I came looking for you. I wanted to talk to you regarding Pettigrew, who is an illegal animagus of—" She trailed off, leaving Arthur to fill in the rest. Arthur, taking the hint, continued, "A rat. Yes, he turned up and attached himself to Percy at first years ago. Now that I think of it, it was less than a week after Sirius Black had supposedly killed him. We gave Percy Hermes when he was made a prefect and Percy gave the rat to Ron, who was just starting his first year at Hogwarts. He lived a remarkably long time for a rat and there was that toe missing from his right forepaw, but other than that, he seemed like a perfectly ordinary rat. If you want, I will give a statement before the entire Wizengamot." "Thank you, Arthur. That will do for now. I'll let you know if we need anything more on that subject. But, there is one other thing I need to discuss with you." "How may I help you? Have you noticed how often my Susie comes to visit Mr. Potter?" "Yes, and Molly even more so. I find it surprising because we didn't know that they were friends," replied Arthur. "Surprising, yes, that is because there is something important that you do not know about Harry Potter and my Susan, and it is high time that you knew. This is something that even young Mr. Potter has not been told." "Yes," said Arthur, giving her his full attention, "please do go on." "Shortly before they died, James Potter met with my brother, Edgar. As you will recall, it was a terrible time. People were being murdered every day and none of us could be certain of a future. As in the days of old, they decided to join their houses and wrote a marriage contract which betrothed Susan to Harry. I knew nothing about it until Susan got her Hogwarts letter. They were only 11 and I did not want to interfere, so I have kept it to myself. You should know that Susan has been trying to be Harry's friend, but your son, Ronald, keeps chasing her off. And not just her, but several heirs of ancient and most noble houses who are part of the Grand Alliance. Can you shed any light on that? Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I need a minute to take all this in. Arthur paused, glancing up and to his right as he made an effort to recall anything about Ron keeping people away from Harry. Then he started, I apologize for my son's rude behavior. By way of explanation, we have never had a lot of money or put on airs in spite of our status as pure bloods. With everything that you know who and his followers did, we consciously chose to be as different from them as we could be. Sadly, this means that we have never educated our children about the great houses, who they are, the noble obligations which exist between them. Add to that, Ron's embarrassment with being poor and always feeling that he has to be better than the rich and privileged, and I suppose he can seem quite abrasive. Indeed, remarked Madam Bones, what will you do about it? I will correct him, of course. Especially with the recent return of he who must not be named. We need to recall the old alliances and stand together prepared to fight once more. It will do my son some good to apologize for the slights he has committed against the other ancient and noble houses. He may begin with House Bones. I accept your apology as Regent of House Bones, and I would appreciate it if young Ronald would apologize to Susie personally, as she is the offended party, she said sincerely. Agreed, said Arthur, that would be a good start. That is the unity we must show in these perilous times. If we stand united, we will have a chance to win in the dark times ahead of us, said a voice from behind them. Turning around, they saw Dumbledore standing there in midnight blue robes patterned with moving sun and stars, sucking on a drop, his eyes twinkling above his half-moon spectacles. Madam Bones rounded on him and glaring sternly demanded, Dumbledore, you had promised full disclosure to me regarding the events of that evening and I have yet to be told anything. I demand you explain everything. Dumbledore chuckled at her demeanor, causing her to frown. My dear Amelia, you need to take lessons in glaring and scowling from Minerva. Believe me, no one can glare at someone like her. Yes, I promised to tell you everything and I will, but not until Mr. Potter has come out of his magical coma and I have had the opportunity to confirm what I now only suspect. Limbo. Harry Potter was standing in a homely, small cottage which seemed familiar to him from a time long ago. Walking upstairs, he found his mother and father sitting together on a love seat, smiling their welcome to him. Seeing them, he felt elated and ran to embrace them. Laughing with joy, James Potter embraced his son, sniffing his head while Lily embraced both of them, smiling serenely. They both looked like they had not aged a single day since the photos he had. Contentedly, he sat between them while Lily kept moving her fingers through his hair. Harry, my son, we are so proud of you. You stood defiant in the face of that monster and beat him, again. That took real guts, said James, smiling at him. Mom, where is this place? Am I dead? What happened to Voldemort? Did I make it back to Hogwarts? Is everyone okay? Dumbledore needs to know, said Harry, ranting, which amused his parents. Yes, my brave boy. You made it back to Hogwarts with Wormtail and poor Cedric's body. Dumbledore captured Wormtail, but I wish he hadn't stopped Padfoot from ripping him to pieces, finished Lily with some venom. Yes, Lily, he betrayed us, but we will deal with him in his turn. Right now, time is short and there are things Harry needs to know, James said as he patted her arm. What do you mean, time is short? Can't I stay here? I don't want to go back. I don't think I can defeat him. I barely know anything, said Harry anxiously. No, Harry, you cannot stay. Only you can defeat Voldemort. The Second War is almost upon magical Britain and only you can defeat him. You need to train hard. There is someone waiting for you at Hogwarts who will teach you everything you need to know to defeat him, said James, consoling him, and you need to embrace your heritage. You need to learn your family magics. Mother Magic's gifts are not easily given and should not be scorned. But, I cannot kill. I am not like that monster, protested Harry. That's right, my son, you are nothing like him. And, the taking of an innocent life is an offense against the laws of God and man which scars your soul forever. Even when the need is dire and the cause is just, killing another human being is not a light matter. But, when the alternative is to give up life and liberty or stand idly by while everyone and everything you love is destroyed, it is your duty and your honor to put a stop to it by any means necessary. You are the heir of House Peverell. We are warrior mages who have defended Avalon since the time of the Romans, said a voice from the doorway. Then entered a man Harry remembered seeing once in the mirror of Arised. He was tall, heavily built, with brown eyes and raven-haired like Harry and James, but his eyes were brown. Beside him was a lady who was elegantly built, of petite frame with black eyes above high cheekbones with black hair. Harry, these are your grandparents, Charles Potter and Doria Potter née Black, said James. Harry rushed towards them and they engulfed him in a hug, and Harry felt a sense of completeness. He always dreamt of a family and now he had one. He did not want to leave, but he knew he had to. Harry, remember you are a warrior like your father and me. When the war comes, you will have to kill. Don't hesitate because, if you do, you and those people you cherish will suffer and die, said Charles gravely. It is time you claimed your heritage. Go to the goblins and ask them to give you an inheritance test. Some powerful magics are your birthright. Be the warrior you were born to be. My child, said Doria in a soft whisper, we have watched you from afar, and for every pain that you had to go through our hearts wept. I wished we could reach you and embrace you, protect you from harm and pain, but the dead cannot interfere in the world of the living. We were helpless to do anything for you. If it was up to us, we would never let you go, but it is not your time yet. You have a long life ahead of you and a lady waiting for you to wake up, she said, her eyes filled with mirth. Doria, please don't scare the lad before he wakes up or he may decide not to go, said Charles, laughing at Harry's puzzled expression. But I don't want to go back. Why do I have to go back? Pouted Harry. Charles put his hand on Harry's shoulder, turning him towards him. Harry, you are a Potter. The Potters have always been warriors ever since Linfred of Stinchcombe, who was one of 13 wizards who helped Merlin establish the Wizarding Society as it exists now. You are also a descendant of the Peverells, who were all mages who fought in battles. Where there has been a war, there has been a Potter in the middle of it. I myself fought in the Grindelwald War. You have to fight your war. Only you have the power to defeat Voldemort, and without you any hope to defeat him is lost. Do you think you would choose to stay here knowing that everyone who ever loved you or cared for you will die at his hands when you could have prevented it? Harry understood what his grandfather was saying but was reluctant. He knew he would have to eventually confront Voldemort and that it was his war to finish and no one else could defeat him. He turned to his grandmother, who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. She embraced him in a hug and whispered in his ear, you are not just a Potter but also a Black, Harry. You may have heard that we were the darkest of families, but do not believe everything you hear. The Black heritage is also yours and you must embrace it. Sirius will also need you since he cannot take up the family magic. All our hopes go with you, Harry. We will all be here to greet and embrace you when your time comes, but hopefully that time is very far away. Reluctantly she let him go, then his parents hugged him fiercely. In that moment, Harry felt at peace, peace like he had never known. Lily spoke to him next. Tell Severus that I have long since forgiven him for what he said to me and to let go of his hate and anger. Tell him that he needs to see that things are not the way that they were and his hatred is pointless. Finally, if he can't change himself, then when we meet again, I will have words with him. She winked at him as she finished this and James snorted seeing her wink. James grasped his hand firmly and stroked his shoulder, saying, I am proud of what you have accomplished, son. You are a fine young man. Tell Padfoot that he should never torment himself thinking that it was his fault we had to die. It was not his fault, and since he fought with us to have the honor of being your godfather, now he needs to live up to it. Tell Moony that I miss him like the brother that he is to me and that I expect him to be around and look after you. There is a war coming, son, and you must keep people around you who are willing to fight in this war. You are never alone, Harry, and do not try to deny others their duty. Write an offer of noble sacrifice to fight in this war by your side. Tell Severus that he is a better man than we were and that I am sorry. He needs to let go of his hatred and rise to be better than he is. Harry, remember there is someone waiting for you when you wake up who will help you realize your destiny. Trust that person and do what he says. If Dumbledore tries to interfere, then tell him of this conversation and that I will have words with him when he comes on his next great adventure." "But how do I go back?" asked Harry confused. "The way you came in, son." "Through the door," chuckled James, "and Harry, consider Neville. He is your god brother and he will be essential in this coming war. Your fate is intertwined with his more closely than you know." Harry turned away and walked downstairs with a heavy heart. Outside the door was a void where he could see nothing, but trusting his parents, he stepped out of the door, into the void and knew no more. Hogwarts. Dumbledore was worried. The Triwizard tournament had been a fiasco and they were still reeling with the aftershock of the events. Cornelius was in stubborn denial about what Dumbledore had openly declared to the students, that Voldemort was back and that he had Wormtail murder Cedric Diggory. But thanks to Madame Bones there was very little damage that the minister could do. Madame Bones came to the headmaster for an unannounced visit one day to inform him about everything Pettigrew had revealed and confirmed under questioning. She was quickly assembling a case against him. What's more, since the crime for which Sirius Black had been convicted, without trial, had clearly not been committed, and, according to Wormtail's testimony, that he had set off the explosion which killed all those muggles all those years ago to cover his escape into the sewers, there would be a hearing convened forthwith to exonerate Sirius Black. The wrongful conviction of Sirius Black, his 12 years in Azkaban, his subsequent escape to come to the aid and protection of Harry, the relentless manhunt of the Ministry, all that young man had suffered and lost had all been weighing heavily on Dumbledore's mind. His heartfelt gratitude and relief that justice was being done at last overflowed and spilled out through his eyes. Finally, Sirius and Harry could have a life together. Then, both of them could have some much-deserved happiness. Then, Dumbledore thought about how the Dursleys had mistreated Harry, beating him, starving him, working him like a beep and either ignoring him or speaking to him as if he were something nasty. They never told him the truth about who he was or how his parents had fought Voldemort and his minions or how they died to save him. No, just lies about his father being worthless and how they died in a car crash. They were never going to tell him about the magical world, determined to beat it out of him. There was going to be an accounting, inevitable, inescapable and quite just. Another problem was the raven-haired teen lying unconscious in the infirmary for a week now and a number of people that were waiting for him to wake up. First there was Miss Granger who was spending every spare moment in the infirmary with Molly Weasley camping at his bedside very nearly the entire day. Also there was young Ronald who was trying not to show any signs of worry but was getting more and more irritable every day and people were waiting for him to blow up. Then there was Miss Susan Bones who was at the infirmary every day, 5 times a day hoping to see young Harry wake up and was spending a large amount of time at his bedside. He had been baffled with her at first. She had been trying since first year to get close to young Harry and at first, Dumbledore had thought of her as just another fangirl of the boy who lived but then she came to his defense every time someone said anything against Harry. He could recall Madame Pance's account of the second year when Harry had stumbled upon a group of Hufflepuffs who were talking about Harry being the heir of Slytherin and Susan had fiercely defended him before her peers and was even ready to fight for it. This year, she had fights with many of her housemates when they made fun at Harry's expense and had been told off by her head of house for being violent though she had given him 20 points for her loyalty later. It was only when Dumbledore happened upon Arthur and Madame Bones talking about it, that he learned of the marriage contract. He regretted that James had not told him. If he did, perhaps young Harry could have grown up with Susan away from the Dursleys and would have been loved as a member of the family. Then there was the stranger who had barged into his office the other day and claimed to be a mystic. To say that Dumbledore was astonished would be a huge understatement. Dumbledore had been shocked because he had tried to find them for years and had never been able to do so. In fact, it was on one of his expeditions to find them that he had found Fawkes who bonded with him. For one of them to casually walk into his office was something he had never dreamt could happen. He could recall the conversation the mystic had with him clearly. Flashback. "Am I correct in thinking that you are desperate to know my identity, Albus my boy?" he said amusedly. Dumbledore was irritated. Calling someone my boy made them feel like they were little kids and that was why Dumbledore did it, but to be called so by a man younger than himself was worrying. "I believe that I have a century on you, my friend. You calling me My boy, sounds rather odd. Dumbledore grumbled, his eyes twinkling a little as if this was an amusing conversation. Only you, Albus, only you would think someone is of the age they look like. He chortled, did you not make the same mistake with Nicholas, who then had to straighten you out by jinxing you every moment he could get the chance? Worry not, my boy, I have several centuries on you. I was old when Camelot fell, and I was there when Godric and Salazar had laid the foundations to this castle in Rowena, and Helga had designed it and planned everything. Surprised, Albus looked at the other man, who had a faraway look in his eyes. He sighed deeply, then continued, I am one of the mystics, Albus. We have been keeping an eye on you ever since you went out to find us. We were there in Bavaria when you jeweled your old friend, when you took possession of the death stick. Our aim was to take the wand from him, but when you won it we decided to leave it with you. However, I must warn you that the wand never gave its allegiance to you. Its true master will soon take its possession one day. This wand belongs to the Peverells, and one of their blood will have it soon. I remember when young Ignotus had given this wand to his heirs, and it was taken from them by way of murder. Since then, this wand has been driving the course of history, changing hands and always trying to return to its master. But we are digressing. I am here to discuss Tom Riddle's Horcruxes and the war that is coming. How do you know about his Horcruxes? I only found out about them recently, said Albus. He began telling slowly, we have known for almost 30 years now. We know it since we had captured him when he was trying to find us, and finding about those abominations. We knew that we cannot kill him, so we left him in the Sahara. We at first had decided not to interfere, since it is not our war, nor we ever fight in open wars, but a few months ago, our seer, Verimir, came to me telling me about the events coming to pass, and I hastened to come here. He is coming back, Albus, and young Harry Potter will be the key to it. Someone in his castle is helping him, and soon there will be a war. This war will not be fought under your banner, but young Harry Potter, as the fates have decreed, and you cannot interfere into it. And this brings me to the second reason for coming here, Albus. I want to teach Harry Potter the way of the mystics. Hearing this, Albus was both elated and surprised. When he had learned that the other one was a mystic, he had hoped that the visitor could be persuaded to help train Harry Potter, and here he was offering without being asked. If it were Albus's decision, the answer would be an immediate and resounding yes, but Sirius was his legal guardian. This choice belonged to Harry Potter and Sirius Black. Albus, I have a favor to ask of you. While the tournament is going on, I want to stay here and watch over the people in castle and flush out the person helping Tom Riddle, and suddenly I have a desire to learn some healing from your extraordinary Medi-Witch Poppy Pomfrey. Care to introduce me to the staff as Abir, a young man from magical India? Later that evening, Albus had introduced him as Abir to the staff at Hogwarts, and told Madame Pomfrey that he would be assisting her in the infirmary for the time being and learn some healing. Dumbledore knew that the mystic perhaps knew more healing than all the healers at St. Mungo's combined. Flashback ends. Suddenly, the ward he had set in the hospital wing flared, telling him that young Harry was coming out of his coma. Perhaps it was time to come clean and tell Harry everything that he knew. When Albus entered the infirmary, he was greeted with an interesting scene. The healer trainee was casting a myriad of spells at a now conscious Harry Potter while muttering some words in a language he did not recognize, while Madame Pomfrey stood at a distance watching the scene intently as if she was being the student, and young Harry was confused seeing Poppy standing aside and not fussing over him as usual. Everyone who had been around Harry Potter for the last few days was there as usual. Hermione Granger was clutching his hand while Ronald Weasley was eating a chocolate frog and watching the scene distractedly. Molly was embracing Arthur and crying on his shoulder. The Weasley twins were there and beaming at Harry, while Susan sat in a corner beside Minerva McGonagall, looking hopefully towards him. What was not ordinary was Neville Longbottom sitting in one of the chairs and looking around fiercely as if to protect him. Perhaps there was a story there, Dumbledore mused. Harry opened his mouth and said hoarsely, Madame Pomfrey, are you all right? It is strange to see you standing aside when your favorite patient is laying here, expecting your usual tender, loving care. Everyone chuckled at this while Pomfrey's mouth twitched with suppressed mirth, her eyes watering with gratitude and relief at seeing Harry recovering. Suddenly, the hospital wing door burst open and in bounded a large shaggy black dog followed by disheveled-looking Remus Lupin. The dog immediately placed his forepaws by Harry's head and started licking his face while Remus hugged him tightly as if he feared that Harry would disappear while he kept crying. Finally Madame Pomfrey pulled herself together and ordered everyone out of the wing except for the headmaster. Remus, Arthur, Molly, Minerva and the dog. Harry insisted that he remained. "What is the diagnosis, Aubert?" began Dumbledore in a professional manner. "Headmaster, his magical core had undergone maturity, his eyesight has been cured, his body has fully recovered from the magical shock and his power levels are substantial. Suffice to say, he is the one of the most magically powerful men in Avalon right now," he said nodding curtly, "and Headmaster, he is also free of any foreign contamination." Dumbledore noted the emphasis on the words and knew that the other man meant that Harry Potter was no longer a Horcrux but his own man. How did Aubert knew that young Harry was a Horcrux? Perhaps he would have to ask him later. He blinked tears from his eyes as one burden was lifted from his shoulders. He had not been able to find any help to take the soul fragment out of Harry and was dreading that Harry would have to die for the prophecy to be fulfilled, but maybe it can be done without that. "Harry, I am happy that you have survived and I assure you that you will not be alone in this fight. There are many who will be ready to fight beside you when the time comes and I will aid you in any way possible. However, right now I want you to try something for my understanding. I want to see what powers you have retained now." Saying this, he handed him a new wand. "I had Fox give me another feather which I sent to Mr. Ollivanders to make you another wand. Try it for me and use a simple levitating spell." Harry grasped the wand and waved it in the required motion and incanted the words, but nothing happened. Panicked, he looked to Dumbledore who was smiling. "I suspected that something like this would happen. You are not the same person who went into the maze and now you will need a new wand. But fear not, I have a wand which will be your companion in your life," Dumbledore said smiling. "Headmaster, while you can make a gift to him, I will have make him another wand with some special ingredient which I know would fit him beautifully," said Aubert. "I will be honored," he replied. "Headmaster, it is time to talk about my original purpose for which I had came here. Mr. Black, if you will please come into your real form," Aubert said to the dog, who transformed into Sirius, who was still looking gaunt with haunted eyes, wearing rags and was too thin. Seeing him there, Molly tried to go for her wand and was hastily stopped by Arthur while Poppy flicked her wand and tied Sirius to a bed and said to him menacingly, "Did I not have enough of you during your school time, foolish boy, and here you are bringing trouble again? Your godson is just like you and James. Always getting into trouble and coming to the hospital so much that he has his own bed now." Everyone laughed at this while Harry ducked his head in embarrassment and tried hard not to laugh at his own predicament. "Mr. Black and Mr. Potter, my name is Harsh Vardhana and I am not a healer but a mystic. Mystics are basically assassins who live in the Himalayas in far-off places, and we know of such ancient magics that are not known in the modern world anymore. Our seer had foreseen that these events would happen and that we will have to come offer our help to you, Mr. Potter. So, will you accept my help?" he asked seriously. Harry remembered the words of his parents. "Headmaster, when I was unconscious, I was in the limbo at Godric's Hollow where I met my parents and grandparents. They told me that someone will come to help me and that I should accept their help." Turning to Sirius and Remus, he relayed James's words to them and recounted his entire experience, and by the time he was done Sirius and Remus were hugging him and crying. Minerva was wiping her eyes with a tartan handkerchief while Dumbledore had tears in his eyes. Only Poppy was trying to look stoic while keeping her emotions in control, remembering the young marauder who used to come in injured so often and this one, as dear to her as her own son, Harry. "Headmaster, as I have relayed my offer to you, so I foretell my condition. I will be taking Mr. Potter with me to India where I will teach him things he will need to learn to fulfill his destiny. He needs to be trained to be a warrior," finished Aubert. "No, absolutely not. Harry is just a boy. He is too young to be fighting any wars. He is not going anywhere," cried Molly while looking determined until Arthur stepped up and embraced her. Dumbledore spoke gently, but firmly, "Molly, you need to let go of your motherly instincts. Harry will need to train if you want him to survive. Whether we want it or not, there is a war coming. Harry and all the people around him are going to be a part of it. It is better to train them because if we lose even one of them for want of skill, we will regret it forever. The next day, Hogwarts Infirmary. Harry Potter was getting weary of the hospital wing. He had been a patient here so many times in the last 4 years that Madame Pomfrey named a bed after him. Perhaps he was the only person to have such a dubious honor. From the time he woke up, there had been a steady stream of visitors. Some just came to talk, and others to apologize for accusing him of cheating to get into the Triwizard tournament. When the Quidditch team dropped by, the chasers had some fun fussing over him and babying him. Angelina and Alicia were being fiercely protective of him while Katie teased him thus, making him feel better in all the misery. Fred and George gave him a beautifully wrapped box of sweets, which Harry fortunately noticed was an assortment of the stuff they had been working on. Tung-tung toffee, canary creams, braying butterbeer and so on. Most of it just transformed the unsuspecting victim into an animal for a minute or so, then wore off, but the tung-tung toffee was nasty. He chuckled when he remembered what happened to Dudley when George, accidentally, dropped one and the great lump ate it. Then there was that time they tried one out on that big fifth-year McLaggen and he kept braying like a donkey, creating such a disturbance that Snape put him in detention. Ron was there, being uncharacteristically silent. He didn't even help himself to the small mountain of sweets that Harry's well-wishers and visitors had left. When Harry tried to make small talk with him, Ron merely grunted in monosyllables. Harry found this strange, but having no clue about the reasons for the other boys' silence, he filed it away for later. Hermione was anxious but kept herself restrained. He knew she was bursting to reassure him and to ask him questions about the private conversation from yesterday, but Harry had not yet given in to her nagging. Mrs. Weasley had not left his bedside for so much as 1 minute since yesterday. She kept up the pressure, trying to dissuade Harry from going off with the mystics to train. She went on and on about having his best interests at heart and being older and wiser than Harry. Even though Molly Weasley was the closest thing to a mother Harry had ever known, this attitude and the constant badgering was overwhelming for him. Although Harry knew that she was worried and she just wanted to keep him safe, she did not understand that this time, Harry had to keep her safe and everyone they cared about. Harry's parents told him that only he can defeat Voldemort once and for all. Although he did not wish to cause her any pain, he was determined and he would go. The most surprising visitor was a girl from Slytherin. She was with blue eyes, a sharp nose and an impassive expression. She turned up when no one else was around, offered her friendship to him and disappeared when she heard someone approaching. Although Harry had long since learned to distrust and even despise members of that house, this one seemed all right. Then there was Susan Bones. She had been to see him 5 or 6 times since he woke up. Madame Pomfrey let Harry know that Susan had been up to see him as often as Hermione while he was unconscious. Harry knew Susan Bones as a friend who was fiercely loyal and had heard of how she had defended him when others accused him of being the heir of through this year she had shut her housemates down when they tried to taunt him or trouble was a perfect ally to have, and Harry vowed to befriend her and get to know her better. Neville was there when Harry woke up, looking anxious. He seemed to be carefully observing the people around them. He had been back to the hospital wing several times since then and Harry felt good about that. During the last minutes of his coma, Harry's father had told him that Neville was his god-brother. He was wondering why Neville had not told Harry this. That would be a question for later. Among the many other students who had dropped by to visit and apologize was Ernie Macmillan. He seemed quite solemn and sincere when he told Harry that he believed him and that, moreover, he would follow Harry wherever he would go. Harry, the headmaster's voice brought him out of his reverie. He looked up toward the voice to find the headmaster standing with Mr. and Mrs. Diggory. The grief and loss they shared showed in every line of their faces. Mr. Diggory, normally full of bluster and pride, looked slumped and shrunken. Mrs. Diggory, gray and forlorn. Harry, Mr. Diggory and Mrs. Diggory want to talk to you about what happened to Cedric, if you are able. It all went through Harry's mind in an instant, landing in the graveyard with Cedric. The precious moments lost while they both tried to figure out what happened. The unbearable pain splitting Harry's head when Voldemort realized that Harry was there. The frustration and terror as Harry fought against the pain and tried to tell Cedric to get the both of them out of there. the last split second of Cedric's life while he failed to understand or act, the rushing sound and green flash, and finally, the inert shell that had been Cedric crumpling to earth. Harry nodded his assent as he relived the tragedy and braced himself to tell these two people how their son and hope for the future died. "Mr. Potter, I know that you have had a rough go of it and that this is hard for you, but would you please tell us how our son died?" As the tears filled his eyes, "We can't bring our son back, but perhaps, knowing how it happened will bring us some sense of closure. You were with him. Only you can tell us how it was at the—" He trailed off as his voice failed him. Harry took a few moments to gather his thoughts and carefully consider what to say. These people had lost everything that mattered to them when Cedric died. Harry's own temporary discomfort lost all meaning and he knew that nothing he said would make much difference, but he had to try. Summoning his courage, he began as gently as he could. "Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, there is nothing I can say to diminish your loss. Before I tell you how your son died, I want to tell you about how he lived. Everyone here liked him. He was a fierce but fair competitor. I remember that when he won that Quidditch game against my team and found out that I only missed the snitch because the Dementors had caused me to fall unconscious, he wanted to call it off. You see, that went against his sense of fair play. Even though we were rivals at Quidditch and in the Triwizard tournament, he was kind and generous and a good friend. We will all miss him." Harry took a few moments to collect himself again. Mrs. Diggory spoke into the silence, her voice shaking. "That was our Cedric." Then Harry began again, determined to get through the worst of it. "Cedric did not feel a thing. I'm sure that he didn't even realize what was happening until it was over." Then Harry, remembering, outraged at the ity and senseless waste, turned and looked Mr. Diggory in the eye as he said, "Your son was murdered by Peter Pettigrew, using the killing curse, on Voldemort's orders." The Diggorys winced as he said the name, because he was there. Harry paused, gasping, and his light went out of the world. Harry concluded, turning his gaze to his hands and whispering, "He had no business being in the graveyard." Mr. Diggory put his arm around his wife's shaking shoulders and hoarsely began, "Thank you, Mr. Potter. We will leave you to rest now." And he began to guide his wife out of the hospital wing. "Mr. Diggory," Harry called after them, "there's just a bit more." Harry took a breath looking to the ceiling, then to Mr. Diggory again. "I'm not sure how it happened, but while I was dueling Voldemort, something strange happened with our wands, and the shades of the most recent people he had murdered came out of his wand. I saw Cedric again and his last request was that I take his body back to you. His last act was to keep Voldemort busy so that I could escape. To the very end and even beyond, he was thinking of you and was a true hero." When he was done, the Diggorys embraced him as they all three abandoned themselves to their shared grief. Some time passed before the trio separated again. Madame Pomfrey, knowing that Harry must be exhausted, started making shooing motions at Mr. Diggory behind Harry's back. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory ineffectually employed handkerchiefs attempting to mop at their tear-stained and swollen faces, while Harry used his sheets. "Well," began Mr. Diggory, trying to employ the stiff upper lip, "I must thank you for bringing our son's body back to us, for telling us how he met his end, but even more so for sharing what he meant to you." Mrs. Diggory gave Harry one more hug saying, "Take care of yourself, young Harry." Then pulling back to hold him by his shoulders, looked him in the eye, saying, "Send that monster to the place where he belongs. I have the utmost confidence in you." Mr. Diggory extended his hand for a firm handshake with Harry. "I believe that Madame Pomfrey would like to fuss over you further, so we must be going." Harry returned the handshake and watched as the couple left. It seemed that Mr. and Mrs. Diggory were standing a bit taller now, even if they did walk more softly. With an approving nod to Harry, Dumbledore seemed to merge from the shadows of the hospital wing, then follow the Diggorys out. Badger's Hole, girls' dormitories. Susan Bones was not sleeping well since Halloween when Harry's name came out of that infernal cup. She had been fighting with her housemates for giving Harry grief, and even her best friend Hannah was not talking to her as they used to. Hannah had always been by her side, even when she was fighting with her housemates for calling Harry the heir of Slytherin. However, this year even Hannah was cold towards her, and at times, she sided with her housemates, leaving Susan alone. Perhaps if she were not the niece of the head of DMLE, she would have been hounded worse. Even her classmates had been avoiding her like the plague, and although this bothered Susan, she stopped worrying about it when she learned that the champions had to face dragons in the first task. From that time on, her only concern was finding any way she could to help Harry. She was unable to help with the first task because she didn't know anything about it beforehand. For the second task, however, it was all over Hufflepuff that it involved being underwater for an hour in the middle of winter, and she sought out Neville Longbottom, who had decided to help her in this quest. They sought out Dobby, the house elf who was loyal to Harry and suggested that his master would need gillyweed. Some might say that this was cheating, but, strictly according to the rules, the champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. There was nothing in there about fellow students lending a helping hand. Cedric was from her house, but he was a 7th year and could take care of himself. She was much more concerned about helping Harry survive this madness. After the second task, she helped him to learn more hexes and jinxes by regularly placing books on defensive and offensive magic on the Golden Trio's regular table, and often watched him when he would have been there with him training alongside him, but damn that Ron always got in her way and opened his fat mouth to insult her. She had often thought that someone as kind and brave as Harry Potter should have a lot more friends, and that he probably would have, except that Ron kept chasing them away. Weasley seemed to be jealous and possessive of Harry's friendship and had dreadful manners. She often wondered if Harry was aware of the ancient Great Alliance. She also wondered if Harry knew anything about the history of his family or their position in the wizarding world. Because, if he did know anything about it, he was not doing anything to live up to his heritage or renew those centuries-old commitments. When she spoke with her auntie about it, Amelia assured her that she would look into it. Susan was quite sure that she must have done so because Ron came and apologized to her and things became more bearable. Since Harry woke up, she visited him at every possible opportunity and they had talked for hours. Andy had promised that she would talk to Dumbledore and try to take over his guardianship this year. Susan wished she would be able to do that and hoped for her success. Suddenly, Susan heard someone approaching and she closed the curtains of her 4-poster bed and pretended to be asleep. Asleep or not, someone pulled her curtains aside and whispered in a rather hesitating voice, "Susan, can I talk to you for a minute?" She tried not to show her surprise at hearing Hannah sounding so nervous. "Hannah, we have been friends since we could walk, and if you need to ask permission to talk to me, I would think that things are very bad between us," she said kindly. Hannah smiled hesitantly and said, "I wanted to apologize to you. I know now that no one would willingly enter themselves into a tournament where they can be killed. I want to apologize to Harry as well. You think he will forgive me?" Susan smiled at her. Hannah was a kind girl who sometimes pretended to be hard, but Susan knew that there was no way that she could stay angry at her, so she stood up and embraced her friend. "It is all right, Hannah. I think Harry will forgive you." Hannah was relieved that her friend had forgiven her, but she winced as if she remembered something, and freeing herself of the embrace, she pulled something out of her pocket and set it on fire with a simple incendio. Susan looked at her quizzically, to which she replied, "The Potter stinks badge. I feel so wretched that I chose to wear that stupid thing." "What is the time, Hannah? I bet I missed dinner," she asked her best friend. "Maybe I would have to go to the kitchens to find something to eat," she murmured to herself. "Susan, I forgot to tell you, and you missed the scene in the Great Hall today since you skipped dinner, perhaps mooning over a certain emerald-eyed wizard. As we were sitting for dinner, Malfoy was being a git. Chong slapped the ferret in the Great Hall at dinner when he was being obnoxious, bragging about the Dark Lord being back and how he would kill the blood traitors, and said something demeaning about Cedric and how Harry caused his death when she went all muggle on him. By the time she was done with him, he was lying on the floor with his nose and jaw broken. Pity that she got a detention and Ravenclaw lost 30 points, said Hannah, pouting. Susan said nothing but giggled at her friend's antics. Black Townhouse, London. Sirius Black hated the house. It contained all the bad memories of his childhood, and he had hoped to never set foot here ever again. This place never felt like home to him, but Potter Manor had that place in his heart. His grandfather Arcturus Orion Black had built this house when they felt the need for a house in London, and the family moved in here from the Black Castle, and many of the members lived there year-around. Arcturus Black had left the townhouse shortly after Sirius was born because he could not stand Wolburga Black, who was as obnoxious as she was foul, and she had regularly belittled Sirius and treated him horribly. If there was anyone she ever loved, it was Regulus, his brother, the perfect pure blood. She often said that Regulus should have been the heir to the Black family, and Regulus had more affinity to the Black family magic and even perfectly towed the line of the pureblood agenda spewed by the blood purists, and even got the stupid mark, and that was the end of the relation between the two. Sirius had tried to dissuade him from joining Voldemort, but he had shunted him aside. At the end of Harry's third year, Sirius had met Moony, who updated him about his family. Arcturus had died 6 years ago, a few months after Wolburga died. His aunts had all either died or left magical Britain for the continent or for the chateau in France, and the others who had married into other families were either dead or had been blasted from the family tree by Lord Orion Phineas Black, the head before Arcturus Orion Black. Carys Crouch née Black had died even before the war, and so was Cladora Longbottom née Black, who had died shortly before the First War. Cedrella Weasley née Black had been disowned for marrying a blood traitor. The Blacks, once a large and influential family, was reduced to him and his cousins. Andromeda, who had been disowned for marrying a Muggle-born and had a metamorphagus daughter Nymphadora. Bellatrix, who was married to Rudolphus Lestrange and was imprisoned in Azkaban with her husband and brother-in-law Rabiston Lestrange for torturing the Longbottoms into insanity, and Narcissa, who had married to Lucius Malfoy, who was the biggest bigot and coward. Sirius was not sure if he would be able to enter his family home and had no interest in doing anything with the Black family, but after escaping from Hogwarts last year, the goblins had sent him a missive courtesy of Dumbledore, and he was pleasantly surprised to know that his grandfather had declared him to be his heir in his last will, and the same was never changed, meaning he was never disowned. He had tried to take up the mantle of Lord Black so he could arrange a trial for himself, but the family magic did not settle well with him, thus making him a blood heir but incapable of becoming the Lord, and by rights the lordship would have passed from him to the next heir in line, i.e. either Nymphadora or Draco if he had no heir, but luckily, he had an heir in place. His godson, Harry Potter, the son of his brother James. Charles Potter and Great Aunt Doria were more like parents to him than Cygnus or Wolburga ever were. When Harry Potter had returned to Hogwarts at the end of the third task, Dumbledore had interrogated Wormtail personally, and having confirmed that Voldemort was back, had reconvened the vaunted Order of the Phoenix. He sent out the call to all the old members, and those who were alive and able had returned to the call, but they were hardly 20 who answered the call. Good men who should have lived for long and changed the world had fallen to that monster and his bloodthirsty followers. Peter also told of his treachery in detail, telling of all the times he snitched on the lives of Order members. He told of his role in the murder of the Bones, the Pruitts, the McKinnons, and many other Order members who were fighting on the side of light. Many of these were protected in many ways, including wards, and Wormtail told the Death Eaters of their location, the wards, and every other little detail that could be helpful. Sirius was misty-eyed, remembering all those brothers in arms who had fallen in the last war. The Pruitts were all gone. Lord and Lady Pruitt had died before the war had escalated, and Molly had been married to Arthur and with a child. The Pruitt twins, Fabian and Gideon, demons with a wand and never bested in an honest duel, were killed in an ambush involving 10 Death Eaters, of whom only 4 walked away from the duel, but not before getting seriously injured. The twins were killed when Dolohov had cast his signature curse while their backs were turned. Then there were Edgar and Ellie Bones, who were killed by Voldemort himself to deter Amelia Bones, a senior Auror, from taking a hard-line approach against him, but not before Edgar dueled with him to a standstill and was bested when Bellatrix had Ellie at wand point, forcing Edgar to forfeit, and consequently they both were killed. It was luck that Susan was at Amelia's place for the day, or she would have died along with them. The McKinnons were also gone. The rumor was that the best fighters of Voldemort's inner circle had killed them, but Sirius never found what had happened to them. He missed them, and especially Marlene, his intended, after he had promised her that he would marry her. She had been the calm in his chaos and the one whom he listened to. He never found her body or those of her family. By the time that Sirius arrived there, their manor was burnt to the ground and everyone was thought dead. Even their elves had valiantly died protecting them from the Death Eaters. There was Dorcas Meadows, the only Order member apart from the Bones and the Potters to have been personally murdered by Voldemort, and they never found his body. The ancient and most noble house of Sayre was all but gone, with Lady Sayre escaping by the breadth of a hair, who then left Avalon to settle in France away from the war and never deigned to return even after Voldemort was gone. Benji Fenwick was in the wrong place at the wrong time when he happened to come across a Death Eater raid, and they killed him for trying to oppose them. It took 3 of them to take him down. Lastly, there were Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix, the Lestrange brothers, and Bartemius Crouch Jr., who were sentenced to Azkaban for their crimes. Frank and Alice never recovered because there was no known cure for their condition, not in all of Wizarding Britain. Many other ancient and most noble houses had lost their heirs or scions in the war from the side of light. Most of them had been his friends in Gryffindor House and companion pranksters, especially the Pruitt twins. There was a sort of rivalry between the Pruitts and the Marauders, and often they pranked the whole school together or while trying to beat each other. So it was that when Dumbledore asked him if there was a place they could use as the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, that Sirius willingly offered him number 12, Grimmauld Place. Now he was approaching it with the purpose of assessing if the house was fit to be used by the Order. Reminiscing about the past, Sirius approached number 12, Grimmauld Place, and knocked the serpentine door knocker with his wand. After a few seconds the door opened and Sirius was overwhelmed with the stench of rot and neglect. The walls, already gloomy, had turned downright foreboding, and the dust looked like it had not been removed. In chandeliers were filled with cobwebs, and everywhere he could see, there was an infestation of some kind of creature like doxies, spiders, etc. As he crossed the threshold, there was a loud crack and an elf appeared before him. The elf was very old, stooping, his shoulders hunched, and he said in a low hissing voice, "You not welcome here, nasty master. Mudblood lover, blood traitor, broke my poor mistresses, will mistress say." Sirius knew of this elf, who had never served him happily but always doted over his brother and worshipped the ground that Wolberga walked on. He should have been angry with this thing before him, but he felt pity. He shuddered to imagine having an existence where no one talked to you and you lived only with memories. He had lived the same life for 12 years. Kindly, he said to the elf, "How are you, creature? I did not think I would find you here. If I did, I would have called you much sooner." Creature was surprised at this, was not used to kindness from Sirius, and thus it thawed him a bit, but not enough to let go of his rudeness, so he did not answer. Sirius started again, "Creature, I do not wish to have you against me. I am the only one left now, and so are you. I want to restore the ancient and most noble house of Black to its former glory. Will you help me with that?" The elf was too surprised to say anything and overwhelmed with emotions, so could only nod. Sirius took that as a positive sign and ordered him to cook something for him to eat while he walked through the house. When he walked by a curtained-off portrait in the front hall, the drapes flew aside, revealing a life-sized portrait of his dear departed mother in her full glory. She screamed obscenities at him, calling him blood traitor, shame of her flesh, wretched ingrate, among other things. Sirius had no patience for this abuse when she was alive, and much less from her portrait. With a red flash from his wand, the curtains slammed shut, cutting her off mid-word. In the blessed silence that followed, he summoned Creature, who appeared with a crack. "Creature, who put this portrait here?" he asked in the mildest tone he could manage so as not to offend the demented elf. "That be Creature, master. Mistress telling Creature to put it here so no can enter," said Creature, wriggling his hands. "Creature, if that portrait is here and yells profanities at everyone who comes through that door, it will give a bad name to the House of Black. Do you want the name of Black to be dragged through the mud?" he asked, playing upon his sentiments for the House of Black. "No, master," he said, shaking his head firmly. "Creature, I want you to take down this portrait and take her to the attic where you can keep it and look after it." "And why is the house so dirty, Creature? You have not been doing your duty to the house, have disgraced the House of Black and your ancestors whose heads have been proudly mounted upon that wall," he said, further goading the elf into shame. Creature straightened and, looking upon Sirius, said firmly, "Creature cleans the house, master. Yous be not worry." Ordering him to clean his old bedroom first, Sirius approached a room he had never set a foot in. The room belonging to his brother, Regulus, which was well kept and tidy without a trace of dirt. Perhaps Creature kept this room clean due to his attachment to him. There were photos of Regulus on the one of those walls. There was a photo of his Quidditch team where Regulus was laughing at the camera, looking innocent and carefree. Seeing Regulus and his friend in the photo, he remembered that not only the light but the dark also had lost a number of their men in the war. His own brother was killed and he did not know who had killed him. House of Rosier ended when Evan Rosier was killed by Alistair Moody in a fight after Voldemort fell. The Knots had lost 3 of their sons including their heir. The House of Crouch was all but finished with Barty Crouch Jr. being in DMLE custody. Amelia Bones had plans to chuck him straight through the veil right after she finished squeezing the last useful drop of information out of him. That woman had an eternal grudge against Death Eaters. The Wilkins had lost their son at the hands of Mad Eye. The Patriarch was killed dueling Sirius and James when the Death Eaters attempted to ambush Sirius and James on their way home from a Muggle bar. There were countless other faces who had died in service of Voldemort, some of them as examples when they failed to complete their missions, others when they attempted to leave his ranks. Such a waste of life and magical blood, bringing the already dwindling wizarding population to a new low. He never found out what had happened to Regulus, but he thought maybe Creature knew something about him. He summoned the elf. Creature tried to deny knowing anything, but, when Sirius made it a direct order, Creature started bawling. Crying, he told Sirius about an underground lake, where the Dark Lord had hidden a locket and used Creature to test the defenses. Creature told Regulus of this, and asked Creature to take him to the lake where Regulus drank the elixir of nightmares, and told Creature to take the locket which he had changed with a fake one and told him to destroy the original. Sirius was shocked beyond belief with the courage his brother had shown. His brother had defied Voldemort to the end. He collected a crying Creature into his arms, patting the back of the still inconsolable elf. "Creature, I want to finish his work. Will you help me?" Creature nodded and popped away and returned a moment later clutching a heavy locket in his hand which reeked of dark magic so much that Sirius was repulsed by it. He took the locket and looked upon elaborately carved S on it crusted with jewels. The locket looked very regal and reminded him of something he remembered seeing in a book once. A picture of the famed necklace of Slytherin. Instantly conjuring a sack and securing the locket in it, he ran out of the house, giving instructions to Creature to start cleaning. As he was out of the door, he disappeared into thin air. Hogwarts. He appeared a little way outside of the Hogwarts gates, and changing into Padfoot he bounded towards the gates and ran all the way up to the headmaster's office, and changing back, giving the password to the gargoyle Mars Bar, he ascended the staircase and barged into the room where Dumbledore was in discussion with Harshvardhana. "Sirius, is something the matter? I thought you would be busy for at least a week making the house habitable," Dumbledore asked him, surprised. Sirius related the whole tale of Voldemort to him, along with how Regulus had died to ensure that Voldemort dies. As Albus asked him, he brought the locket out of his robes and put it on the table. Harshvardhana leapt back as if repulsed by it, while Albus peered curiously at the locket and cast several detection spells while incanting under his breath, and the locket glowed a nasty shade of red. He raised his head, his expression grave, and looked towards Harshvardhana as if waiting for his opinion. Harshvardhana sighed, "Sorry about my reaction. Such abominations always repulse me. It is such a sacrilege against mother magic that one cannot even fathom, but only those evil of heart." "What abomination? I confess that I feel this thing is truly evil, but, please enlighten me, what is it?" asked Sirius, confused. "Tell me, Mr. Black, have you ever heard of Horcrux?" began Harshvardhana. Sirius answered, not realizing that Harsh wasn't finished. "Of course, I know what a Horcrux is. I am a Black, the darkest family in Wizarding Britain. These things are described in a lot of books kept in the Black Library." "How do you know of them?" Harshvardhana smiled softly, "Only you British wizards classify magic. It is not evil or light, Mr. Black. It is simply that. What makes it evil or good is the purpose for which it is used. We know of Horcruxes and many other sinister things perhaps not described in your books." Harshvardhana turned his gaze and looked curiously at the locket, staring at it with longing and anger. What a waste of such precious artifact. Salazar would be rolling in his grave knowing what has become of his precious possession. He was quite proud of this locket and its powers. "You speak his name as if you were acquainted with him," said Sirius. As a matter of fact, I did, but that is tale of another. What will you do with it, Dumbledore? He asked, turning towards Dumbledore. I plan to destroy it with basilisk venom, like young Harry destroyed his diary. Basilisk. Did you say basilisk, Dumbledore? And what diary are we talking about and what Harry had to do with it? Squeaked Sirius. The basilisk young Harry killed when the Chamber of Secrets was opened, said Dumbledore, and then proceeded to recount the tale of second year, telling them how Harry had discovered he was a Parseltongue, how he had found the chamber, killed the basilisk and saved Ginevra Weasley. By the time he was done, Sirius's face was ashen while Harshvardhana looked intrigued by the tale. This means it is second of the 5 Horcruxes he had made when we captured him. I wish we could have asked him for the location of the others, but we could not find it, Harsh said, frowning. What do you mean capture? And if you had captured Voldemort, why did you release him? Retorted Sirius angrily. Calm down, Mr. Black. We do not keep prisoners, so we had no means to keep him subdued with. His fate has been so written that he would never fall to my wand. We had to release him before the future was altered, he explained. Dumbledore decided to interrupt before Sirius could explode further. What do you propose we do with this? We can destroy it with fiendfire or with basilisk venom. We do not resort to such crude methods, Albus my boy. If you had viewed the world in a larger perspective and treated magic as a sentient being, you would not have suggested this way. Do you know there is a way that we can pull the soul fragment out without destroying the locket? He reprimanded Albus, and Sirius snorted, seeing the headmaster being berated. Albus's interest was piqued. He could think of a lot of possibilities with such knowledge. However, the mystic spoke before he could interrupt, as if he read his mind. No, Albus, we are not teaching it to you. It is our own magic, not meant to be imparted to everyone, and even among ourselves we do not teach it to everyone but those who prove themselves worthy. Albus pouted at this, which Sirius found a little hilarious, but he had more work to do. Albus, I have seen the house and there is no way that I can clean it by myself. And no one can clean it without magic. The wardstones of the property are inactive and they need blood of the Lord of Black to recharge them. I cannot wield the family magic enough to recharge them. Harry will need to take up the mantle and do it before we decide to make it headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. I need an elf. Creature is very old and can use help. There is an elf who can help you with this, but I fear you will need to talk to Harry Potter, for this elf is fiercely devoted to Harry Potter and claims to be currently free, but I think he is secretly bonded to Harry. I propose that we all shall go to Harry and ask him if he would summon the elf, then we would know, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Since I have nothing more to do, let's go find Harry Potter, announced Sirius. Great Hall. Madame Pomfrey ran out of excuses to keep her patient in the hospital wing. With Harry's strength rapidly returning, even she had to admit that it would be good for him to get out and get some exercise. Besides, with all the visitors, it was starting to look more like King's Cross Station than an infirmary. So it was that after giving Harry the strictest orders not to overdo it, that she released him. Harry Potter was sitting in the Great Hall at the Gryffindor table eating his lunch, and his friends were sitting around him. Ron was sitting on one side while Neville flanked the other. Hermione was sitting across from him while the Weasley twins were sitting flanking her on both sides. Ginny sat a few spaces further away from Harry and did not even try to steal any glances at him like she used to do. While Harry was used to them, her complete detachment was bothering him more. He had not seen her since he woke up in the infirmary, and when asked, Hermione had solemnly recounted Ginny's realization and her decision to stay away from Harry. There were only 2 days left in the term before they would all be going home for the summer holidays, and Harry was elated that he would not be going to the Dursleys anymore. Susan was sitting at the Hufflepuff table looking at him when she thought he was not looking. She had been coming to talk to him very often, and he found it very strange but pleasant. The girl from Slytherin was sitting at her table with an impervious expression on her face, while an auburn-haired girl sitting beside her was talking to her animatedly. Hagrid was sitting at the staff table, and there was Professor Moody looking very haggard and tired, smelling a chicken before starting to eat it. However, his hip flask was missing. Sirius had filled him in on how Moody had been imprisoned in his own trunk by an impostor who was a Death Eater in disguise. Professor McGonagall was sitting beside him looking at him unapprovingly while her lips were pursed into a thin line, and Snape was sitting in his place with a boorish expression on his face and the trademark sneer in place. Seeing Snape, he remembered the message his mother had given for him and decided to go to him later in the day. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and turning back, he found the trainee healer. He could not understand the mystic business, who was smiling at him, and Dumbledore, who motioned him to follow them out of the great hall to a room on the other side of the castle, which he had never seen, which was quite a way apart from the dungeons. Perhaps this place was not even marked on the marauders. Albus went to a door with the Hogwarts crest, which melted at Dumbledore's touch, and Harry followed the two men inside. Before the door could close, Snape and McGonagall came in with Padfoot, who started jumping up and down trying to lick Harry, who had to force himself not to laugh while he kept trying to keep Padfoot down. Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly. Padfoot turned into Sirius. From Dumbledore's grave expression, Harry guessed that they were going to discuss serious, no pun intended, business. He started saying somberly, "Harry, it is time that I answer a question you had asked me in your first year, that why Voldemort came after you. Shortly before you were born, a prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney while I was interviewing her for the subject of divination at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. The prophecy was about a boy who will have the power to defeat Lord Voldemort, and a spy of his was present in the Hog's Head who heard the first half of the prophecy before he was caught spying and was thrown out of the inn. The spy hastened to inform him of the part he had was about a boy being born at the end of July who would possess power to defeat the Dark Lord. The prophecy also said a few more things which we will discuss." Dumbledore was interrupted before he could continue. "You think the brat can defeat him? He is nothing but a mediocre wizard, Dumbledore," said Snape, sneering. "It is my godson who has faced the monster 4 times and lived to tell the tale, Snivellus. So, you can shut your festering gob and avoid spitting all over the floor," snapped Sirius. Before Snape could reply, Harry snapped, "Will you both please keep quiet? I can't stand listening to the two of you bickering like school children. Sirius, you have tormented him as much as he tormented you, and Professor, you have never treated me fairly, thinking that I am just like my father." Dumbledore chuckled at Harry chastising both of the men and continued, "From the information that Voldemort received from his spy, he decided to kill all the children to be born in the 7th month that year or the next year, but he made this decision without knowing other important factors. From the information he had, he deduced that either of 2 children would fit the prophecy. Both had parents in the order and were born at the end of the 7th month, you and Neville Longbottom. He chose you to be the child from the prophecy." Harry's mind was reeling. There was so much he did not understand, but what he knew for certain was that he was the one who would have to kill Voldemort. This was the reason that his parents had gone into hiding. This was the reason that he was an orphan. He felt like the weight of the world was upon his shoulder. Sirius hugged him tightly and kept whispering encouraging words into his ear. Harry croaked, "But, how can I defeat him? I have 4 years of magical education, but he is more powerful and he has more experience than me." Harsh Vardana, who had been quiet all this while, began to speak. "While it is true that your experience and knowledge is limited, but your courage, valor and power is unfathomable and more than a match to him. You are already as powerful as Voldemort or Dumbledore, and with the training that we would give you, you would be able to tilt the balance in your favor." Harry was not satisfied but felt reassured by his words. He turned towards Sirius, "But, if I go with him then I will not be able to come with you. Harry, you are only going away with him for a month or so. Besides, once we get rid of Voldemort, we will have a long life to be together. I want you to train hard with him and learn everything that you can," Sirius said. "Do you have a place for us to live?" Harry asked eagerly. Sirius smiled at him and said, "The Black family has many properties all over the world and we can live anywhere we want once this is all over." "Professor, how are we going to India?" he asked the headmaster. Harsh Vardana answered the question, "I want this to remain a surprise, but you will like it, I promise." Dumbledore ushered Severus and Minerva out of the room while Sirius adopted a more solemn demeanor, if that was possible. Once the others were out of the room, Dumbledore began, "Now Harry, there is something more that we have to tell you. You can tell your friends about it, but I would advise you to very carefully consider who you decide to tell this secret." He did not die that night because he had several fail-safes in place which helped him to stay on this astral split his soul into many pieces, hiding them in things which he hid away from everyone. Those things are called Horcruxes. Harry felt himself shivering on hearing the word which keep a wizard alive. How do you split your soul? Asked Harry, confused with the concept. By the act of supreme evil, murder, he replied with no trace of joviality in his voice. Harry shuddered at the thought, and so did Sirius. However, Harshvardhana was impassive. Dumbledore looked at him before continuing. I had suspected that Voldemort had created them, but it was finally confirmed when you brought me the proof. What proof? He asked. The diary of Tom Riddle which you brought to me when you had slain the basilisk. You described to me how he had come out of the diary. I was stumped at such a phenomenon, and after a lot of research I came to the conclusion that he had created Horcruxes. The theory was confirmed by Mr. Harshvardhana. He learned this when he captured and interrogated Tom Riddle, the self-styled Voldemort, 30 years ago. Harry looked at the mystic in awe. Anyone who capable of such a feat was a hero to him. When he came for you that night, Albus continued, his soul was already fragile, and when the killing curse hit him, a part of his soul tore off from the remaining portion and latched itself to the only living being in the room, you. Dumbledore announced, to the shock and dismay of Harry and Sirius. You mean I am keeping him alive? How do we get it out? Can we do it here? When can we get it out? Harry spewed a lot of questions. Dumbledore stopped the stream of questions with a silencing spell, then continued, I discovered that you were a Horcrux when you were brought to the hospital wing. After the Dementor attack in your 3rd year, I tried to exorcise it out of you after I fed you draught of living death, but I found it to be latched too deeply to you and sucking on your magic, thus hindering your growth and your magical energy. The exorcising process was too painful and you almost died, so I did not try it again and you were enervated before the morning. I have been trying for the past year to find a way to exorcise it out of you without hurting you, but could not find any way. There was always the last resort of killing you. Sirius interrupted, leaping to his feet, wand in hand. Are you out of your mind? What makes you think that I would let you hurt Harry? It would not have come to that, Mr. Black. We had been keeping an eye on Harry Potter all this while, and we were waiting for the right time to approach Dumbledore and offer our services to exorcise the foul thing out of here. However, as it turns out, we did not need that anymore, said Harshvardhana. If you know how to exorcise the damn thing, why haven't you already done it? Asked Sirius hotly. We did not do that because the process would have caused him extraordinary pain, and despite his pain threshold being very high, he would have been magically exhausted and his magic would have been unstable. Since he was in the tournament and constantly training, doing so would have put him in danger, because without his magic being settled, he could not participate in the 3rd task, thus forfeiting his life and magic. He replied, but we do not need to that anymore, as when he was hit with the killing curse in the graveyard, it killed the soul fragment in his scar and he is free of any contamination. It was due to killing of the Horcrux in the scar that he had his magical maturity earlier. Harry was relieved beyond words, but something Dumbledore had said was on his mind. Professor, if we have killed the fragment in me, does it mean he can be killed now? No, he had several Horcruxes made, and 7 being the magical number. I think he has made 7 of them, however I will have to see someone to confirm my theory. As it goes, the diary was destroyed by you, the one in you was killed by him. We have the locket of Slytherin, and I think it would be prudent to assume that there are 4 Horcruxes remaining, Dumbledore replied. Now Harry, we have another little request for you. Sirius needs a house elf and I suggested one for him. I was thinking if you could summon him, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling again. You mean Dobby, said Harry, grinning. Did Harry Potter call for Dobby? How Dobby be serving the great Harry Potter? Squeaked the elf, who appeared with a loud crack and hugged Harry's leg. Sirius snorted at the elf's antics and Dumbledore chuckled while Harshvardhana tried not to laugh. Dobby, I will need my leg, thank you. I wanted to ask if you would like to serve my godfather, asked Harry, gently extricating his leg from the elf. Dobby wriggled his hands and said rather hesitantly, Dobby be honored, the great Harry Potter asked to help, but Dobby is be already bonded. That's great, Dobby. Who are you bonded to? Asked Harry, interested. I be bonded to the great Harry Potter, said Dobby nervously. Dobby, why did you do that? I thought you like being free. "Not that I'm complaining," said Harry. "Wesby lose our magic if not serve a magic strengthen our bond," the elf replied. "It's all right, Dobby. I am honored by your service. Do you know of another elf who can help me?" Harry asked while shocked that unwittingly he had almost caused Dobby to die. "Winky not having a family is dying. Great Harry Potter's dogfather," Sirius snorted, "combined her to his family," the elf replied enthusiastically. "Dumbledore summoned Winky and Sirius bonded her to House of Black, then called Creature to take her to Grimmauld Place and have her help in cleaning the house." Dobby decided to stay with Harry till he left Hogwarts since he had no wand. The wand he won from Wormtail was in the custody of the DMLE, and a house elf could use magic to defend their master as Dobby had once defended him from Lucius Malfoy. The atmosphere in the lion's den was tense. The tension was so thick that you could cut it with a blunt knife. This had been a taxing year for the entire school and Gryffindor in particular. The lions were ashamed of how they had initially treated Harry. Almost all of them had scorned him except for the Quidditch team and Hermione Granger, but most of them changed their tune when they saw how flat-out dangerous the first task was and realized that Harry could have died attempting it. Then there was the dressing down that Neville Longbottom gave one student before the entire house over his attitude towards Harry. Harry was sitting in the common room in front of the fire talking with Neville, Dean and Seamus when someone interrupted them, rudely accusing Harry of giving Gryffindor a bad name. Harry did not deign to answer but left the common room for the library. Neville, who was usually passive, content to stay in the shadows, blew up at this treatment of Harry. In one motion, Neville was out of his chair and grabbed the offending person, Leonard Taylor, a Muggle-born 6th year, by his robes and growled, "How dare you accuse him, Taylor? Do you have a death wish?" Taylor, who thought of Neville as a passive, docile person, was stunned at this ferociousness. "What is it to you, Longbottom?" Potter cheated and, before he could finish, Neville slapped him hard across the face and put his wand to his throat. "Say one more word and I will show you why the Longbottoms are feared. You do not want to pick a fight with the Vikings, do you? Because I swear to the powers that be that if you even think about harming Harry Potter or say one more word against him, I will cut you down where you stand. And unlike you, I have quite a repertoire of family magic. Harry Potter is my god brother and the Potter-Longbottom alliance is as old as the time when the magical Longbottom Vikings came to Avalon. I assure you that I will make your life hell, and so will others whose families are in long-standing alliance with the House of Potter. Not to mention, Harry has the ear of Professor Dumbledore and he is the boy who lived. You think you can match him? Only say what you can back up with your power." Taylor was struck dumb. He just stood there, trembling with fear, weak in the knees and quickly getting drenched with cold sweat. While Neville was threatening him, his magic was oozing out of him, violent and powerful, surrounding him like a cloak with a fierce red aura. As the other Gryffindors silently took in the scene, paying real attention to Neville for the first time, the sheer power oozing out of him made them wonder how much power was really at his command. Most of the pure bloods and half-bloods knew about his family. The Longbottoms were magical Vikings who had come to Avalon conquering nations along the way when they were confronted by the Potters, who were mages and warriors. The Potters, with their other allies, defeated the Vikings and then persuaded them to live in England. Thus the House of Longbottom was established, which entered into an alliance with the House of Potter and their other allies. Since then they have been inseparable. It was a famous saying about them, "Wherever a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow, and a Potter will never abandon a Longbottom." There were even betrothals between the two houses a few generations ago. Supposedly Harry Potter had never known about the said alliance, seeing as how he was raised by Muggles, but Neville Longbottom was doing his duty. Finally, Neville threw Taylor to the ground so forcefully that the boy was crumpled on the floor. Raising himself, he fled as if being chased by banshees. The entire house was looking at Neville Longbottom in awe. That day, people realized one thing: you do not mess with Harry Potter unless you want Neville Longbottom as your enemy, and an angry Longbottom can make a Dark Lord look like a puny kid. Ronald Weasley, who happened to be in the room, opened his mouth to say something and perhaps put his foot in his mouth, but Neville glared at him so fiercely that he ran up to the 4th-year dormitories and did not appear till it was time for dinner. Ronald had been miffed with Harry over the alleged cheating, mostly because Harry didn't invite him in or tell him how he did it. Ron flat refused to accept that his friend was telling him the truth, that he had no idea how his name got into the Goblet of Fire. But Ron came to his senses after he saw the first task. However, all the Gryffindors could see that things would never be the same between the two again. No one told Harry Potter about how Neville had threatened Leonard Taylor and how he had displayed such extraordinary magic, or that the display of sheer power by Longbottom had forced most of them to reconsider their opinion of Harry Potter, or at least keep quiet about it, and eventually the whole house realigned themselves to Harry Potter. Since Harry had come back to the tower after the third task, the students were a little wary of him. That was fine with him because he preferred not to be disturbed or as little as possible. His friends were with him, but there was a certain distance between them. Anyone who had known the Golden Trio for the last 4 years could tell that things were not the same. Maybe Harry Potter was too traumatized and still recovering from the harrowing incident of the third task and therefore kept his distance. Hermione Granger was always nearby but at a distance, and Ronald Weasley for once was keeping his mouth shut and not acting as he had in the last 4 years. This morning Harry Potter had got up and was sitting in his usual chair near the fire when Neville Longbottom took the adjacent seat. Harry, how are you?" he began. "Neville, I have some questions for you and I would appreciate it if you would answer honestly," Harry said coldly. "Sure, Harry," he mumbled. "You are my god brother," he said, poking him in the chest, "yet you never told me. You know of my family and you knew I do not know anything about it, yet you did not tell me anything. Why? I knew you were Harry Potter from the sorting in the first year. Since then, I have tried to tell you. I approached you several times, but every time I tried, Ron stopped me and claimed that you would not want to be my friend. Whenever I tried to talk to you, he was always there stopping me. Harry mate, what are you doing talking to Neville? Let's go flying and maybe I can have a go on your firebolt," Ron said, appearing from nowhere. "I am talking to Neville, Ron, and I do not want to go flying," replied Harry sternly, and Ron flinched. Harry got up and signaled Neville to follow him out of the tower. They found an abandoned classroom on the 6th floor where Neville started from where he was interrupted. "Ron always stopped me from talking to you. He always claimed you were his best friend and that you will not have another friend and that you will have an alliance with the Weasleys and not your family's allies." "Hang on, what do you mean by family's allies and alliance with the Weasleys?" he asked, confused and angry that nobody told him anything. "Quite to the contrary, Mr. Potter, your family has an identity independent of you," said a voice from the door of the room, which was followed by Harshvardhana, who was looking at the two boys intriguingly. "Mr. Harshvardhana, we were just talking," said Harry, trying to change the subject. "Not to worry, Mr. Potter, not to worry. I had been hoping to talk to you and him both before the summer vacations began, since there are a few things I wanted you both to know. As it happens, I know a lot about your family, as I know about the Longbottoms. Your family is very old, having descended from one of the older families which produced fearsome war mages and have had the most impressive family magic, which later integrated itself into the Potter line. Your ancestor Linfred of Stinchcombe was one of the 13 wizards who helped Merlin establish Avalon and the magical Britain. When his son married the last descendant of the Peverells, Lolanthe Peverell, the granddaughter of Ignotus Peverell, and through her the two family lines were combined. Your family came here from ancient Rome, where the Potters were generals in the magical army and were very formidable. There has never been a war where there wasn't a Potter in the middle of it. Your family made its name for courage, bravery and chivalry. Your grandfather Charles was a fierce warrior who fought in the Grindelwald War and even had crossed wands with Grindelwald once and made him run after he got him with a dart cutter to the abdomen. After that, Grindelwald did not dare to cross the duo of Charles Harold Potter and Arcturus Orion Black, who fought as comrades in the war, and after the war, Arcturus proposed a marriage alliance between the House of Potter and the House of Black. The Longbottoms were magical Vikings who were going around the modern Europe conquering nations and assimilating new magics into their family magic when they reached the shores of Avalon. Your ancestor Hardwin Potter with his allies the Bones, the Greengrasses, the Macmillans and many other families raised a formidable force and clashed with the Vikings. After a long drawn-out battle, the Vikings were defeated and their leader Edmund Longbottom was taken captive by the Allies. Later Hardwin Potter released him and convinced him and his Vikings to settle here. I still remember the day when the longships had landed on the shores of Avalon and it burned for months before truce could be reached. When the Longbottoms settled in Avalon, Hardwin Potter proposed an alliance between the House of Potter and Longbottom, and since then, there has never been a Potter without a Longbottom. They famously say about you two, where a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow, and a Potter will never abandon a Longbottom. There has always been a Potter with a Longbottom. Like when Neville's father was at Hogwarts, your father James was here and now you both are here. Harry's mind was reeling. There was so much that he did not know, and who knows, because of Ron's jealousy, how many people he offended because he did not know about his family, his allies and the Great Alliance as it was known. He resolved to have words with a certain red-headed Weasley and drop-loving old man. The headmaster had his best interests at heart, but he made so many decisions for Harry which were not for him to make. He also decided to expand his circle of friends. Harshvardhana began again. My apologies, heir of Longbottom, but since Heir Potter is lacking his manners, I would introduce myself. My name is Harshvardhana and I am a trainee healer. Harry wanted to correct him but held his tongue, and I wanted to talk to you about some of the things I have heard. Neville was not sure how to answer. No one had ever talked kindly to him, in fact no one ever spoke to him unless they wanted something. Though he was not sure, but he nodded his assent to the other man. Harsh continued, I wanted to know about the condition of your parents. Do you have any idea of their prognosis? What does the healers of St. Mungo's have to say about it? I know that they were subjected to overexposure of Cruciatus curse and have never recovered. But did the healer not find out anything that would cure them? Neville was trembling because he was ashamed that he had never told anyone about his parents' condition, and Harry might think badly of him for not telling. Harry put a hand on his shoulder and said softly, It's all right, Neville. I know about them and I do not think any worse of you for this. Neville started in a whisper, the healers have tried everything in the last 15 years, but, so far, they have found nothing that has helped them. There was one healer who had looked at them once around 5 years ago and said that he vaguely recalled something about a cure for this condition. But, since he knew very little about it and he knew of no one who had the power to attempt it, what he knew offered only the thinnest hope. Perhaps, if we could find the cure, maybe someone can cure them. I wonder if I can have a look at them. Harsh mused before turning to Neville, if you can arrange a meeting with Dowager Lady Longbottom, I know of a treatment which may help them. Neville looked at the man so hopefully that Harry's heart was almost torn, and he wished that Harsh could indeed be able to cure Neville's parents. Oblivious to Harry, Harsh continued, I have heard people make fun of you, Mr. Longbottom, but the thing is that you are powerful than most of the students and some of the teachers themselves. You have so much raw power that you would easily be a sorcerer by the time you are magically matured. Conjuring a dummy, he asked Neville, will you use a blasting hex on the dummy, Mr. Longbottom? Straightening himself, Neville leveled his wand at the dummy and firmly incanted while doing the required wand motion, Confringo. A light blue spell left his wand and impacted the dummy, chipping away a little from the dummy. Again, Mr. Longbottom, and this time I want you to put more power behind this spell, said Harsh. Neville again tried, and this time, the right arm of the dummy was blasted away, leaving Neville ashen-faced from the effort. With the amount of power you put behind your spells, it should have reduced the dummy to nothing. I wonder, Harsh mused before he took his wand and handed it to Neville, try this wand, Mr. Longbottom, and do not put too much power in the spell. Just a normal blasting hex will do the trick. The wand felt comfortable in his hand, in fact, it felt more comfortable than his own wand did. Leveling it at the dummy, he incanted, and this time instead of light blue, a bright purple bolt of energy left his wand and caused the dummy to explode, leaving nothing but a bit of rubble and a cloud of settling dust. Good show, Neville, exclaimed Harry, impressed, remind me not to get on your bad side. Neville looked in astonishment at his own hand and the wand. When Harsh held out his hand, he reluctantly returned the wand, with yearning in his eyes and wanting to have a little more taste of the power he had just seen. Mr. Longbottom, did you buy your wand? As I remember, all English children buy their wand from Ollivanders in Diagon Alley when they turn 11. No, this was my father's wand. My grandmother thought I could honor him by using his wand, Neville replied hesitantly. Neville, the wand chooses the wizard, Harry recited, understanding dawning. Harshvardhana asked Neville to hand him his wand, and after inspecting it for a few seconds, he returned it to Neville saying, "This wand will never work for you, Mr. Longbottom. Its loyalty is not to you but your father, and you have not won it from him, nor did the wand choose you. There is another wand waiting for you to claim it. I think a visit to Ollivanders in summer vacations is in order, but if you do not mind, Mr. Longbottom, will you honor me by using this wand?" he said, presenting the wand he had given to Neville earlier. "But, isn't this your wand? Why are you giving it to me?" Neville asked. "Oh no, this is not my wand, Mr. Longbottom. You see, this wand had came to me through someone and I am merely keeping it. This is a family wand and it belongs to the Longbottom family. I found it in my possessions and decided to gift it to you. Now if I were you, I would be cautious about using that wand. It has different materials in the core than are normally used by wand makers, and you using it openly would tempt wand makers to borrow it to study." Neville looked at the wand, recognizing the Longbottom crest on the hilt of the wand and the Longbottom motif, the hippogriff drawn on it. But he could not recognize the wood or the core material. He looked towards Harshvardhana, who was curiously looking at him, and answered his unasked question, "This wand was a gift to your family. A repayment for a deed of valor by Lord Harfang Longbottom, who had saved a family of wand makers from a horde of dark creatures and a dark lord. The wand maker had access to woods of the mythical grove of Dodona, from where he picked up a piece of wand wood and infused it with the magical powers of the sacred grove. The core for this wand comes from Pravirakarna, a species of immortal owl found in the Himalayas, which is famous for their mythical powers such as wisdom, power and strength. They are like the phoenixes, though the phoenixes have burning day, they do not, and they are very few in numbers. They are not born but made. If you took this wand to Ollivanders, Mr. Longbottom, you will never see this wand again. If I were you, I would never tell anyone about it, but only the Dowager Lady Longbottom. If anyone asks, tell them it is your family wand." Neville was elated. He had just been given a gift like nothing he had ever known. Maybe, now, he could make his parents proud. Little did he know that destiny had forged a special path for him. Harshvardhana took his leave of them and left the younger boys in silence, pondering over the entire conversation. Harry was sitting in silence, looking at everything transpiring between the two, and his heart ached for a wand like the one Neville had been given. He was amazed that Neville had managed 4 years of school with a wand that had not chosen him. That alone said a lot about his magical capabilities. He hoped that Neville's parents would recover and that he could have some happiness. Thinking of his parents, he remembered that his parents were Neville's godparents and Alice Longbottom was his godmother. Maybe, with Alice Longbottom being cured and Sirius being free, he could have some semblance of family and happiness. He and Neville had so much more in common than other students his age. Both had grown up without parents and craved parental love. Both had their lives messed up by others. Both were subject of a wretched prophecy, and it could have been either of them. Remembering Dumbledore telling him about the prophecy, suddenly Neville's high power levels made sense. If it could have been either of them, then it was logical that either of them would possess power equal to Voldemort, if not greater. Another similarity which made him snort was that they both were tormented by Snape. He still had a message for Snape, and it was time to deliver it and set the record straight. Snape's office, the dungeons. Severus Snape was sitting in the Potion Master's office, a bottle of Ogden's best fire whiskey open before him and a half-filled glass in hand. On the table in front of him was a photo of Lily during her time in Hogwarts. This picture was clicked a month before the OWL exams, and Margaret McVey, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw in their year, had convinced them to pose for a picture together. In this picture, Lily was laughing heartily, looking at the camera, while Severus was trying to smile, which came out more as a grimace, but still watching Lily laughing was his best memory, and that was what fueled his Patronus. After her marriage, he had thought he was done with her, but then he had to hear that wretched prophecy and tell the Dark Lord about it, which led to Lily's death. He should have moved away then, but he had not, and now he was paying for it. He had to watch the brat all the time while he went off to one adventure after another, risking his life just like his father before him. When he looked at Harry Potter, he remembered James Potter and his infamous friends, who defined them by their stupid name, Marauders. This year was hardest on him since Harry Potter had come to Hogwarts, and this would get worse before getting better. Damn the old fool and his manipulative wordplay. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. He banished the bottle to the side with a flick of his wand, vanished the glass and grunted, "Enter." The door opened and Harry Potter stood on the threshold. The day just had to get worse. "Potter, I have no patience for any nonsense from you. This better be important," he sneered. "Professor, I would rather not disturb you, but I have a message for you from my mother," replied Harry soberly. "Are you trying to prank me, Potter? Just like your father and the mutt," he barked. Harry's expression turned stern. "I had this message that my mother gave to me when I was in my magical coma. I can assure you it was real, Sev." The emphasis on the word was not missed by Snape, who knew that only Lily called him by that name. Was the brat telling the truth? Did he really meet Lily? Eager for any answer, he beckoned Harry, offering him the other chair, and waited for Harry to start telling the story. "When I was in my magical coma, I went to the cottage in Godric's Hollow where I met with my parents and Potter grandparents. My mother said you were her friend and that she was disappointed that you could not rise above petty grudges and you treat me like my father, but you forget that I am not my father but my own person," Harry said. "She also said that she has forgiven you for everything that happened between you two and that she is at peace now, but the path you have trodden hurts her. She also told me to convey that if you do not mend your ways, she would have words with you when you turn up." Severus flinched at the tone of the message. Lily was indeed angry with him, and she had a right to be so. He had solemnly promised himself that he would look after Harry Potter, but he never did, but only satisfied his grudges against James Potter. He had already fallen too far to get any redemption. But maybe he could still turn things around. Yes, the boy did remind Snape of his father, James, in so many ways, but this boy also had her eyes, and if he could sum up Lily in one trait, it was that she had always been unfailingly kind. "Potter, Harry, your mother was my best friend. In fact, she was my only friend, and I knew her from her parents' place. Your grandfather Harrison was a successful businessman and lived in the wealthy part of the town, while my Muggle father lived in the poorer section. I saw Lily with Petunia doing some magic and helped her to understand everything that was happening to her. We came to Hogwarts together, and I hoped that we would be sorted in the same house, but I was sorted into Slytherin and she went into Gryffindor. We remained friends even after that, and we were friends till our owls. In 4th year, I was sought after by scions of the Dark families who wanted my talents for the Dark Lord's purposes. The Dark Lord was a force to be reckoned with, and we were enamored with him. I refused initially and kept on refusing, but they kept trying to seduce me to the dark side with gifts, promises of a better future and whatnot. They painted a rosy picture of a world where the wizarding world would be living in harmony with each other, but alas, I did not realize my folly till it was late. Your father gained some maturity in 6th year, and he finally wooed your mother after we had a falling out when I said something distasteful to her. She never forgave me for that. I am sorry that I kept taking my anger out on you when you came to Hogwarts," he said, finishing. Telling so much to Harry Potter was unbearable, but after Harry had brought him the news that he wanted to hear all his life, he could not hold a grudge against the boy anymore. In that moment, Severus resolved that he would do everything in his power to make sure that Harry Potter survived his next encounter with the Dark Lord. Harry had always wanted to know the reason for Snape's hatred towards him, and hearing it from him was a surreal experience. He did not know if he liked it or not that Snape was his mother's friend. This explained why he hated Harry with every fiber of his being. He was James Potter's son, and James Potter had married the girl he fancied. Did that mean his mind could not even think that Snape may have been in love with his mother? Maybe that was why he hated Neville with a passion as he hated Harry. Maybe he hated that Neville was not the boy who lived. Deciding to leave before he overstayed his welcome, he said to Snape, "Professor, my father told me that he was sorry for all the stupid pranks on you and that you are a better person than he ever will be. He also told me to convey that you should try to be the man that you can be. Good night, Professor." "Good night, Harry," Snape could barely say. Harry Potter had turned his world upside down today. The messages from two people who impacted his life the most made him rethink his actions. He had done nothing to merit praise from anyone but only garnered hate and prejudice. Students hated him and called him greasy slimy dungeon bat. Yes, he knew that. He had worn black robes all his life to mourn for Lily, but his life had become equally dark, where he took sadistic pleasure in ill-treating students and harassing them so much that they hated his name even. He had become his father. He treated Longbottom so bad that the boy's boggart was him. He was disgusted of himself and decided to change things as soon as he could. Lion's Den. Harry Potter was sitting in his usual place in the common room reading through a book of defensive magic which was gifted to him the previous year when he heard tapping and saw Hedwig on one of the windows. He opened the window, letting her in, and took the letter from her claws. It was addressed to him and there was the seal of Gringotts present on the envelope. Wondering what the goblins wanted with him, he opened the letter. Dear Mr. Potter, we have tried to contact you in the past but all our efforts failed till now. We have been sending you letters since you returned to the magical world and your quarterly statements, and requested a meeting a couple of times to discuss your finances with you and the state of your vaults, but you never responded and thus lost very lucrative opportunities to invest in some good businesses. Since there has been a major change in your account status, we decided to send this letter through your familiar, since she can get through any wards you are behind if she carries your ordinary conversation. We request a meeting at the earliest opportunity at your convenience. We are sending you your heir ring and we wish for you to wear it when you enter the bank, and on showing it to the teller, you will be given admittance into my office post haste. May your gold ever flow. Regards, Ragnarok, Lord of Goblin Nation. Harry was flummoxed. What did Ragnarok mean by accounts? He did have his trust vault, and that was all, with a bit of gold in it which he was using frugally to fund his education. Was it possible that he had more than that? He decided to ask Sirius when he met him at the platform in London. Harry mate. Ron's voice interrupted his musings. Can I talk to you? Despite not feeling like talking to Ron, Harry nodded and Ron sat opposite him. Looking at the letter, he asked, Who wrote you? The goblins wanted to fix a meeting to discuss my vaults, but I am sure I have just my trust vault, he replied. Mate, your family is an old family, even older than most. All the old families own more than one vault. One would be the main family vault, one would be the Dowager vault, one would be the heirloom vault, one would be full of library books, and one may be all filled up with furniture, portraits and stuff. Ron said, proud of having been able to answer a question. How do you know so much about it? Asked Hermione, who had come to sit beside them while Ron was having his say. Ron's ears turned Weasley red and Harry stifled a snort. I am a pureblood, Hermione. Just because I choose not to prance around like Malfoy, lording it over everybody, doesn't mean that I don't know anything, he said. Harry's family is old and one of the most influential families. The House of Weasley was also an ancient and noble house once, but due to some mistake made by one of my ancestors, the other ancient and most noble houses took our status away. Did the House of Malfoy lead the other families to do so? Asked Harry. Ron snorted. Malfoy may act like he owns the place, but his family is hardly an ancient family. His ancestors came here from France around 200 years ago. The House of Malfoy isn't even worthy of sitting upon the Wizengamot. Wizenwhat? Asked Harry, confused. Honestly, Harry, don't you read? The Wizengamot is like the Muggle Parliament, and the houses sit on it and act like the government. The minister is the head of the ministry, but the real power lies with the houses who use it to have their way, Hermione ranted in her usual know-it-all manner. Harry chose not to reply to her. Suddenly there was a pop and Winky appeared beside him and curtsied with a bow and said, Master be sending letter for Harry Potter. Thank you, Winky, said Harry, taking the letter from Winky, who disappeared with a pop while Hermione was glaring daggers at him. Harry, isn't she Barty Crouch's elf? Who is she bonded with? Why would anyone willingly unbeep anyone? This is inhumane and barbaric. What about their rights? She shot off a volley of questions. Hermione, did you do all the research on house elves? Like why they bond with wizards or witches? He calmly asked her. It is obvious, Harry, that they are brainwashed into serving the wizards who chose to unbeep them, thinking they are. She was starting to go on ranting. Harry shook her. Hermione, before you go on and offend every pureblood here and some of the half-bloods too, answer my question. Have you done the research into the wizard-elf bond? No, she said, embarrassed. I would appreciate it if you would go and do your research, or go down to the kitchens and ask the elves about it. I know the answer to this question, but I would rather that you find this answer by yourself, he replied calmly. Lately, he had been noticing changes in his behavior. No longer was he the rash, abrasive boy who would rush headlong into a situation, but now he would look into the situation, figure out a plan and then execute it. He also had started reading anything that he could get his hands on. In the last few days since he was released from the infirmary, he was either in the library or his dorm, reading his books. It was like someone had started a fire under him and he now had to sat it any way he could. Hermione only huffed in annoyance, muttering under her breath that she would find the answers and show Harry she was right. This was the moment when Ron decided to put his foot in his mouth. What do the goblins want, mate? They want a meeting as soon as possible. I suppose I can go meet them when the holidays start, he replied offhandedly. But you will be coming to the burrow, right? Ron asked him anxiously. I will try. I have a few things to do before though. This reminds me, Ron, I wanted to ask you some questions, he said sternly. Yeah. Ron gulped, probably knowing what was coming. You can start by telling me why you did not tell me about my family. I mean, you know I was Muggle raised and you did not tell me anything except for general knowledge. Why is that? You see, mate, I was afraid that after you learned about your family and your wealth, you would leave me and not be my friend anymore, Ron said, haltingly. Harry knew of Ron's jealousy. The redhead could be jealous of anything and everything since he longed to have his own fame and attention. What he failed to see, however, was the price Harry had paid, the pain he had suffered, or that Harry didn't want any of it. Ron, you prat, you are my first friend and your family is my favorite family. I love how you all live with each other and I have often thought what it would be like to grow up in a family as big as yours. Why would I leave you? He chided. Hermione was watching this with bated breath. She had known that things would never be the same between the three of them and knew this was long coming, however it was little anticlimactic. She had expected Harry to explode in anger, threatening to hex Ron while demanding answers, but it was like something had fundamentally changed in Harry Potter. She still did not know what happened in the graveyard and wished Harry would tell her, but knew her nagging would do no good. Ron, you know that my family has an alliance with the old families, and being the last Potter, it falls upon me to honor those commitments. Since we came to Hogwarts, kids from those families have been trying to befriend me and help me learn of my station, but you pushed them away. I may have offended so many of them. Why did you do that? You were my best mate and that would not have changed, but you had no right to interfere in my family business. Why did you chase them all away from me? He asked Ron sternly. Ron, seeing that Harry needed answers, could only say what he knew. He tried, Mate, Harry, I am sorry. My dad just dressed me down for the very same thing. I have already apologized to Susan Bones. I know it seems lame now, but I really was just trying to keep the groupies and gawkers away from you, you know, so they wouldn't bother you too much. And yes, I have to admit that I was jealous. All these kids from wealthy families, trying to be your friend, and everything I own is secondhand rubbish. But that's still no excuse. I should have just let you make up your own mind about who your friends are. I mean, after all, you showed remarkably good judgment when it came to Malfoy. Harry said sadly, I thought that after all we have been through together, that you would know me better. But when it came right down to it, you didn't believe me and joined in with all the rest, believing that I put my name in the Goblet of Fire. When Hermione was there for me, she believed me, but where were you? I'll tell you where you were, feeling sorry for yourself, shutting out your best mate. As we later found out, it was a stinking Death Eater that put my name in the cup with some wonky plan to sacrifice me to Voldemort, and I had to compete anyway. I nearly died again. So far, you have yet to earn my trust back. Maybe, someday, we might be best mates again, but not today. Train ride back to London. The last 2 days were uneventful and Harry was content with nothing happening. He had met the real Moody in Dumbledore's office, where the Auror had impressed him with his fortitude and resilience. Dumbledore had told him of his plans for Harry before he would go with the Mystics. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix was keeping a watch over him from the train station to his home. Harry wanted to protest that he would not go to the Dursleys, but Dumbledore assured him that it would not be for long. Susan Bones had met him a couple of times during lunch or in the library, and they were spending time together. While he didn't really fancy her, she was pleasant company. She listened to everything he said and offered her opinions only when asked. She also told him that she would be taking oral training over the summer. Harry was tempted to ask if her auntie would arrange something for him too, but decided that the training the mystics would give him would keep him occupied for most of the summer. Therefore, he did not need any more, at least for this year. When Hermione learned the true nature of the house elf bond, she accepted that her approach to seeking justice for them would have to change. For the house elves, it wasn't Beeprey, it was their source of life. Harry was right. On the last day of term, a teary-eyed Cho cornered him in a deserted corridor on the 4th floor and asked the same thing as Mr. Diggory had. He recounted the minimum details that he could without going into depth about everything that had happened. At the start of the year, he had a crush on her, but after the graveyard he felt nothing towards her but sympathy for what she had lost. On the train ride, he had taken the last compartment and was joined by Neville, Hermione, Susan, Ronald, Hannah Abbott, who was Susan's best friend, and the Weasley twins. They were all engaged in small talk, and at some time during the ride, Hermione Granger told them about Rita Skeeter and her illegal animagus form. She handed Rita, whom Hermione had captured and kept in her beetle animagus form, held prisoner in a jar with an unbreakable charm on it, to Susan. Susan gleefully took the jar and stored it in her handbag, ready to be delivered to her auntie. Rita Skeeter had printed a lot of lies about everyone and slandered almost everyone in the magical world. She was sure that her auntie would love a chance for some payback for some of Rita's embellishments. Midway during the train ride, Draco Malfoy came for his customary visit, but seeing the people in the compartment, he scarpered before he got into trouble with the niece of the head of the DMLE. As the train was nearing London and students were getting ready to disembark, Harry took the Weasley twins aside and gave them the 1,000 G he had won as prize money. When they tried to refuse, he told them that he wanted to be a silent partner in their joke shop and that he would provide more cash if they needed it. When they asked why he was doing this, he replied that it was simply good business and that people would need to laugh more in the immediate future, and no one could do it better than Fred and George. On the platform, he was engulfed in the trademark Weasley hug, and then Remus embraced him, but he did not see Sirius or Padfoot on the platform. As Remus escorted him past the barrier, he was surprised to see the headmaster, wearing a muggle suit along with the mystic who was looking like an ordinary muggle in his jeans and t-shirt. Together the three men took him to number 4 Privet Drive. Privet Drive. As Harry rang the doorbell, the mystic pulled out his wand and was casting different spells. As the door opened, Vernon barked at him, "Don't just stand there, boy. Get your worthless backside inside before the neighbors see you." Harry glanced over his shoulder and saw that he was all alone. Perhaps Dumbledore had played him. He dragged his trunk inside the house and was surprised to see his uncle hanging upside down by one ankle near the ceiling, while a menacing-looking Remus was pointing his wand at him, the aspect of the wolf plain in his eyes and growling throatily. It was clear that Remus would like nothing better than to rip Vernon limb from limb. Petunia was slack-jawed, her eyes wide in horror, while Dudley was slumped on the floor looking fearful with his hands on his backside. "Take a seat, Harry. We won't be here for long," said a disembodied voice, and Harry was surprised to see Dumbledore appear out of thin air. Seeing his mouth hanging open, he chuckled and said, "Disillusionment charm, Harry. Quite a useful trick, since none of us has an invisibility cloak as brilliant as yours." "Indeed," said the voice of Harsh Vardana as he appeared beside Dumbledore. "Now on to business." Dumbledore adopted a professional demeanor. "Petunia, we have come here today to take young Harry away with us. The wizard who killed your sister has returned from the dead and will come after your family. Harry will be going with us forever, and you will be free of him. As soon as Harry sets foot out of this door, the wards protecting you will fall and you will be in peril. We could have simply taken him away, but after the tender care you gave Harry all these years," Harry snorted, "we felt that we should at least give you a warning so that you can run." "He's back. But he's dead, isn't he?" squeaked Petunia while Vernon was still hanging from the ceiling, his face turning purple from all the blood rushing to his head. Dudley was nowhere to be seen. "I am afraid not. He is back and he will come after you just because you are related to Harry," Dumbledore said gravely, If I were you I would leave this place as soon as I could. Now that we have got the pleasantries out of the way, let's get down to serious, no pun, business, said Harshvardhana turning to Petunia. In the wizarding world, children are considered very sacred and are loved and protected because of our low population. Your nephew is a celebrity for the magical people and anyone would have gladly taken him in and raised him, but we gave him to you believing that you would take care of him and love him like family. If I let it slip how Harry Potter has been treated by you all these years, even the dark wizards will line up to avenge for all the harm you caused him. I know for a fact that if something had happened to you, Lily Potter would have taken your son in, raising him like her own. Yet you did not do her memory justice. We took him in, gave him a roof and food and clothes to wear, said Petunia defiantly, apparently angry at being called out like that, but inwardly she was quaking with fear that their reckoning had come due. Lily had often told her of tales about how wizarding families settled their grudges. She hoped they would not face something like that. Lupin, who had been spinning Vernon all this while, growled throatily, "The way you have treated my cub, my inner wolf is asking me to tear you all to shreds and shed every drop of blood in your body for every harm you inflicted upon him, but, I know if I did that then my brother James and Lily will never forgive me. Be thankful that your sister had such a big heart." Petunia balked at this. She knew that they could do what they said but chose not to reply as to avoid offending them despite inwardly fuming at the treatment they were being given. Harry was sitting quietly with some amusement, watching everything. Even if he did not wish such things upon Dursleys, someone doing this for him meant a great deal to him. "You know, we can curse you with so foul diseases that your healers will not be able to cure you and you will die eventually of such curses in much agony and pain, but we will not do that. We are not such bad people. However, Petunia Dursley, your reckoning has come due and it is time to pay the bill," Harsh said with a malicious smirk on his face. "I have an idea," said Remus with a feral glint in his eye which Harry knew too well. Remus was up to no good, but Dumbledore decided to humor him. "Of course, Remus, my boy. What do you have in mind?" "We don't injure them but do some creative hexing. Then, we will let Amelia know about all the kind and loving treatment Harry has received here and I am sure that she will see to it that they are richly rewarded, to the full extent of the law," Remus concluded grinning. "I know the perfect hexes for them," said Harshvardhana. "We hex Vernon Dursley so that he is smelling pungently all the time and no one would approach him and he would lose everything he has worked for. We will hex Petunia in such way that it will cause her personality to turn 180 degrees and for the fun of it, we add another hex that will make her speak gibberish or badmouth anyone who wanted to talk to her. As for the son, he already is on path of destruction. We simply hex him to leave every bad habit he has and so he would lose interest in habits that are not good for him, thus losing his elephantine girth a little. As I told her, we do not punish children or cause them deliberate harm." Harry had feared that they would torture the Dursleys, but this was much better. They would learn their lessons and maybe Dudley could be saved. True that his cousin had never been good towards him, but he was raised that way by his parents and it was not Dudley's fault. Maybe there was hope for him yet. Dumbledore whipped his wand out and started casting a myriad of hexes at Dudley, who had hobbled back into the room sometime during the conversation and did not understand a word of what was being said. Watching his eyes closely, Harry suspected one of the three men had confounded him. Harshvardhana was hexing Vernon and when he was done, Vernon smelled like rotting meat and his hair was coming out in clumps and his mustache was gone, leaving behind only wisps of hairs. Remus hexed Petunia and when she opened her mouth to speak, all she could speak was gibberish and hearing her voice, she clamped her mouth firmly shut. Finally they went out of the house, leaving Vernon still hanging. Remus said that he would come down eventually, in a few hours. Outside the door, they steered Harry through the alleyway to the next street. It didn't take Harry long to realize that they were heading towards Mrs. Fig's house. Mrs. Fig opened the door a crack and seeing the three men, she yelped and jumped aside, pulling the door open. As soon as they were in, Dumbledore whipped out his wand and locked the door while Remus raised a silencing ward around the room. "Harry, I am sorry that I could not tell you sooner, but I was kept here to keep a watch on you," she said nervously. "Hang on, you are saying you are a witch and you never told me," Harry said in indignation. "All the times I came here, you could have told me my story. You could have told me about the magical world and everything, but you never did. Not quite, Harry. I am a squib. I am sorry, but I could not blow my cover. I was to keep an eye on your house and to immediately report if I saw anything suspicious. I moved in here in November 1981, a week after you know who was defeated. In the 10 years before you went to Hogwarts, I reported at least 7 Death Eaters who were trying to enter your house. If I had blown my cover and was forced to move, you could have been in danger. Will you forgive me? She asked hopefully. Harry knew what she said made sense and he kind of liked her. She always treated him fairly and gave him a lot to eat. She was a good lady and he could do nothing but forgive her. What do we do now, Albus? She asked Dumbledore. Your work here is done, Arabella. We have had young Harry's reckoning from the Dursleys and we hexed them in creative ways which you will know soon. You can decide to remain here or move. Amelia Bones will soon start an investigation into Harry's living conditions and she will be looking for witnesses. If you wish, you can have a little reckoning of your own from them, he said, his eyes twinkling. That I will, Albus. Oh, the stories I can tell them, she replied, a maniacal grin on her face which was mirrored by Remus. Harry snorted. He never could have believed that the headmaster would do something like this, but it felt real good. Now Harry, let us be off. We have to go to the headquarters of the Order and we are already running late. We can't risk the Black Marauder coming after us for unspeakable things we did to his godson, said Dumbledore amused. Harry grinned at the headmaster while Remus merely smirked. Harry imagined Sirius Black blundering through Privet Drive, breaking down the door of number 4 demanding to know about him, and laughed at the mental image, and Remus soon joined in. But Professor, if the Dursleys decide to move, wouldn't it be hard for the Auror department to track them? Harry asked, confused. Don't worry about it, Harry. We have added a tracking charm to the hexes so they can run but they can't hide, explained Remus. Dumbledore hustled them to the Flow network and gave Harry the address, number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry Potter arrived in a well-lit hall where he fell out of the flow and landed face first, and someone barked a laugh. Embarrassed, Harry raised himself and saw Sirius standing near him, laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes. Just like James, godson. He too used to make such dramatic entrances from the flow, he said while trying to control his laughter. Seeing Sirius, he leapt and threw himself into the older man's arms, who embraced him tightly and led him to a room, where there was a large table made of pristine black marble that could easily seat 20. There was a chandelier hung from the ceiling with candles burning in the sconces illuminating the room. The room was a dining room where the walls were of lighter color and the lights from the chandelier were dancing on the walls, forming patterns of animals like a snake, a hippogriff, a basilisk. Harry shuddered remembering the one he had slain, a unicorn, a dragon and even a mermaid. Turning to Remus, Sirius said, "How were the Muggles? Did they cause any troubles? I hope you had some fun with them." Remus smirked. "Oh, I had some fun, Padfoot. Mr. Harshvardhana was most helpful in suggesting curses to hex them. If we did not know otherwise, I would have said that he was a marauder." Then he proceeded in detail to tell all that had happened at the Dursleys. By the time he was finished, Sirius was banging the table with his fist, laughing, and Dumbledore was trying to look stoic, but he was losing his facade, and when Sirius turned towards him, he lost his calm and started laughing too. Finally, after some time when they were all calmed down, Harry turned to Sirius. "What is this place, Sirius?" "This, Harry, is the townhouse of the most ancient and noble house of Black, and it is your house now." "My house? But I am a Potter and not a Black," Harry replied, confused. "You are as much a Potter as you are a Black, Harry. Your grandmother was my great-aunt. Also, you are my heir, being my godson," he replied. But you can marry and have a son. Why do I need to be your heir?" he asked. Sirius started saying, his voice full of pain, "Being the guest of the Dementors for 12 years does that to a person, Harry. They have deprived me of the ability to have an heir. But that point is moot. I had decided on you being my heir when Marlene was killed. She was the only one that I ever thought to marry, and I definitely had no plans to have a bastard child." Harry realized that Sirius had lost much more than his friends in the last war. Sirius had lost a part of himself and his love. He could not imagine a situation in which he met someone who loved him that much and then having to live the rest of his life without her. At least, fate had spared him that pain. He realized in that moment that the wounds of the last war were still raw for most people and perhaps they will never be healed. With time, however, maybe, people can move on with their lives. Sirius was still looking morose while Remus was patting his arm and looking grim. He was another broken soul that Harry had never cared about. True, the Marauder had never tried to find Harry and had kept his distance for a year when he was teaching at Hogwarts, but seeing his actions on his behalf at the Dursleys had convinced him that the Marauder truly cared for him. He had read in a book recently how the werewolves could not reproduce amongst themselves and thus were fiercely protective of children they come to see as their own. Remus considered him his family since he was born, and as Dumbledore had told him last year, after that Halloween in 1981, Remus had gone off the deep end. He had some money left to him from Charles, who considered the boy as one of his own, and Remus was drunk for the most part for 3 years. Then suddenly one day, he raised himself from his stupor and appeared at the gates of Hogwarts, where everyone failed to recognize him until he reached Minerva McGonagall. He had thought that perhaps she had taken little Harry in and was raising him. She did not tell him anything but sent him to the headmaster, and Remus had almost lost control over the wolf when he was told that Harry was at the Dursleys. He demanded that Dumbledore let him see Harry, but he refused, citing Harry's protection. For 3 years, Remus kept coming 3 days a week to Hogwarts and asked Dumbledore to allow him to see Harry. Once he tracked Harry to Privet Drive but could not enter due to the wards around the house and waited for Harry to come. But when he saw Harry finally, his Gryffindor courage failed him. Harry was looking so malnourished, beaten and worn out that he could not go to him due to his shame. He could not face the boy giving him hope of a life away from the Dursleys without any means to do so. That night, he left magical Britain and went to Germany, where he did a myriad of jobs to raise money but could not keep a steady job for the fear of his secret being discovered. Germany was more sympathetic to werewolves, but they still registered, tracked and kept records on werewolves. Remus did not want to give up his freedom in any way, so he went from job to job and time flew by. He was in France when he heard of Sirius's breakout from Azkaban, and it was there that Dumbledore found him. During the last year, he had been following Peter's tracks when he heard of the fiasco and rushed to his cub. Harry could not fault the man for his innate goodness of heart, nor did he have the heart to chastise him for something that he could not control. Besides, his father had called Remus his friend, and he was not about to scorn one of his only links to his parents. So, the next point of order is, Dumbledore's voice broke him out of his musings, what we are to do before Harry leaves for Bharat Magical India. I would like to meet my friends, said Harry eagerly, knowing this might be the last time he would see them before the holidays ended. It is easily done, my boy, replied Dumbledore cheerfully. Who all would you like to meet? I would like to meet Neville, Susan and Hermione, he said eagerly. I am afraid you cannot meet Miss Granger quite yet, Harry, said Dumbledore, who noticed Ron's omission from the list of friends but chose not to comment. As I was told, the Grangers have left today to go to Italy on vacation, and they are not due to return for 2 weeks. Harry was a little disappointed, but he did not show it. You can meet Miss Bones tomorrow at the ancient manor of the House of Bones, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. In fact, I have an invitation to that effect for you, and it is quite insistent, I suppose laced with compulsion charms done by Miss Bones pestering me to tell you and not to fall to my old wayward ways. Harry's face went red while others around him chuckled at the statement of the headmaster. Mr. Potter, said Harshvardhana, we have 3 days before we will go. You can tend to all the business that you need to, but I must insist that we have to make haste after 3 days from now. Tomorrow, we have a little business in St. Mungo's, where Mr. Longbottom and Dowager Longbottom has kindly acquiesced to allow me to see Frank and Alice Longbottom. Harry was happy to hear that he would have a chance to meet Neville tomorrow and maybe his godmother, no matter that she cannot recognize him. I must take your leave, gentlemen, said Harshvardhana, who simply disappeared from the room, surprising everyone, causing their jaws to drop, except for Harry, who did not know why this was such a surprise. Remus looked at Sirius with his eyes wide. Padfoot, did you by any means forget to raise the anti-apparition ward? No, Moony. They were the first that I raised right before the war wards. He should not have been able to apparate in here. Now that I think about it, he did not come in through the flow either. What do you say, Albus? Sirius asked Dumbledore, who was sitting there looking amused, his twinkling eyes working overtime. I believe, we have just seen a power of the mystics. They are very secretive and have forgotten more secrets than we have ever known. If one of them was ever to work in the Department of Mysteries, they would never let him leave, Dumbledore replied. It was then Harry understood that, like Hogwarts, you cannot directly apparate into this house, and the fact that the mystic was able to do so deeply impressed him. Suddenly the wards chimed, signaling the arrival of someone. Sirius stood, rubbing his hands and looking eager. I believe the members of the Order of the Phoenix have just arrived. As if on cue, the door opened and many people entered one after another into the dining room. There were Molly and Arthur, followed by Bill, Fred and George. A young woman with a heart-shaped face and purple hair who tripped over something unseen. A big black man who was a hulking mass of muscles and a ring in his left ear, a witch with regal looks about her, another stern witch, Daedalus Diggle. He remembered the man he had met when he returned to the wizarding world in the Leaky Cauldron, an old and wheezy-looking man, a square-jawed wizard who had serious looks about him, Professors McGonagall and Snape, Alistair Moody looking gruff as usual, a little sneaky-looking man who was going bald, and to his immense surprise, Amelia Bones. The stern witch was casually looking around the table, her monocle in place. There were several others that he did not know. Now that we are here, this is the first meeting of the reconvened Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore started in a professional manner. Firstly, introductions are in order. Harry, this is Nymphadora Tonks, he said, indicating the young woman who was scowling at Dumbledore. Headmaster, my name is Tonks. Watch her, cousin, she said, after a moment when she turned to Harry and was grinning at him. Harry was confused but did not say anything. Dumbledore continued, this is Kingsley Shacklebolt, the big black man. He and Tonks are Aurors. This is Emmeline Vance, a hid witch. This is Hestia Jones, another Auror. Sitting next to her is Elphias Doge, then Daedalus Diggle, whom I believe you are acquainted with. The one next to him is Sturgis Podmore, the square-jawed wizard, and the man next to Professor Snape is Mundungus Fletcher. I believe you are already acquainted with Madame Bones. Harry exchanged polite nods with everyone while Daedalus Diggle enthusiastically greeted him. Continuing on to business, Madame Bones has assured us of her and DMLE's support in all activities which are related to stopping Voldemort. Everyone flinched except Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus and Harry. However, if any one of you is working for his own gain, going against the rules of Magical Britain and the Wizengamot, she will not be lenient. He said sternly, looking on to Mundungus in particular. Next we are here to induct new members into the Order. I propose to induct William Weasley, and Misters Fred and George Weasley. I had initially decided to induct Harry Potter as a junior member, but seeing as how this will lead others to protest, I am not letting him join, but we shall keep him updated on everything that the Order does or knows. No, they are still school children. You can't be serious. Sirius wanted to intervene that he was serious. I will not allow this, Molly said, crossing her arms across her chest. Harry wanted to protest that he wanted to join the Order, but seeing Sirius's subtle shake of head, he kept his silence. Inside he was fuming. The adults around him were again starting to act like always. They were again treating him like a child, trying to protect him and keeping information away from him. Perhaps, today will be recorded as a miracle day when the adults did something for him without his asking. Arthur, looking haggard and careworn, turned towards her. Molly, you know very well that you can't stop them from letting Harry know everything, and if he chooses to fight this war, people responsible for him have decided that he is eligible. No, Harry is just a child. He needs to play Quidditch, go to school, chase after girls and not worry about the war, she ranted. Molly, Sirius started sadly, in a perfect world, I would have agreed with you. But this is not a perfect world. Voldemort, she gasped, is out there and has already proven that he can get to Harry no matter what we do. Harry has already faced and defeated him 4 times, and that is more than anyone can say. By keeping him away from war and training, we will only do a disservice to him. Being his godfather and responsible for him, I have agreed to this already. But you have never been there to care for him, were you serious? She said nastily. I was there for him when he came to my home looking underfed and malnourished, not having known love. Enough. snapped Harry. "Mrs. Weasley, I appreciate everything that you and your family did for me, but Sirius is my godfather and he has the right to decide. Listen here, young man, I did not raise you this way. You will not talk to me like this," she said sternly. Harry wanted to shout at her, but was barely keeping control. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Severus Snape of all people. "Molly, Potter is the only one who can defeat the Dark Lord. Why can't you understand that? I am not in favor of letting children fight wars, but look around you, this is the only real resistance that we are able to offer at the moment. We need a leader and Dumbledore cannot lead us anymore. He is not the same as he used to be and no one here is as powerful as Potter who can stand up to the Dark Lord." Harry was surprised at Snape's defense of him but did not press the point. He looked at the man who seemed to be gloomier than usual. He had dark spots around his eyes and his tone was sad, but there was no vitriol in it. By the looks of it, Sirius and Remus also were surprised by the turn of events. Before they could voice their opinions, they were interrupted by Amelia Bones. "I think it is time that I bring my news before you all now. Earlier today, I was able to secure guardianship of Mr. Potter since I knew that you would be leaving the Muggle house forever." Harry did not know what to say. He had never been that close to Madame Bones or Susan, but she had gone ahead and secured his freedom from the Dursleys. He was so overwhelmed that he could not speak for some time, but then he regained his voice. "But how? I mean, I am glad that you have done so much for me, but do they not require something to grant custody?" Amelia smiled at the confused teen. "Yes, they require authentication, and my brother Edgar Bones and his wife and their legal successors were named as prospective parties to take you in case of your parents' death in James and Lily's will. I believe the order of preference was Alice Longbottom followed by Sirius Black, then Edgar and Ellie Bones and their successors, and lastly there was mention of Minerva McGonagall. Not that her being on that list surprises me considering she was James's godmother." Minerva, who was present in the meeting, sniffed loudly and Harry saw the usually stern-mannered stoic professor wiping her eyes furiously with her tartan handkerchief. Harry was surprised to see the usually stern professor crying, but his mind was occupied with another thought. "Will, my parents had a will." His anger flared. "I didn't know that they had a will. Why wasn't I told about it?" "Harry, no one knew that they had a will. They had made the will and a copy of it was kept in the office of their solicitors, Tonks and Vaughan, which burned to the ground a week before your parents died, and their copies were in your family vault. In fact, if I could have found the will, I would have taken you to the Longbottoms or the Boneses instead of taking you to your Muggle relatives." Dumbledore replied, somberly. "However, recently Madame Bones and your godfather were able to persuade the goblins to bring the wills from your family vault and it was read and executed. It will be given to you when you go to Gringotts tomorrow." Harry was angry, but he could not take his anger out on anyone present. These people were not out to harm him, but they were protecting him. Things were starting to turn around now and maybe soon he could have some semblance of happiness. Madame Bones continued, "So, as I said, I am the guardian of Harry Potter now. And in the capacity of his guardian, I allow him to be acquainted with all the intelligence the Order has and I consent to him being trained for war. So I said, so mote it be." Upon saying those words, golden light surrounded her and then vanished in her body. Molly sighed in defeat. She had loved Harry Potter like her son and wanted to save him like her children, but no one backed her up. Sometimes, she had even dreamt of him marrying her daughter and becoming a part of the family, seeing how smitten Ginny was with him. But that hope had been dashed with Ginny's disenchantment with the boy who lived she had known in her childhood books. Still, Molly felt protective of him and wanted to save him. She had lost her brothers in the First War and did not want to lose anyone else, but they were in the middle of another war and could not escape it anyway. Dumbledore started. "Now, if the new inductees would repeat after me, I state your name, hereby agree to join the Order of the Phoenix and to keep the secrets told onto me from anyone and everyone. I shall be loyal to the Order and serve it with all my power. So I say, so mote it be." After the inductions were done, they discussed everything that was happening outside and then the meeting was dismissed except for a few members and Amelia Bones, who had not taken up membership. "The next thing on the agenda is the Department of Mysteries. We will have to keep a guard posted at the entrance of the department at all times. We will make a roster and keep a rotation so that every night someone different will have the duty to guard it, said Dumbledore, and we have to keep watch so that nobody who should not be there sneaks in. What is the thing in the Department of Mysteries? Asked Harry, interested. If we are able to determine that you mind as your own, I would tell you what is in the Department of Mysteries, or maybe we would sit on this secret for a little longer, said Dumbledore cryptically, and others smirked, seeing Harry getting frustrated. It was not that they were getting any overt pleasure in this, but they knew that Harry was growing up too fast, and there were only moments that they could relish seeing him act his own age. After that, everyone took their leave while Sirius took Harry upstairs to Regulus's old bedroom, which had been transformed by the elves working day and night. The room was decorated in cream-colored walls with Gryffindor crimson and red thrown in. At some place, the badger yellow also could be seen. On the wall behind the bed, there was a crest. It was 2 griffins in flight with wands crossed on a red background. There was another crest which was a simple triangle with a circle within and a drawn between the triangle, dividing it and the circle into 2 halves. Sirius kept talking to him until late in the night, with Remus chipping in every now and then, and they told Harry of many pranks that they had played in Hogwarts and how often the target of the pranks were those who turned out to be Death Eaters later. What astonished Harry was that not all of them were from Slytherin, but the House of Snakes had some decent beings among them. Listening to his father's attempts to keep asking Lily out and her rejecting his advances, dubbing him arrogant little toe rag, made him smile, but he did wonder how did his mother fall for his father. While talking, Harry drifted into sleep and Sirius tucked him into bed before retiring to his own room. Street, Mungo's Hospital. Next day, Sirius woke Harry early in the morning and hauled him to the bathroom. While Harry was an early riser, the excitement the previous day had left him fatigued, and since he had holidays, he had decided to sleep. But that was not to be, because Padfoot bounded into the room and started licking him furiously, trying to wake him up. Grumbling, Harry got up and retired to the bathroom. When he emerged, Dobby had laid down clothes for him, but these were not the hand-me-downs from the Dursleys. He knew that the elf did everything to the best of his ability to keep his master happy, but he was astonished by the clothes. These were brand new clothes which he had never seen before. There were black trousers, a shirt and a robe, all made of the finest silk. There was also a gleaming new pair of dragon hide boots. "Dobby," he called, and the excitable elf popped in with a crack. "Master calls for Dobby." "What Dobby can do's for master?" "Dobby, whose clothes are these and who bought them?" he asked. "Master's dogfather be giving Dobby money and telling to buy's clothes for master," said the elf, excited. "Dogfather said master cannot visit his missy wearing rags." "My missy? What are you talking about?" he asked the elf, who did not answer but popped away. When he finally reached downstairs, Sirius was sitting at the dining table with Remus, who was looking equally sleepy-eyed as Harry, Dumbledore, who looked fresh, and Harshvardana, who was impassive as usual. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Are you ready to tempt fates, start knocking down doors, and in general cause mayhem?" asked Harshvardana, while Dumbledore sat smiling and Sirius snorted and Remus had a smirk. Said Harry. "Very eloquent, Harry. Just like James." Sirius chortled. He was like you when faced with something he could not understand, but he always had a comeback ready. "I am waiting to hear yours, godson." Harry stood there dumbly thinking of an equally witty response when finally Remus had mercy upon him and steered him to a chair and served him some proper breakfast. Harry was happy sitting at that table sharing a meal with the men present. Outside of Hogwarts, he never had opportunity to share a meal with anyone except the Weasleys, but this was better. He was with his godfather and uncle, who loved him more than anything. "Professor, where are we going?" he asked Dumbledore. "You, not we, Harry, are going to St. Mungo's to meet your godmother and your godbrother Mr. Longbottom, and Mr. Harshvardana will accompany you there." "How are we going? I mean by flow or portkey or what?" he asked. "We are going to fly, Mr. Potter," Harshvardana said, smiling. "You mean brooms. But that would violate the statute of secrecy, if we are seen," he said. "No, Mr. Potter, I can literally fly like a bird, but today, we are going to ride the bike Sirius gave to Hagrid when he took you away from the cottage at Godric's Hollow," Harshvardana replied. Harry was excited to know about the bike, knowing from Sirius that the bike was once owned by him and James Potter, but what really fascinated him was that Harsh Vardana could fly. Maybe they will teach him to fly. After breakfast, Sirius took all of them to the garden where there was a shed in which the bike was parked. In another shed, the hippogriff Buckbeak was tethered and eating dead ferrets. Harsh Vardana brought the bike out and started it. It gave such a loud roar that it reminded Harry of the horntail he had faced last year. Semantics, Mr. Black. Harsh Vardana chuckled, making the bike sound like dragon roar. I wonder if dragon fire erupts from the exhaust. Sirius grinned impishly. I was adding modifications to it 13 years ago. Dragon fire was next up, but I never quite got that far. Maybe I can get back to that now. Soon, Harry and Harsh Vardana were cruising the streets, feeling the exhilaration as the wind whipped through their hair. Then, with a jolt of speed, the bike lifted into the air. Suddenly, the bike lurched forward and started lifting into the air. Harry was astonished at first, then eager to see what the bike could do, then concerned. He began, Mr. Harsh Vardana, won't the muggles be able to see us? I mean, we are flying on a motorcycle. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. We cannot be seen. One of the modifications on this bike makes it invisible to others. I believe you met one such car a couple of years ago. He laughed as Harry's face turned red, remembering the fiasco of the Weasleys flying Ford Anglia. It wasn't long before they landed in a deserted alley where two men seemed to appear out of thin air, dressed all in black muggle clothing, and saluted the pair of them. Greetings, Master and Mr. Potter, said one in a deep baritone voice. We have secured the area and there are no threats nearby. We met a few wearing mark of that abomination who were scouting the hospital and they have since been neutralized. Good work, Himbot. Take them to safe house and interrogate them for any information that may be useful for the Order of the Phoenix. Harsh took out a piece of wood bearing the black crest which he put on the seat and muttered activate while touching it with his wand. The bike disappeared a moment later. As Harry was ogling at the mystic, he shrugged. It was a portkey made by Dumbledore and took the bike back to the townhouse. Now come along, Harry. Taking Harry by his hand, he led him to a storefront which had a renovation in progress sign up. Speaking to a mannequin in the store window, he disappeared as he passed through the window and Harry was prodded to do the same by one of the men who had come to meet them. He passed through the glass, a sensation like taking a cold shower, and found himself, warm and dry, standing in the reception area of the hospital where Harsh was waiting for him. Mr. Harsh Vardana, who are these men and what were they talking about? Captives? He asked the mystic in a hushed whisper. I will detail you about it later, but for now, they are our escort for the day, Harsh Vardana replied. Harry passed through the reception area of the magical hospital following the mystic who was keeping some distance from him. People around him were gawking at him openly. Some were talking in hushed whispers seeing him while a few tried to avert their eyes. One old and frail man, who was looking ancient even by Dumbledore's standards, came up to him and said in a wheezy voice, Mr. Potter. It's an honor to have met you. I am Octavius Rhine and I believe that you and Dumbledore are speaking the truth. I believe that the monster has returned. You have lost so much at his hands that it makes no sense that you would lie about such a thing. I know in my heart that you can finish him off. I implore you to send him back where he came from. In the last war, I lost my entire family to him. My son was an Auror who was killed by one of his lieutenants, Antonin Dolohov, and my daughter-in-law was killed in a raid in Diagon Alley. I have only my grandson left who is working in France as a technomancer. He has already pled to come back and fight for you, if the chance comes. Harry was touched by the old man's words. Here he was, a total stranger who walked up to him and told him how he believed Harry and even offered his grandson to him knowing there was a big chance that he can lose him. Not wanting to make a blunder, Harry only pressed his hands warmly and moved towards the reception desk following Harsh Vardana who was striding forward imperiously, but Harry had a feeling that he knew everything that was being said and done. By the time Harry finished crossing the room to the reception desk, several other people walked up to him and offered their support and expressed their faith in Harry. By the reception desk, Neville Longbottom was waiting for him with his grandmother, Dowager Lady Longbottom, who had stern features and wore a black gown and the, now familiar, stuffed vulture hat. Gran, this is Mr. Harsh Vardana, who has sought the favor of an audience with you." Neville made the introduction, his face flushed with hope. "Lady Longbottom," said Harshvardhana, taking her right hand and pretending to kiss her knuckles, "I believe young Mr. Longbottom intimated the purpose for which I sought you audience. If Mother Magic is merciful, I believe I can cure your son, Lord Longbottom and Lady Longbottom." Harry followed suit, bowing to her, taking her right hand and pretending to kiss her knuckles when she suddenly embraced him warmly. Harry flinched for a second before returning her embrace. She turned towards Harsh and started in a soft voice, "Please call me Augusta. If you can even make them conscious of us, House Longbottom will consider it a debt owed. Over the years, it has caused immense pain to me to think that Frank cannot see his son growing up and Alice cannot fuss over her son like other mothers. I have had my fill of Frank for my life and I have enough memories to live by, but poor Neville here has not a single memory. I have tried all my life to provide him with the love and nurture of a parent, but I know I have failed my children in this. Blinded by my belief, I even had him use a wand that was not his. I am just relieved that Neville does not think horribly of me for all the ridicule that he has faced for not being as good as others." By the time she ended, her face was streaked with tears and Neville had embraced his godmother, trying to console her. "Lady Longbottom, I am not doing any favor to anyone. House Longbottom has done so much good for society that it will be a shame to not do everything in my power to help you. Besides, I owe a very old debt to your house which I can never settle. If I do this, maybe I would be able to repay a part of it," Harsh replied, his eyes staring far off in the distance. Nodding her head, Augusta took them to the 4th floor where they entered the permanent spell damage ward, where Harry noticed a person in one of the beds, having long blonde hair which was looking dull and his face innocent as a baby, was Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry has honestly forgotten about him and never expected to see him there. He felt a small wave of pity for the man, but next moment remembered what he was about to do and all feelings of pity vanished. Lockhart beamed at him and Neville and dragged them to his bed, where he started handing them signed photos, making Harry and Neville grin at each other as if to say, "Some things will never change." At the far end of the ward, a portion was separated by walls, and in that portion were Frank and Alice. They looked pale and their eyes looked glazed and vacant. Seeing Neville, Alice's eyes lit up for a moment, but it happened so fast that no one noticed it except for Harsh, who was observing them very closely. Frank reached forward and held Neville for a moment before letting go, making Neville morose. Harry could not even imagine the pain that Neville must have felt all his life. Not having parents was something he could relate with, but having parents who would never recognize you was incomprehensible for him. He was lost in his musings when he was startled by a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Alice looking at him closely before giving him a smile and turning away. "Healer Lin, I would like to perform some diagnostic spells on them. I believe my credentials have been vouched for by Madame Pomfrey," came Harshvardhana's voice, and Harry recognized the healer in the room, who immediately nodded her assent. Taking out his wand, he started his chanting and casting some spells at Frank and Alice, and after a few moments, an ethereal glow was surrounding them. The healer was in awe of the situation and she could not speak for a whole minute before she eventually found her voice. "How do you know this?" "I mean, I have read about his phenomenon in some really old healer books, but I have never seen anyone doing this. These spells are complicated and I will explain it to you later, if you so desire, but right now I would like to discuss the results with you," Harshvardhana said, smiling at the look of awe on the healer's face. Yes, I would like to discuss the results with you," she said, snapping to attention. "There is a cure possible for them, but I need to make some special arrangements before that happens. I would require a room fortified to withstand any amount of magical backlash which would be caused when they become conscious. Their magical cores are oversaturated and it will be heavy. I need to prepare the room by engraving my own runes in the room so that it would remain standing despite what may happen. If the place is connected to any of the ley lines, it will be better, since then the extra energy can be sent to Earth directly, preventing any damage," he said, "and I will need your assistance in the process, since when they come out of their unconsciousness, they would be weak, disoriented for a while, and of course, they would need proper medical care to make their body as fit as it was before they were attacked. They will need to be cared for 24 hours round the clock." The healer was downcast hearing his requirements. "We do not have any room like that. In fact, I think what you are describing is a ritual and we do not have any ritual rooms here. I can of course provide for a Medi-Witch who would take care of them, restoring them to full health once they are conscious, and I would like to offer my assistance in the healing. Pardon my interruption, but I could not help myself, said Augusta Longbottom. I think you need a room where you can perform this ritual which would help to cure my children. In the hereditary seat of House Longbottom, which is built on 2 ley lines, there is a room which has been fortified for dueling and training, and it can withstand any amount of magical backlash. You can engrave your runes on the walls there, and after your treatment, I can keep them there and treat them. Thank you for your offer, Healer Lin, but I will hire a house elf to look after them and administer them the treatment as per your schedule. Both of the other adults nodded their consent. Harry and Neville just looked on while everything transpired. After they were done and leaving, Alice handed a Drawble's gum wrapper to Neville, who slid it into his pocket, and a chocolate frog card to Harry featuring Albus Dumbledore, making him remember the first card he ever saw was of Dumbledore. As they were leaving the hospital, Harsh Vardana asked Augusta if he could take Neville with him to visit the Bones Manor. While she was initially reluctant, she acquiesced later when he assured her that by 9 in the evening, he would bring Neville to Green Hughes, the manor of the Longbottoms. However, before they could leave, she apologized to Harry for not giving him more time and invited him to visit the seat of House Longbottom the following day with Harsh Vardana. After leaving the hospital, the 3 of them were again shadowed by the 2 escorts who escorted them to the deserted alley, where Harsh took hold of their hands and vanished with a pop. The trio of Harry, Neville and Harsh Vardana appeared out of thin air outside a giant circle of trees. Inside the circle, some distance away, was a mansion, quite large and ancient in appearance. Mr. Harsh Vardana, why did we appear here? I mean, couldn't we have apparated directly inside the manor? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, even if we could appear directly in the manor, I did not do it because it would have been considered bad manners. Besides, think about whose house it is. Madame Bones is the chief of DMLE, and she would have been angry if we just appeared uninvited in the house. I do not know about you, but I do not fancy facing ire of an irate witch, and if I can, I would avoid facing the wand point of a witch like her, he replied, his eyes full of amusement. However, the point is moot since she has anti-apparition wards around her manor, and as such, no one can appear directly in her house. But you did apparate in and out of a house which had the wards up at the time, said Harry, scowling. Neville looked surprised at this revelation and opened his mouth to say something, but Harsh cut in. Mr. Potter, it is not proper to give out secrets like that. Especially if it is not yours to give. Harry nodded, feeling embarrassed. He quickly realized that speaking out of turn and revealing the mystic's secrets were things he could not do if they were going to teach him anything. This was only Neville, so no harm done, but he had to learn discretion and remember not to do that again. He also understood that in this way, the mystics were like the Slytherins, not like Malfoy and his posse, but true Slytherins. He also realized why Dumbledore played his cards close to his chest. But on the other hand, such secretiveness had cost Sirius 12 years in Azkaban. If James Potter and Sirius Black had told someone else about Pettigrew being the secret keeper, perhaps Sirius would have been able to raise him like a son. Lately, Harry had been growing more thoughtful. It had been his habit to act on impulse, and he supposed that there is a time and place for action without thought, but now, he was beginning to consider carefully and make a plan before acting. Mr. Harsh Vardana, is it possible to apparate in a place where there are anti-apparition wards? Neville asked hesitantly. It is Mr. Longbottom, but I am not sharing the secret with you, replied Harsh gently. Please call me Neville. I have a few questions if you could help me, Neville asked, looking hopeful. Mr. Longbottom, not to turn you down, but my time is not really my own. I have a different life out of this healer routine that I am currently having. However, as I told Augusta, I owe to House Longbottom, and I will make some time for you, say tomorrow after the rituals are done. If you wish, we can have young Mr. Potter present there, he asked. Neville's face lit up with happiness. That would be great. I don't usually have much company during the vacations. Much as I like standing about chatting, don't we have to go inside? Asked Harry. I seem to remember that Professor Dumbledore told me that we are invited. We will go in, Mr. Potter, but not before someone is sent to take us in, replied Harsh and stepped a foot towards the property line. An elf appeared with a loud crack. This elf was short, even for a house elf, with a petite frame, a small nose, not that it needed to be any bigger, and the large eyes were red. When she spoke, her voice was high and squeaky. "I be Tweaky." "Who's you sirs be?" "Little elf. My name is Harsh Vardana and I am accompanying Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom on an invitation from Madam Bones and Miss Bones," replied Harsh. The elf was looking at him curiously. After a moment, the elf bobbed her head and squeaked again, "Old Wizzy and sirs be follow me. I's be take you to Mistress and Miss." Why did she call you Old Wizzy?" Harry asked. Harsh chuckled. "Story for another time, Mr. Potter. However, I would rather that you do not ask questions every now and then. I will answer your questions, but maybe you can make a list of them." Following the elf, they entered into the manor. They were escorted into the parlor and were offered seats and told to wait. While waiting, Harry looked around the room. On a wall, there was a large shelf which contained numerous wands on display, mounted on little plaques detailing the names of each wizard who owned that wand. In the middle of the room, hung an ornate crystal chandelier which sent varying shades of lights around the room and in different colors. On one wall, there was a large crest which had a common Welsh green. Harry remembered the one from the tournament, in flight on a green background with a house motto, "Beneath all the grandeur, we all are bones." Harry was in awe of the room. Seeing Susan at Hogwarts for 4 years, he had not known that she was this rich. He had initially thought that she was well off since she was from an old family, but she was actually very rich, perhaps one of the richest families. "Harry," a voice interrupted his musings and he saw Susan standing at the door to the parlor. Seeing her in form-fitting jeans and a top, her red hair loose, falling to her waist and her blue eyes shining with excitement, Harry's jaw dropped and he was struck dumb. After a few seconds, Susan interrupted Harry's impression of a codfish by giggling at him. He came out of his trance and his jaw made an audible click as he closed his mouth. As he looked around, he could see that Harsh Vardana was smirking and that Neville was making a visible effort to suppress a laugh. "Welcome Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom," said Amelia Bones coming in through the door. "It has been long since heirs of those two splendid houses and allies of House Bones have graced this house." "Madam Bones," said Harsh Vardana stepping up to her, bowing and taking her right hand and pretending to kiss her knuckles, "I see the manor of House Bones has not lost its splendor. You have kept the place well kept." Amelia Bones smiled at him. "Thank you Mr. Harsh, though I insist that you call me Amelia. I believe that the preparations for Mr. Potter's voyage are complete." "Voyage? Where are you going, Harry?" Susan asked Harry, who was still having difficulty connecting his brain to his tongue and chose to say nothing rather than engaging his foot with his mouth. "Mr. Potter has agreed to go on a journey with me, Ms. Bones. We leave in 2 days' time and this is the last time that you can see him for the summer, I am afraid. I believe he can tell it himself by the moment he will find that he is able to use the ability to speak again," said Harsh Vardana somberly, with mirth dancing in his eyes making others laugh while Susan blushed deep red. Finally, Harry stepped up to Madam Bones and repeated as Neville did, bowing and pretending to kiss her knuckles. Harry had been subjected to what Petunia called manners for a gentleman, but this was not a part of them. Maybe later, Neville could fill him in. "So Amelia, do you have any other family members currently inhabiting this glorious seat of power of House of Bones?" Harsh asked Amelia. Her expression turned melancholic. "No, we are all that is left of us. Once a great and proud family, we are reduced to just the 2 of us. 2 wars back to back dwindled our numbers. In the last war, I lost my siblings and their families. There are no others left. In fact, just before this summer I was living in a mansion near London. This is the first time in 3 years that we have come to live at this mansion. I realize that. I noticed that you have erected the war wards and anti-apparition wards. It was precisely due to that reason that I chose to come like I did," he said, eliciting laughter from Amelia, who said, "Since when have anti-apparition wards ever stopped you? If memory serves, Edward Bones wrote in his journal that you never cared for such trifles." "Old Edward wrote about me?" he asked with mock surprise. I believe the man was going senile in his old age. I never thought that a man who looked so fearsome in battle would write in journals. "Oh, you are such a charmer. He wrote about you, she said, amused. You never cared for such niceties in the past. Neville, who had been quiet all this while, said, my gran mentioned to me once how this manor was steeped in ambient magics and that it would need a legion of ward breakers to bring down the wards. Your gran is right, Neville, and it is for that reason that I moved in here. I do not intend to die in the coming war, and I do not intend to see Susie come to some harm. This manor is fortified and the wards can withstand an assault for days before they can be broken down, giving us time to escape. She informed them, the flow here is barred and apparition is only possible outside the property lines. Given a contingent of men capable of holding a wand, we can hold our own before help arrives. Madam Bones, started Harry before he was interrupted. Harry, I am your guardian now. You must call me Amelia or Aunt Amelia, she said, but before she could finish, a loud squeal was heard and Susan was hugging her tightly. After a moment, Susan released her, blushing, and Amelia was smiling at her gesture. Susie had been hounding her for years to secure guardianship of Harry since she had known that she was betrothed to Harry Potter. It was natural that she could not control her emotions hearing that Harry was now Amelia's ward and would stay with them. Seeing your pleasant response to the situation, Miss Bones, said Harshvardhana, his eyes glinting mischievously, I heard of a very interesting tale of an invite apparently from you addressed to Harry Potter, given to the headmaster and laced with compulsion charms so that he will not forget to give it to him and fall to his old wayward ways. Would you happen to know anything about that? Susan went beet red while Harry's cheeks burned with the embarrassment of the situation, while Neville was grinning like someone had given him a mega gift, but Amelia was mock scowling. Susan, Amelia Bones, did you use compulsion charms on the headmaster? Susan cringed at the tone but did not reply. Harshvardhana turned to Neville then. Neville, I have heard of another fascinating tale of a blonde who looks upon you like you look on an exotic plant, and yet you do not give her time of the day. Did your gran not tell you that it is bad manners to hurt a lady? Needless to say, Neville was blushing and staring at the ground as if wishing it would open and swallow him, while Amelia snorted at the thought of how easy it was to embarrass the teens who were growing too fast for their age. If she had her way, she would have allowed them to be children, date people they like, fall in love, have fun with magic, but that was not to be. A war was coming, and the first thing that was usually sacrificed at the altar of war was innocence. To divert the attention away from them, Harry interrupted, Amelia, what are the wands for? The wands, Harry, have belonged to various members of the House of Bones who have made this house proud by their valor and bravery or by making substantial contributions to magic. The House of Bones has had a long history of producing notable members, she replied proudly. Harshvardhana, who had wandered to the shelf, was looking at a wand fondly, as this wand that belonged to Wilderd, one of the companions of Merlin. Rowan wood, 10 inches, unicorn hair. Amelia was surprised at his description of the wand but nodded, yes, that is his wand. He was the founder of the House of Bones. But, how do you know that? It is family history. He smiled ruefully, story for another time, Amelia, but you would remember that Edward Bones was my friend. He told me a little about your family history. While Amelia sensed that the man was not telling her something, she chose to let it go for the moment. Harshvardhana continued, do you know of the war that we had fought together? It was somewhere in Russia where a Dark Lord was heavily recruiting in 1800s. When we raised an army against them, that was perhaps the last time that all the original members of the Great Alliance had fought together. Everyone's expression was melancholic, but no one commented on the situation, and he started again, we are digressing here. I wanted to ask you if you would take custody of Mr. Potter for now, or he can remain where he is for the moment. Susan immediately snapped, absolutely not. I will not let you leave Harry with those horrible muggles. They are the worst sort. I will fight you all, if I have to. Amelia frowned at her behavior. While Susan was usually fiercely protective of others around her, she had never berated anyone like this. She had heard the rumors of the mistreatment at the hands of the muggles, bits which Susan had overheard. Perhaps it was time to see if they were true, but before that she need to rein in Susan's anger. Susan, Amelia, you will behave in a manner befitting a young lady, and no, Harry Potter is not living with the muggles. He is living with his godfather at the moment, Amelia said sternly to Susan. Susan flinched before starting again, if Harry has a godfather. Amelia cut her off with a stern glare. Then addressing Mr. Harsh Vardhana, I would like to investigate the Muggles and Harry's treatment at their hands, but I would like to know if they are there still. It was my understanding that they had left the place, Amelia asked. You are right. They have left Privet Drive today, but the house has been bought by goblins using their Muggle liaisons and will be sold once you complete your investigations, he answered her. If they have left, how will we find them? She asked him curiously, and then suddenly realization dawned on her. No, don't tell me. I think I understand. Just give me the monitoring device to the tracking charms which have been set upon them and tell me if I have to exercise any caution. Harsh's eyes were full of mirth as he retold the entire adventure at Privet Drive, and he gleefully told them of the hexes they had set upon the Muggles. He also recounted that they can have an amazing witness in Arabella Figg, a squib who just lives on the next street. While he was recounting his tale, Susan was smirking inwardly. Those horrible Muggles will get their comeuppance once Andy finished her investigation. She had seen signs of malnourishment and abuse on Harry when he had come to Hogwarts. Every year at the starting feast, he looked like he was starved for the summer, and she had heard of abuse and beatings which baffled her. Even in dark families, they rarely beat or abuse their children any more than how a Muggle could do that to children. She wanted to give Dumbledore an earful for not doing anything about all the abuse that Harry had faced all the years and yet had stood tall. She was pleased when Harsh Vardhana detailed the hexes he had placed upon the Dursleys and thought of all the problems that they would face because of the hexes. While she was not a fan of bullying, she felt it could not happen to nicer people than the Harry's Muggle relatives. They had hurt her Harry. If she had her way, she would have cursed them within an inch of their lives. Amelia, I have come here to discuss some grave tidings which no third party should be privy to, said Harsh, and Madam Bones ordered the children out of the parlor, asking Susan to show them around the manor. What do you want to discuss, Mr. Harsh? She asked curiously. Madam Bones, do you know of a prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Voldemort? Amelia flinched. The prophecy was made in 1980 to Dumbledore, who alerted the parents of the two possible prophecy children, and they went into hiding. One was the Potters and others were the Longbottoms. Voldemort decided that Harry was the child of prophecy and went after him, and you know the rest of the story. Now that the Second War is almost upon us, you know who would be the target of Voldemort and his followers. Right now, since the Minister is acting as a buffoon, Voldemort is hiding and gathering strength while the Auror force of the Ministry is waning. Even if you get 100 Auror trainees tomorrow, you would not get them ready before the war by the way they are trained. What are you doing for the war? Asked Harsh Vardhana. Amelia was surprised to say the least. James Potter and Sirius Black were part of her squadron in the war, and she was their commanding officer with Frank and Alice Longbottom. The war was at its peak when the four of them had left the Aurors suddenly and went into hiding. While she was disappointed with James and Frank, she knew that they had legitimate reasons, as they just had sons born to them and wanted to keep their family safe. Neither did she begrudge Sirius Black leaving the Auror Corps, since he always followed James Potter and they were nigh inseparable. Their leaving had made an impact on the Corps, considering the four of them and Lily had evaded you-know-who 3 times so far. In 3 encounters she did not know the full story. They had come across you-know-who and lived to tell the tale with only minor injuries while preventing some big catastrophes, including an assassination attempt of the former minister Millicent Bagnold, who after that incident had allowed use of lethal force by the Aurors, and it was this decision that had stemmed the flow of carnage and destruction at the hands of Death Eaters. In the last 15 years, she had often wondered about the reasons which forced the Potters and Longbottoms to go into hiding, considering the Potters had died and the Longbottoms had become permanent residents of the permanent spell damage ward at St. Mungo's. Sirius Black had not fared well either, becoming a resident of Azkaban for 12 years for a crime he did not commit. When she heard of him being accused of betraying the Potters, she could not believe those accusations, but there was nothing she could do. He was sentenced to Azkaban by the War Tribunal, which had been set up after the war, and Amelia at that time had believed that Sirius Black was given a trial. So, when Harsh Vardhana told her about a prophecy, her suspicions were confirmed. There was a prophecy which concerned either of the boys, and it was due to this reason that their parents had gone into hiding, and it was this reason that the Potters had written a marriage contract with Bones. But this answer brought several questions to her mind. How do you know of this prophecy? Do you know what it says? She asked him. The prophecy was made in 1980, but at that time, there was no mention of whom it concerned except that it was about Voldemort. When we heard of his fall, we knew he is not dead, so we made some discreet inquiries and conducted some investigations of our own in places which are bound to have some answers. We found our answer in your Department of Mysteries, where the Hall of Prophecy contains a prophecy regarding Harry Potter and Voldemort. She shuddered again. He replied. The Hall of Prophecies. But how did you enter the department? It is supposed to contain the best wards available which no one can breach, she asked, baffled with the revelation. When has wards ever stopped me or people like me? He asked her, smirking. People like you? What do you mean? Come to think of it, I do not even know much about you except what Dumbledore told in the infirmary, she said, frowning at him. He laughed aloud. A lot of people have tried to find out about us. Albus, when he was a young man, went searching for us, intrigued by our legends, but he did not find us. Instead he found a phoenix which bounded itself to him. Half of his fantastical powers come from him. He tried to find us for months and faced several obstacles we put in his path, and he overcame all. We did not meet him deliberately because we knew he was trying to seek our secrets, but we do not sell them. We realized that he would be a great wizard in future, but our secrets exposed could put the world at great risk. After a long search, he finally gave up on us and returned to Avalon. Years later, Tom Riddle, another wizard from your lands, came to find us, and he defied Mother Magic in so many ways that we were appalled. While we do not categorize magic, he did not care for magic either. He did not revere it but used it as a tool. He reeked of foulest magics, and we had to confront him because it is part of our job description, you can say. I personally went out against him, and after a long and arduous duel of 2 hours, I finally was able to capture him. We could have killed him, if it was possible. Someone transgressing the sacred rules of magic is a criminal first, but he had several fail-safes so he would not die. So, we obliviated him and left him in deserts of Sahara. Later that one came out as Lord Voldemort. Tom Riddle, that is his original name? She asked dumbly. He chuckled. Of course his name is not Voldemort. She shuddered again. He is son of a squib of an old pureblood family and a muggle, and was named for his father, Tom Riddle, and maternal grandfather Marvolo Gaunt. His full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Gaunt, Amelia exclaimed. That family was supposed to be extinguished years ago when the son of Marvolo, Morphin, was incarcerated in the high-security cell at Azkaban for life. I have heard insanity ran in their blood, and they inbred so much that their magic waned. I am afraid their last descendant is still alive, and it is his death which will bring some peace to Wizarding World, and Harry Potter will be at the front of the opposing forces, he replied gravely. Harry, but Dumbledore is more powerful and experienced. I do not think that Voldemort will be able to face him, she said, agitated. Besides, Harry will need much more training and experience to defeat him. Do not worry, he said, assuring her. He will ready when the time comes. This is where we come in and where you come in. Harry Potter will need to step up and become a force to reckon with. Right now, he is pretty powerful magically, almost as much powerful as Voldemort or Dumbledore, but in the political arena, he is a novice. The Great Alliance still stands, but it will need to be jostled into action before the wheels start moving again. As a guardian of Harry Potter, you will need to step in and take over the reins of House Potter in the capacity of regent, like you have been doing for House Bones. Also, Harry is heir of House Peverell, which is a step above on social ladder than others, including any other house of the Great Alliance. He is also the heir of House Black, but that will be looked after by Sirius if he is free. Now that we are on it, how things go with Sirius Black's trial? She sighed. Cornelius is making things difficult, no doubt with Malfoy's help. He is pretty adamant that we sentence Pettigrew to the Dementor's kiss. But, I have been keeping him away from the ministry. I will need to rein in Cornelius before he goes too far. The number of Aurors is also low, and they will need to be bolstered before anything else is said or done. I don't know what to do about this problem. When you are ready, Amelia, call an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, but before that call a meeting of the allies of the Great Alliance, which will be renewed with the new Lord Potter and, if Mother Magic permits, Lord Frank Longbottom, he said. Frank, but isn't he at St. Mungo's with no chance of recovery? She asked, surprised. He smiled at her. I am delighted to announce that Lord Frank and Lady Alice Longbottom can be healed of their maladies, but they would need time to come at their strengths, which would take about a month and another month before they are fit to fight a duel. At most, by August Frank Longbottom will be ready to take over the family seat at the Wizengamot. Before you call the meeting of the Alliance, brief them of the situation about Sirius Black and secure their support, and before the emergency session, you can try to bring in families from the neutral faction by bringing in Lord Greengrass of the Neutrals. With Dumbledore on your side with the Neutrals, you can get him free of all charges. If Malfoy or Fudge try to create any disturbance in the Wizengamot, simply use the will of the original houses, of which there are only Black, Potter, Bones, Longbottom, Macmillan, Greengrass, Sayre and Nodder left. With the will of houses on your side, Fudge cannot interfere, and if you wish, you can wrestle Malfoy out of his seat since they have a non-permanent seat, but I would advise against this. While you are trampling Fudge, have a motion passed to increase the Auror Corps and their funding. This should help you. She frowned at the simplicity of the suggestions, but how much use will a bunch of green Aurors be? What I need are warriors. Then you can simply use the best resource available to train them in combat. You have Master Auror Mad-Eye Moody with you, don't you? He grinned at her, which she returned. Now that we are done talking, maybe we can go and find the children and hope they are not engaged in some nefarious activities, he said suggestively, causing her to flush red but nodded her head. They found the 3 children outside the house swimming in the pool where Harry was trying to swim and failing while Susan was helping him. Neville was already swimming like a fish in the water at the deep end. Susan, I have never learned to swim, Harry was saying, exasperated. But you performed well at the tournament, she replied innocently. How did you swim so brilliantly if you don't know how to swim? I used gillyweed. Dobby stole some from Snape's personal stores, Harry replied, grinning sheepishly. Susan, have you still not told him that you suggested gillyweed to Dobby, which by the way, you had asked me, said Neville, who was swimming near them, making Susan blush while Harry was staring at her open-mouthed. Close your mouth, Potter, or you will catch flies, she replied coyly and glared at Neville, and it was supposed to be a secret, Longbottom. You will pay for this. Neville actually flinched at her demeanor, which made the adults chuckle, and it was then that the teens noticed that the adults were standing near them. Susan Amelia, said Amelia, in mock stern manner, we will have words later about your breaking rules. I never would have thought that my own niece has so little regard for rules. Auntie, I read those rules and they said that Harry was not permitted to ask nor receive help from his teachers. There's nothing in there about other students, house elves, or even adults outside of the faculty. So, I didn't break any rules. Then she giggled. Besides, you would never punish me. Amelia whipped her wand out and shot a stinging hex at her, which made her yelp in indignation. Then Harry and Neville started laughing until Susan dunked Harry's head below the water, who dragged Neville with him. After some more of their frolicking, the adults herded them inside where dinner was being set by the elf who had escorted them inside. Harry looked upon the spread on the table and his eyes were wide with surprise. The amount of food on the table was enough to feed a small army. It was like one of the feasts at Hogwarts. During the dinner, there was little small talk, during which Amelia asked Susan when Hannah would be visiting, and Susan replied that she would come whenever Harry was there and will be permitted to stay if only Harry was comfortable with it. While Harry was little angry with the blonde for siding with those maligning him during the tournament, he was not going to offend Susan. Besides, if he was to predict, Neville was already falling for the blonde and he did not want any troubles between him and Neville. He turned to Susan. Susan, you do not need to break your friendship for my sake. I am fine with her coming and staying here, even if. He was cut off midway in his diatribe by Susan, who replied hotly, I am not okay with it, Harry Potter. And you shall not have such a low opinion of yourself, and you certainly should not allow others to walk all over you. Harry gulped, not ever having thought of Susan as scary, but in that moment, he did not know who he feared more, an angry Susan or a fully enraged Voldemort. To pacify her, he raised his hands in surrender, and Amelia glared at her niece, who was feeling embarrassed with her outburst, thinking Harry may have guessed that she had started to love him, but to her apparent relief, Harry was clueless as ever. The rest of the meal passed in silence, and at last, Harsh offered to escort Harry and Neville to their residences, which Amelia promptly accepted. As they were leaving, Susan gave a little kiss to Harry on his cheek, causing him to blush while the adults chuckled. Black Townhouse, London. The next day, Harry woke up feeling groggy and grumpy, not having slept enough after the previous day's adventures. Padfoot was licking his face and wagging his tail. "Gross, Padfoot," he said, rolling the dog to the floor. The dog changed into Sirius, who was grinning at him. "Morning, godson. Wake up. Don't be lazy. What has got you so cheerful?" Harry grumbled. Sirius barked his laughter. "It promises to be a fine morning, Prongslet, and it would be a waste to sleep in." "Prongslet?" he asked, confused, to which Sirius replied, "James and I gave you that nickname, but not for Lily's ears. She heard us once and hexed us with a stinging hex so hard that it still hurts to think about it. And she was also not an early riser." "Yeah, well, some of us are humans, Padfoot, and not dogs," he said cheekily, and ran to the bathroom, shutting the door behind him before Sirius could retort. Half an hour later, he entered the kitchen to find it full of order members. Kingsley was sitting with Moody, talking in low voices with him. Sirius was sitting at the head of the table talking to Mundungus Fletcher, while Tonks was sitting by herself and raised her head when he entered. She looked at him delightedly and grinned. "Watch her, cousin." Harry frowned. "How are we cousins?" She grinned at him. "You see, my mother, Andromeda Tonks née Black, is a daughter of the House Black and Sirius's cousin. Your grandmother was her great-aunt, and so, we are cousins a few times removed." Harry's mind was reeling that the wizarding world was so complex. A total stranger could be your relative, but he perked up at the thought of having some family members he knew nothing about. Maybe Sirius could fill him in later. Lately, Harry had been realizing that there were so many things that he did not know about his world, since he did not consider the Muggle world as his own anymore. Studying at Hogwarts had kept so many things from him, and his choice of friends had not done much to fill him in on all the customs, practices, and social behaviors of this world. Now that he was living in this world, maybe he could learn them. "Harry, you are looking so tired. Sirius told me you did not sleep well. I wonder why. Did the thought of a certain pretty red-head cause you to lose sleep?" Tonks teased him, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. "Red-head, did you say? Oh my, he is so much like his father," said Remus, amused, who had just entered the kitchen. He also used to follow a redhead so much she dubbed him Arrogant Toe Rag, but James never stopped chasing her. "Good for you, Harry." Harry was blushing and mumbled something incoherent while the adults laughed at his predicament. Finally, Moody growled, all right. Enough of these antics, you all. Leave the lad be now." After the ruckus had died down, the Daily Prophet arrived bearing the news that Cornelius Fudge had recommended to the ICW that Dumbledore be removed, but they refused, since Dumbledore was given a place among mugwumps of the ICW in recognition of his triumph against Grindelwald, and the Ministry had no authority in this. The news created a round of murmuring at the table, which was broken when someone knocked on the door of the townhouse, at which the house immediately became quiet. A moment later, Harsh Vardana walked in. Sirius was looking at him with such incredulity on his face that he had to laugh. "Is there something the matter, Mr. Black?" Sirius by now had found his voice. "Why are you knocking on the door? You could have just come in like you did yesterday. I mean, wards cannot stop you." "What? You mean I should just appear in a room full of people armed to the teeth, taking them by surprise when apparition is not possible there? It may work for you, Mr. Black, but not when a paranoid Auror like Master Auror Moody is present," he said mischievously, while Moody eyed him for a moment, then glanced away warily. "I would have thought you would always remain the brash, abrasive, hot-headed Auror, Alistair," chided Harsh Vardana, "but perhaps the humbling you got in Wiltshire got to you." Alistair's head snapped up suddenly, his wand out, but before he could say anything, he was disarmed. Harsh was standing, his wand leveled at Moody, his eyes full of mirth. "Constant vigilance, Alistair." Suddenly, Alistair barked out a laugh and, standing, raised a salute to Harsh. "Indeed, I have lost my touch if you entered here and my eye could not identify you." They clasped each other's arms at the elbows and shared a one-handed embrace like old friends, leaving others in the room surprised. "It's been too long, my friend," said Alistair. "I never thought you would live this long." "You two know each other?" Sirius asked, dumbly. Harsh grinned at Moody. "Oh yes. You see, there was one time when I had the chance to cross wands with Moody here, who had it on his mind that I am a dark wizard, and he was interrupted by Alistair, who growled, all right, you do not need to recount the tale again and embarrass me, Harsh." The others in the room laughed uproariously at Moody, who was glaring at Harsh, who was doubled up with laughter, wiping tears from his eyes. It was in this position that Dumbledore found them when he entered into the kitchen, followed by Minerva McGonagall. Smiling, Dumbledore addressed them, "Good morning, everyone. It is delightful to see people laughing and spreading smiles around despite the grim outlook of the world outside. May I know the source of this amusement?" Alistair, who had got over his irritation by now, barked, "When I was a newly made Auror, I got wind of this dark wizard who was tormenting people. No other Auror was ready to take the case considering the dangerous situation. I volunteered. During that case, I went through 3 partners who could not take it, and they were perhaps the finest of Aurors during that time: Robert Jonathan, Carlos Opierre and Edward Curtis. It was during that case I met several individuals who were working for a dark wizard, and in those days, I was sorely tempted to use lethal force, but restrained myself. Once while I was on hunt, I ran into this one and thought him to be the Dark Lord. He tried to make me see reason by talking sense, but I was too excited to care and challenged him to a duel on the name of Merlin, and he hilariously replied that he had seen Merlin when he was a baby. Finally, I goaded him into fighting me when I called him vile and that he was committing sacrilege against magic. Turns out it was a grave mistake, because I had to fight a long and hard duel. I fought for 45 minutes, during which I attacked less and defended more. He used so many curses that I had not even known in my still short career as an Auror. Finally, he got the jump on me when I was expecting a lethal curse, and he shot a stinging hex at me. I was so surprised by it that I dropped my shield, and the next moment, I was downed by a bone breaker to the wand hand. Everyone was laughing by now, seeing how Moody was bested by a stinging hex, and they could understand his constant vigilance. Harry was visibly excited hearing the story. Every time he heard something about the mystic, it fascinated him more, and he just could not wait to start his training, but perhaps that will have to wait for a proper wand. When Alistair did not speak for a few more minutes, Harry prodded him, asking, "What of the Dark Wizard, Professor?" Alistair growled, "Don't know much about Professor. Never got around to teaching you, did I? Turns out, this one had just finished the Dark Wizard and his band of merry men before he clashed with me. It still remains the only case where I did not finish the task that I was given. After we had reconciled our differences, I took the Dark Wizard's body and reported to the Auror headquarters. Turns out that scum was from some old pureblood family from Germany, which is now lost in obscurity." While they were contemplating Mad Eye's story, Sirius turned into a dog and started playing fetch with McGonagall. Remus was conversing in a low voice with Shacklebolt. Moody was talking to Harsh Vardana, and Nymphadora was entertaining young Harry with metamorphing her features, while Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling and he was lost in thought. Every time someone told of some experience of Harsh Vardana, it added another layer to the mystic. He was an enigma, perhaps as much as Harry Potter, who had been getting better every day. For years, Albus had been trying to find the mystics who were mentioned almost in all folklores of the wizarding world, which was steeped in mystery and intrigue, and they were not merely present in them, but they played an active part. Their ways and their proficiency in magic was what prompted him to find them, hoping to unravel some of the secrets which were lost in time, particularly the secrets of war mages. There were war mages in all the world, but most of the powerful ones in Avalon had originated in one family, Peverell, and that was one of the reasons that Dumbledore took special notice of young Harry, knowing that if he was even half of what the Peverells were, he would be one of the most powerful wizards, and by the time his core finished growing, Tom Riddle would look like a puny kid to him. His power levels were what had him worried, since there was no teacher who could train him to wield that power with apparent ease. He knew that the Elder Wand in his robes was singing for Harry Potter, and when the right time came, Dumbledore planned to give it to him. Dumbledore had plans for Harry Potter. He had tried to find a way to extract the soul fragment without causing him to die. There was no way that he would have allowed Harry to die on his watch. Harry Potter was like a grandson to him, and he would be damned if he allowed that to happen. He had planned the 4th year to start preparing Harry, training him to wield his power in arcane magics, but things had been thrown into chaos when Harry was entered into the tournament, and he had to postpone the idea. He had intended to take the summer holidays and find a cure for Harry Potter in ancient lands of magic such as Greece, Rome, Egypt and India, but it did not come to that. When the mystic had offered his aid to train Harry Potter, he had no reason to refuse him. They would mold Harry Potter into the warrior he needed to be. In the meanwhile, Dumbledore had plans to follow. First thing was to topple Cornelius off his chair, and maybe with Madame Bones's help he would be able to do that. Then they would install someone with guts to make hard decisions in the minister's office. While Voldemort remained in hiding, they could use that time to build their forces. Because, according to Snape's report, Tom certainly was recruiting and preparing for his conquest. It had been long since he played in the political arena. With Sirius Black free, they would be able to do so much more in this war in a short time. In the meanwhile, Harry Potter would train to meet his destiny. He had one destiny: kill Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's train of thought was interrupted when the kitchen door opened and a very haggard-looking Hestia Jones entered. She reported gravely, "Headmaster, last night Dorcas Meadows' brother was killed near his family home." The table went silent. Suddenly, Sirius pounded the table with his fist. "Will we just sit here and let them walk all over us again?" He looked at Albus, his eyes filled with tears and his voice full of rage. "Albus, when will we strike back? Are you still going to insist on your stunning spells only policy?" He simply looked murderous, and Harry was scared of him a little. He had never seen Sirius looking so enraged, and those who had, were once again reminded why he was a black. The blacks were very hard to enrage, but once their fury awakened, they were unstoppable. Cautiously, every one of them scooted their chairs a little further from him, making Remus chuckle and Sirius frown. "Calm down, Padfoot," he said gently, "others are getting scared. We don't want them to dub the Azkaban-escaped crazy mass murderer, do we?" This made Sirius control his temper while Albus chuckled. Minerva was trying to look stoic, pursing her lips, but her facade was crumbling. Harry was trying not to laugh while Nymphadora was looking amused. Before Dumbledore spoke, all signs of amusement were gone from his face. He waited for silence and then began. "The taking of a life is the most serious matter. Those among us who have been faced with the choice of kill or be killed understand all too well what I mean. But, our numbers are dwindling, and Voldemort and his followers have no compunction about taking life. Therefore, it is with deepest regret and great reluctance that I authorize lethal force. You will drill and practice these spells until you can cast them with the same speed and accuracy as anything in your repertoire. In the previous conflict, we lost far too many good people because they were not proficient with these spells when they needed to use them. Never again. This time, the Order of the Phoenix will give as good as it gets." When Dumbledore finished, everyone in the room, with the exception of Harsh, pumped their right fist in the air and shouted, "Here! Here!" At that point, a babble broke out as the members of the Order began to talk among themselves. While Harsh and Moody discussed approaches to training, Tonks, Remus and Sirius carried on. Nymphadora, who had been quiet all this while, turned to Sirius. "Damn, you are scary, cousin. At that moment I felt like my mother's anger had nothing on you. After today, I will be wary of you." Sirius smiled at her words but said nothing, while Remus said, "Since Albus agrees, I think it's time that you delve into that library of yours and find some fun stuff for us, Padfoot." Harry, who could not keep his silence, exclaimed, "This place has a library," which caused Sirius to laugh. Remus grinned at him. "If you were a certain bushy-haired Gryffindor witch Prongslet, I would have shown you the door by now." Sirius guffawed. "Not that she can enter that place. It has blood wards protecting it, and only one of black blood can enter the inner chamber where the more fun stuff is." "But why restrict anyone access to the library?" asked Harry, confused. "Because Prongslet, the books in there contain a lot about the Black family magic, and it should not be seen by others. Family magic is the legacy of a family, special spells which were developed by the family and for the family," replied Sirius. "What about mine?" asked Harry. "Your what?" Sirius asked him, confused by the question. "My family magic. Didn't they have their own family magic?" Harsh and Moody had broken off their reminiscing session when they understood what the other group was discussing. It was Harsh who answered this question. "Yes, they did, and it was mostly battle magic." Your family has had a reputation of warriors and the magic they possessed was not easily accessible. A lot of their magic is what you British wizards call dark magic," he finished, scowling. "Dark? My family is not dark," Harry protested. "I am not saying your family is dark. It's just that your family never classified magic as light or dark but they worshipped mother magic as it is," replied Harshvardhana, "and that is why your family is rather gifted in family magics. In addition to the family magic of Potters, you have the family magics of Peverell to call your own." Peverell. Harry repeated the word which caused his magic to surge within him. "You are also the heir to the House of Black, Prongslet," Sirius chimed in, eagerly, "which means the Black family magic is also yours." "All right, I think you have all astounded Mr. Potter enough for today," declared Dumbledore. "It is time that he got on with his business for the day. You know he does not have much time to dilly-dally." At that moment, a tawny owl entered the room. It was a regal-looking owl with a silk ribbon tied around its neck, a small copy of the Longbottom crest hanging from it. Harry relieved the owl of its burden and offered a treat which it gracefully accepted before taking flight once more. The letter was from Dowager Lady Longbottom. "Dear Mr. Potter, I enjoyed making your acquaintance yesterday. However, in our haste I forgot to convey the location of Longbottom Castle to you. This letter is a portkey which will activate at noon and take you to the castle at the designated hour, i.e. noon. I also failed to take the name or address of the healer who has proposed the ritual for today which will hopefully bring my children back to me. I would urge you to convey the message to him and to accompany you that I may be assured of your safety. Augusta Longbottom, Regent of the House Longbottom." Harry showed the letter to Harshvardhana who simply looked amused. "I will accompany you as she wishes through this portkey, Mr. Potter, though I really do not need it. I have known the location of the Longbottom Castle since the first foundation was laid down. But for this visit, I will play the ignorant healer." Sirius snorted but looked skeptical. "Semantics, Mr. Harshvardhana. You are not a day older than 40. Whipping out his wand, he leveled it at Sirius and mock frowned. "Are you insulting my age, Mr. Black? You can ask Albus here what happens when one's age is mocked." Sirius looked at Albus who winced as if in pain. He said, "It was the first time that I met Master Flammel. He was a brilliant wizard but cranky. I once said he did not look like he could be over 500 years old. He made a point of it to hex me every time he got a chance or sometimes he pranked me. I never made that mistake again. I would advise you to take the risk at your own peril." Sirius, the marauder that he was, raised his hand in a mock salute to Harsh. "I hereby challenge you upon a marauder's honor to a prank war." "Did someone say marauder?" asked Fred Weasley, entering the room. "Or prank war," added Forge who had followed his twin. "Headmaster, we have come to report for duty," they said together. "And we find," said Gred. "A prank war," said Forge. "And a marauder," said Gred. "Enough," barked McGonagall, "you two are going to drive us mad with your twin talk." "Oh, Professor McGonagall, how pleasant to see you," said Forge. "We didn't see you when we came in," said Gred. "Were you a kitten?" asked Forge. "Or a tabby ca? Ouch!" Gred yelped as a stinger hit him in the backside and Forge dived for cover under the table from where a laughing Harry retrieved him. "Misters Weasley and Weasley, what brings you here?" asked Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. "Headmaster, Percy walked out on us yesterday," said Gred grimly. "Broke everyone's heart," added Forge. "Even put Ickle Ronnikins off his food," said Gred. "Which clearly shows how dire the situation is," said Forge. "Considering he never leaves a morsel of food," said Gred. "It is all rather sad," they said together. Harry was getting weary with this twin talk but they were always a laugh to be around. Finally the twins started telling about everything that had happened the previous day. How Percy had come home jubilant about getting a promotion in Fudge's office, how he insulted Arthur and how Molly broke down when he put the family down and how the Weasleys were getting ready to come to the headquarters of the Order. The news of the Weasleys sent the elves into frenzy and they immediately got to work setting up the place and accommodations for everyone. While this was going on, the twins again asked about the words, marauder, and prank war, and how the marauders were their role models. Sirius laughed at this, and addressed the boys, "I am a marauder." One of the quartet which once used to terrorize Hogwarts. Minerva shuddered while Albus looked weary for once. I was Padfoot, my brother James Potter was Prongs, Remus here was Moony and the traitor rat was Wormtail. Sirius spat the last word with such scorn that everyone understood he was referring to Peter. The twins turned to Sirius and Remus in awe, and in another moment, they were bowing and scraping, we are not worthy, making others in the room laugh. Finally, when the commotion died down, they turned to Remus, giving him an appraising look, which put him on the alert. So that's how you used to catch us, said Fred. A prankster catching other pranksters, added George. It's sacrilege, my good sir, said Fred somberly. For honor's sake, we must declare a prank war upon you, added George. You are challenging a marauder, said Sirius with a mock frown. Your challenge is accepted. People in the house were beginning to dread being caught in the crossfire of a prank war, while Harry was glad that he would be going away for the summer and would hopefully miss the whole thing. There may even still be a number 12, Grimmauld Place, to come back to. Almost as if reading his mind, Harsh whispered, you are not escaping Mr. Potter. As it happens, I am myself very fond of pranks. Tonks, who was sitting beside Harry, snorted while Harsh turned to Sirius. Mr. Black, I accept your challenge. I assure you that by the time I return with Mr. Potter, you both parties will band together on my young protege here. Harry cringed at this. Dumbledore addressed the gathering. While this is all very good, we have work to do. Harry, Mr. Harsh Vardana will be taking you to Gringotts to claim your position in your family and the family magics. After that you have an invitation from Lady Longbottom to spend the day with them. Tomorrow you can return here and spend the day with your godfather before leaving for Barrett. Harsh took his hand and disappeared into the shadows. Harry and Harsh Vardana appeared in Diagon Alley in an empty side street. From there, they strolled quickly to the bank. This was Harry's third visit to the bank in 4 years, and he was still amazed with the money he had seen in his trust vault, and to know that he owned perhaps more than this was unbelievable for him. Though now that he thought about it, he should have inquired about his family more deeply. But then, he was just a malnourished kid who was feeling overwhelmed with everything that had happened to him, knowing that magic was real, knowing that his parents were heroes and that he was a celebrity to thousands of people he did not even know. All of this had a cumulative effect on him, making him feel so overwhelmed that he chose not to ask questions. And even though Hagrid was friendly enough, he still felt intimidated by the half-giant at the time. As they approached Gringotts, he heard alarms blaring in the bank and all the goblins in a frenzy of activity. Harry did not know what was going on. To him it looked like they were preparing to defend against some sort of attack. Harsh grabbed his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Put on your air ring, Mr. Potter. If the things go bad with goblins, at least you will not be harmed, considering you are one of their most rich clients." Flummoxed and wanting to ask questions but choosing not to, he fished his ring out of his robes and put it on his ring finger. As soon as they neared the bank, an entire battalion of goblins armed to the teeth with swords, hauberk and axes, clad in mail, blocked their way. The leader of the battalion was dressed in golden armor, an armored helmet clamped firmly on his head, approached them while the other goblin soldiers stood guard at the gates of the bank. Harry could see that they were scared. What they were scared of, Harry could not guess. The leader approached them and in a high-pitched but commanding voice said, "You are not allowed in the bank, wizard." Harry was surprised. The goblins had never stopped him from entering the bank before, but then he realized that the leader was addressing Harsh Vardana. Harsh was frowning at the goblin. "May I ask why am I being restricted access to your halls?" "By the order of Lord Ragnarok, you are barred from these premises. Any attempt to enter contrary to that order will be considered an act of war," he snarled. "I would never resort to killing anyone, noble goblin," Harsh replied, amused at the bravado of the goblin. "However, if it does not assure you, then you can go fetch this rug nut," Harry snorted, "so that I may talk to him." The goblin was seething in anger at the apparent disrespect shown to their leader, which showed in his tone. "You shall not insult our king. You say one more word and I will cut you down where you stand." To underline his threat, the goblin raised his sword, showing that he would be happy to put his words into action, but Harsh was not deterred. He simply smiled. "You think you can stop me, goblin? Do you have an idea of who I am and why your nation is in a tizzy seeing me here?" The goblin frowned at him as if this was something new to him. He was a soldier who followed orders and did not question them. He sneered at Harsh, "It is not my duty to ask questions but to follow orders, and my orders are to stop you by any means necessary." Harry, who had had enough of this talk, snapped at the goblin, "I am Harry Potter, heir to the houses of Potter, Peverell and Black. This wizard here is accompanying me and I have urgent business at the bank. If you delay me any further, I will make sure that your head rolls for all the loss that you are causing me with your posturing." While the goblin looked at him suspiciously, Harsh prodded Harry to show his heir ring, which Harry promptly shoved into the goblin's face. When the goblin saw the ring, his eyes went wide and his face went pale for a moment. Then, barking an order at the other soldiers in gobbledygook, he went inside. He returned a few minutes later accompanied by another regal-looking goblin clad in goblin silver armor, a gleaming sword at his side and a shield studded with gems on his arm. As the goblin approached, Harsh stepped up to the new goblin addressing him, "Rugnut, how good to see you." Ragnok, who was visibly annoyed, barked, "What do you want, wizard? Have you not got enough of your fill? I still remember the last of your visits to the bank, though I was a wee lad like this one." He pointed to Harry. Harsh smiled genially at him, "It was not my fault. You goblins had chosen to stop from entering the bank. What could I do?" Harry was getting really intrigued now. The mystic was turning into a mystery for him. He had heard so much of his exploits by now that he could not wait to ask him about it, but the man was not telling. "The problem is that you have been banned from entering the bank in perpetuity for the havoc you caused in the Second Goblin Rebellion. You had turned the tide of the war in favor of wizard kind." He scowled. "That is ancient history, Rugnut," he chided him. "Besides, today I am accompanying Mr. Potter here, whose family was one of the original members of the bank. You have so much of his family's money scattered into your investments that if he pulled the rug from beneath your feet, you won't get a canute, Rugnut." The goblin then noticed Harry standing there and shuddered. "I believe that Mr. Potter will not choose to bankrupt the bank." Harry, who had at last caught on to some of the conversation, chimed in, "I will take all my money and artifacts out of your bank," and Harry did not know where he would go with that kind of money and so many artifacts. But Harsh provided that answer, and he will go to the gnomes in Switzerland, who would be delighted to have such a prospective client. The Potter account alone will make sure that they treat him like kings, and if you count in other houses he is the heir of, they will perhaps open another branch for him solely. Ragnok shuddered visibly at the thought of one of his clients moving out of his bank. While it would cause a heavy financial burden to the bank and would literally ruin the economy of the wizarding world, what caused him the most worry was the anger of the elders of the Goblin Council. The Goblin Nation had a king who was the head of them, but the king himself was supervised by the Goblin Council, which consisted of 7 elders of the council, and these 7 were ancient by Goblin standards, known for their skills, or reputation in battle, or their shrewd mind in business. To go to them telling that House Potter and other houses connected with it had withdrawn from Gringotts was a catastrophe which he could not afford. This presented a real challenge to him, whether to allow Harsh Vardana in the bank and risk the wrath of the elders, or anger him and definitely face the elders. There were only 2 things which motivated a goblin golden war. This was a situation where they would have war, perhaps the bloodiest, but it would end in extinction of the goblins. He knew the real identity of Harsh Vardana and knew that he was never alone in any situation. Just because he could be seen alone did not mean that there were not a band of followers tailing him. He was a lord like Dumbledore or Voldemort, but he did not show it, and that made him even more dangerous. Only a few people knew about the mystics, and perhaps the goblins knew the most, but only because their entire existence was threatened by them. Finally, business prevailed over any other concerns. Turning to Harry, he addressed him in an official manner, "Are you Harold James of House Potter?" Harry did not notice the change in his demeanor and certainly did not know that name, but when Harsh stepped on his foot, he straightened and, looking in the goblin's eyes, firmly replied, "Yes, I am Harold James of House Potter." "Do you, Harold James, take responsibility for the actions of your companion while you were on the territory of Gringotts for the purpose of this visit?" asked Ragnok. "I do," Harry replied. Ragnok turned to Harsh. "You are allowed entrance into the halls of Gringotts on the guarantee of Harold James of House Potter for your behavior and full liability for any consequences resulting from your actions." Harsh smirked at him. "After you, Rugnut." As they entered the bank, Harry noticed that the goblins had erected wards to prevent anyone from coming in or going out, and the lobby was empty with armed goblins scattered throughout the bank looking grim and clutching their weapons anxiously. They looked fearfully upon Harsh, who smirked in satisfaction. Harry felt uneasy for himself. If the goblins offended him in any way, who knows what the mystic may do. Going through many tunnels, they finally reached a cabin which had a door of goblin silver with a big galleon drawn in the middle of the door. Ragnarok scratched the door with his elaborately carved nail and the door melted. The inside of the cabin was rather pedestrian in comparison to the grandeur that Harry was expecting. The walls were golden colored with drawings showing goblin battles or other occasions which Harry thought were important in their history. Ragnarok took his seat behind a large ornate table, the top having been done in platinum, and the rest of the table made of gold with gems studded throughout it. As he sat, he pressed a button on the table. A young goblin entered the room and Ragnarok gave him orders in their own tongue. Following which they were alone. Then he turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, we have been waiting for you to come and claim your inheritance since you turned 11. At the age of 11, heirs of houses are given the heir ring. But you did not come. The manager who looked after the Potter accounts for 80 years died a few years ago. We were unable to contact you, therefore, we waited for you to come to us. You came to the bank with Rubius Hagrid and you just made a withdrawal and left. Since there was no account manager, there was no one who could ask for you to be brought to us. The first thing to do today is to appoint a manager for your accounts, and then we will perform inheritance tests for you which will tell us what families you are heir to." Harry had no idea of what to do and turned to Harsh, who looked at him. After some time he started, "Rugnut, you need to call for the best possible candidates for the job. We will make our choice after we have seen what they are capable of." Harry found the suggestion to be logical and nodded his head in agreement. Ragnarok called another goblin and barked some instructions to him. While they were waiting, the door suddenly opened and a very ancient goblin entered the room. Seeing him, Ragnarok jumped down from his chair, bowing to him. Harsh merely snorted at the ancient goblin. "Hello there, Iron Fist. You are still alive, all bones still intact." Harry was amused at his audacity, but the ancient goblin just sighed. "Who granted you entrance, wizard?" Ragnarok hesitantly raised his hand, causing Iron Fist to glare at him. Quickly Ragnarok recited everything that had happened at the gates of the bank. Iron Fist glared at Harsh. "You have guts coming here, wizard, considering you had to face a battalion of goblins last time you tried to gain entrance. As I recall, all of them were trapped in your vaults and I had hung you as an egg for the Norwegian Ridgeback. I never hoped to see you alive," said Harsh, grinning at him. Harry was equally amused and scared. The mystic was an intriguing person. Sometimes he appeared jovial and sometimes, he was equally scary. As far as he knew, the goblins were pretty vicious and great warriors. All the history lessons with Binns where he could manage to stay awake, Binns had harped on and on about the goblin bravery, courage and shrewdness. For someone to trap them in their own vaults and to hang one as an egg was really awe-inspiring and equally stupid. Iron Fist turned to Ragnarok, indicating to him to continue his proceedings while he assumed the chair behind the desk, leaving Ragnarok standing. Ragnarok pulled a chair to him and, taking a seat, started addressing Harry. "Mr. Potter, after the inheritance tests are done, you need to make decisions with respect to your finances. While you have a large amount of gold just lying around, it would be good to invest it. I have lined up several portfolios for you." Harry nodded in agreement. Moments later, the first goblin returned with several journals which he placed on the table and left quickly. A minute later, 3 goblins entered the room standing before them. Ragnarok addressed Harry. "The one on your left is Bluntax, the middle one is Ripthroat and the last one is Griphook. They are some of the goblins who are available and have sufficient training to handle accounts as vast as yours, Mr. Potter." Harry turned to each of them, surveying them closely. When he reached the third goblin, he stared for a moment more before addressing him. "I know you. You are the goblin who showed me my trust vault, Griphook." Griphook nodded his head but said nothing. Before Harry could say anything, Ragnarok picked up a bowl and a knife from his table, handing them to Harry while he picked up a parchment. "Please cut your palm a little and let your blood flow into the bowl. The results of the test will be shown up here." Bracing himself, Harry slashed the dagger on his palm and dropped some of his blood into the bowl. Ragnarok poured it on the parchment which glowed golden, and then letters started appearing. Name Harold James Potter. Father's name James Charles Potter. Parents: Charles Fellamont Potter and Doria Potter née Black. Mother's name Lily Amaryllis Potter née Rosier. Parents: Vincent Rosier and Amelia Rosier née Weber. Heir to houses: Potter, Peverell, Rosier. Prospective heir to House of Black and House of Weber. Harry was staring at the results open-mouthed. His mind was reeling from what he had read. With an effort, he opened his mouth and said, "But this is not true. My mother was Muggle-born, not a pureblood." Ragnarok gave him a feral grin. "No, Mr. Potter. Your mother was not a Muggle-born. This test never lies. Your mother was not a Muggle-born but a pureblood." "But what is the House of Weber?" he asked, confused. "I have never heard of such a house in Wizarding Britain." This time Harsh answered him. "The House of Weber, Mr. Potter, was an old and influential house in Germany before Grindelwald's campaign. Like your family, they took sides against Grindelwald and fought against him. Before the war, there were at least 30 members of the house, but in the war and succeeding years, they were all killed except a daughter of the house who had escaped to France. We were interested in her whereabouts since at one time, they had been our allies." Vincent Rosier, who had just graduated from Hogwarts, was on a tour of the world and met Amelia in France, where they fell in love and married. They moved to Wizarding Britain, living away from Vincent's family, who were considered dark, and Vincent did not want his children to grow up in a dark family. One of the former knights of Grindelwald had found her in Wizarding Britain and killed her with Vincent Rosier. Shortly before they were killed, Elia had given birth to a baby girl who was delivered to an orphanage, from where she was adopted by rich Muggle Harrison Evans, who had a daughter already, and being able to sire no more children, adopted Lily so that Petunia would have a sibling. Lily grew up thinking that she was a Muggle-born. This was just before the rise of Voldemort, and Vincent's brother Felix, who did not know anything about his sister-in-law or his niece, joined the Death Eaters and was killed in the First Wizarding War at the hands of Alistair Moody. Harry had been listening to him with rapt attention, and when Harsh was done, he asked, "So this means that I am not a half-blood?" Harsh frowned. "Why would you call yourself a half-blood? I thought my mother was a Muggle-born and my father was a pure-blood, so that would make me a half-blood." "In fact, everyone says so," Harry replied. "Mr. Potter, a half-blood is one who has one magical parent and one Muggle parent," Harsh gently replied. "Your mother, even if she was a Muggle-born, was magical, and that will make you a full-blood." "I swear Wizarding Britain is going backwards these days," he scoffed further. "Much as I would like to hear this illuminating conversation further, we have work to do, and for us goblins, time is money," barked Ragnarok. "Oh right, we digressing. Mr. Potter, you really need to put a cap on your questions. We are on a tight schedule and have no time to dally around. I will sat all your curiosity, but for the time being, please make a list," Harsh said, smiling at him. Harry nodded and turned to the 3 goblins. "So, I have a job for one of you which I am told will require shrewdness, intelligence, and will thoroughly test my skills. As Lord Ragnarok told me, the previous account manager for the Potter family has been dead for some time now, and the position is vacant. So, whichever of you can offer me the best choice for my finances will have this position for 1 year, after which we will review our position, and if satisfied, I will make it permanent. Is that acceptable?" The 3 goblins nodded in agreement, and Ragnarok was watching this curiously. The young Potter was showing some business acumen like his forefathers. Maybe it won't be that bad after all. The first goblin, Bluntax, started. "I can double your money in a year, 4 folds in 2 years, and I will make sure that your estate is well cared for." The second, Ripthroat, said, "I can triple your money with heavy investing and find other ways to increase your income. And I can help you expand your estates further, making sure your influence grows." The third goblin, Griphook, said, "Mr. Potter, your accounts are not in very fine condition right now, considering there was no one to manage your finances for last 6 years. Seeing that you are inheriting other estates and accounts, and they will require to be set straight before any decision can be made for them. Your estates are entirely different matter. Some of them have not had their rent increased, some are in need of serious repairs, and many are under stasis charms. They will need to be made functional or can be kept the way they are, as per your preference. However, within a year, your accounts can be settled and they will start earning. I have a list of prospective businesses which would turn to be a real goldmine with cautious investing. Of all the three, only Griphook had bothered to do any homework prior to the meeting. His was not an empty promise or a boast, but a neat, brief and realistic report on the state of Harry's holdings. There was only one clear choice. He turned to Griphook and said, "Congratulations, Account Manager Griphook. The job is yours. You are now the account manager for my holdings and estates. We will have an annual review of your work, and if you prove to be satisfactory after 2 years, I will make the appointment permanent. Now that you have an account manager, we must move on to other business. Your status has recently changed, Mr. Potter. This tournament that you were forced into was designed for adult wizards only, therefore, you are now considered adult in the magical world, meaning you can take up lordship of all of your houses and become heir to other houses where you are in line of succession," said Ragnarok to Harry. Ragnarok then turned to Griphook and barked in their language, who then led the other 2 account managers out of the chamber. Griphook returned a few minutes later carrying an ornate wooden box. He gave the box to Ragnarok, who opened it, and Harry saw it contained rings. Ragnarok passed the first ring to Harry. "This is the ring of House Potter, Mr. Potter. Put it on your ring finger." Harry examined the ornate ring. It was an amethyst mounted on a band of goblin silver. There was a griffin, the Potter house animal, engraved into the top of the gem. When he placed it on his finger, he felt immense pressure coursing through his body, his magic flaring, welcoming the pressure and embracing it. The pressure eased after a moment. He looked questioningly at Harsh. Harsh replied, "That was your family magic testing you before it accepted you as lord of the house. The Potter family magic has accepted you." The same happened with the Peverell ring, which was a golden band with an obsidian stone atop it bearing a strange creature on it. However, the pressure of the Peverell family magic was so intense that it caused him to almost pass out. After what seemed like a long time, he could breathe again. He felt such power coursing through his veins as he had never felt before. It was like some part of him had been missing all along and had just come back to him. In his short life of 15 years, Harry had never felt so much at peace as he did now. The rosier ring was a platinum band with a ruby atop it bearing a dragon on it. The rosier magic felt incredibly powerful, but not so much as Peverell magic. It scanned him for a long time, then finding him worthy, it melded with other magics in him. The last ring was one Harry did not recognize. Ragnarok presented it to him saying, "This is the ring of the House of Weber of Germany. If there were any other members available, you would not be the primary heir, but since there are none and the family is all but gone, it is for you to claim. The family does not carry a hereditary seat like your other lordships, but carries large vaults which add significant gold to your already considerable accounts. The grimoire is in the family vault and you can claim it when you enter. The estates are under stasis charms like the estates of your other houses. I would like it if you would lift the stasis charms off them, but it depends on you solely. The house animal is a unicorn." Harry took the ring, which was a golden band with a lapis lazuli atop it bearing a unicorn, and put it on his ring finger where other rings had melded together. The Weber magic was fierce but gentle, and within a matter of seconds had accepted him. "Accept our congratulations, Harold James, Lord of Houses of Potter, Peverell, Rosier and Weber," chanted Iron Fist, nodding his head to Harry, who returned the gesture. As the ceremony was going on, 2 goblins entered the room carrying an armful of documents which they dumped upon the desk. Harsh shrank them with just a touch and handed them to Harry, leaving him gaping in wonder at this fancy display of magic. "Is there any more business, Mr. Potter?" asked Ragnarok. "As a matter of fact, there is. I would like to visit my family vaults and collect the grimoires that you have mentioned." Harry had heard mention of the word a couple of times and out of curiosity had researched them and was fascinated with it. Since the time he had come to know that his family was ancient and most noble, he wished that he could access his family grimoire. Now that the chance was here, he wanted to claim all of them before he went off traipsing all over the world. "Mr. Potter, I know you are excited about grimoires, but it would not be wise to take them with you to where you are going. What you will learn is important for you before you try anything from those grimoires. Besides, I am sure I can help you with the magic of Potter and Peverell," Harsh said gently, and Harry reluctantly nodded. Now that we are done here, perhaps we should take our leave of these charming fellows, who cannot wait to see us off of their property," said Harsh, smirking at Iron Fist, who was scowling. As they were about to leave, Griphook returned with a money bag and a card for Harry, telling him that the bag would not run empty till his account was full of money, and the card would work anywhere in the Muggle world. Instructing Griphook to put his affairs in order and informing him that he would take up the airship of Black at his next visit, he followed Harsh out of the bank. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning. "Blimey, we spent 2 hours in there, Mr. Potter," he said to Harry. "I do not know of you, but I am feeling hungry." Harry didn't say anything, but his stomach growled, making Harsh chuckle. They went to the Leaky Cauldron and threw it into Muggle London, where they took lunch in an Indian cafe. When Harry raised his eyes over this, Harsh did not reply but only smiled at him. When they were done with their food, it was almost noon. Harry took out the letter which was sent to him by Augusta, and both of them held it. As the clock struck noon, they felt a tug behind their navels and disappeared into thin air. Longbottom Castle, somewhere in the wilderness. They appeared out of thin air in a clearing surrounded by heavy woods. Harry fell to the ground and landed in a heap, while Harsh floated gently down to the ground, smirking at Harry, who rolled his eyes. "Where are we?" Harry asked him, looking around. As if in answer to his question, an elf appeared near them. This elf was dressed in a robe with the Longbottom crest, was tall and had a pencil nose with amber eyes. It squeaked at them, "I is squeaky. Sirs, follow me." They followed the elf, who was bobbing up and down all the way to the castle, which was just a few hundred yards away. Like Bones Manor, its circumference was ringed by tall trees which hid the castle from sight, and the grounds spread around the property were very vast. "Is it just whimsy, or is there a good reason to plant trees in a circle around the property in pureblood families?" Harry asked. Harsh smirked at the question. "Mr. Potter, it would be easy to answer the question if I know what electives have you taken for your owls?" he asked Harry curiously. "Divination and care of magical creatures," he said sheepishly, knowing no one ever approved of those subjects as electives, knowing them to be easy owls. It was just that when they were making their choices for owls, he had conferred with Ron, who had told him that these were easy subjects. Just to have another person in those subjects with him, Harry had opted for both of those subjects. "Divination, I wonder what made you do so," he mused. "Divination is not a bad subject actually. It is rather a science, and there have been prophecies which have come true all these ages, but what the British wizards call divination is a sham. You have had true seers here, but their numbers have been dwindling. I believe the last true in Avalon was Cassandra Trelawney, who left wizarding Britain shortly after Voldemort fell at your hands. In India, there are many branches of divination, and most of them are also used by Muggles. However, they do not use those arts like wizards do." Harry was listening to him with rapt attention. Nobody he had ever met had said a positive word about divination, and perhaps with Sybil Trelawney, the subject had nothing positive to offer. But hadn't she made a prophecy, and Peter Pettigrew had escaped that night, making the prophecy come true? Why had Harsh Vardana said that she was not a true seer? When he raised the question to Harsh, he replied, "Sybil is not a true seer, Mr. Potter. While most of what she says is rather nothing, but there are so many things she say offhandedly which turn out to be true. She can see only scattered glimpses of future, which means she can see something will happen but nothing that happened before it or will happen after it. A true seer can actually look on the future or the past, like I am looking at you. They can control and alter the future by a single decision of theirs, and that is why they are most feared. They are always conscious of the future and the past while they live in the present, but the sight is not fully present in Sybil, nor she can control it. When it overwhelms her, she gives a prophecy. I believe her last true prediction, courtesy of the inner eye, was in your 3rd year. There are a few students in your school who have the gift of the sight, though. One is a Ravenclaw girl whose inner eye is rather very strong, and there are only a few secrets which can evade her. Other is a pair of Indian twins in your year, but out of them, only one has interest in the subject. Have you ever wondered why Ms. Padma Patil is so smart, Mr. Potter?" Harry was fascinated by all the answers given to him. Now that he thought about it, he recalled Hermione telling him how Padma could always guess everything beforehand and was scarily smart. Padma was magically more powerful than Hermione and was good in theory and often fought for the top spot with Hermione and the witch from Slytherin. Parvati was smart, but she was a gossip girl, and perhaps this was the reason that she was often quoted as the source of all the rumors which were on the grapevine of the Hogwarts rumor mill. Inwardly, Harry resolved to be wary of the twins, who were probably scarier than the Weasley twins. "Here we be, sirs," said the elf, pointing to the massive gates of the castle. The castle was a huge, three-floored structure with 4 towers, one at each corner, but not exactly in the directions of the compass. It was spread over a large area, and there were stables in the distance where Harry could see some hippogriffs milling about. Augusta and Neville Longbottom were standing outside the front doors, looking anxious. As they approached, Neville came forward and embraced Harry in a brotherly hug. "Welcome to the Longbottom Castle, Herr Potter." "Neville, to you, I am always Harry," Harry said, smiling. "Actually, Herr Longbottom, it is Lord Potter Peverell Rosier Webber," said Harsh, mock bowing to Harry, who rolled his eyes while Neville was staring at him, wide-eyed. "Are you really Lord of 4 Houses?" asked Neville, still surprised. "A story for another time, Mr. Longbottom, which I know Mr. Potter will be happy to tell you in all its glory," said Harsh, smiling at the duo, "but for now, we have some rather urgent matters to tend to." Harsh stepped up to Augusta, who had been fondly looking upon the duo of Neville and Harry and smiling, remembering another Potter and Longbottom, who had walked around this place like brothers. However, unlike those boys were never just the two of them. James never came alone, but with his posse of friends like the Heir of Black, Remus Lupin, who was always a kind boy, and Peter Pettigrew, whom she had seen as a hero for nigh on 14 years before Neville returned from Hogwarts at the end of his 4th year. "Augusta, it's a pleasure to see you again," Harsh said, bowing to her, taking her hand and pretending to kiss her knuckles. "Is everything ready?" Augusta nodded her head. "My elf Squeaky will show you the chambers. Frank and Alice will be portkeyed here soon." Harry stepped up to her and she embraced him. "Harry, you are like Neville to me. You do not need to bow to me and call me Augusta or Gran, if you want." Harry was touched by the gesture and returned her embrace with equal affection. The Muggles may not have been his true relatives, but he was making his own family now. The elf accompanied Harsh to the chamber while Neville took Harry with him to show him around the property until Harsh called for the pair of them. They were supposed to help him in the process. They were not sure how they could help him, but they were willing to find out. Neville showed him the woods where many magical creatures lived and the greenhouses which were maintained by him. Harry was astonished to see that Neville was looking after and maintaining plants that were not taught in the curriculum at Hogwarts. Some were so rare that they were not even available there. Lastly, he brought him to the stables where a number of hippogriffs and many flying horses were tethered. "Do you ride them, Neville?" Harry asked. Neville shook his head ruefully. "Never when Gran is watching. She's afraid I might fall off and break my leg or something. But I have been out a couple of times when she wasn't around. The elves showed me how to work the tack and bridle and showed me how to ride. I would like to think that I'm pretty good at it. When Hagrid showed us the hippogriffs, I was hoping I would get to ride. But Malfoy had to be a stupid git and it never happened. Damn Malfoy and his ancestry anyway." Harry laughed at his indignation. It was hard to imagine Neville as the shy, clumsy Gryffindor he had been a week earlier. Ever since he got his wand, he had been improving. Harry had seen his power firsthand and was sure that Neville would be turning heads very soon. "Harry, what are you doing for the summer?" Neville asked him, hesitating. "I was thinking that you could stay here with me if you want. We can use magic without anyone knowing and practice a lot of what we have learned." "Neville, sorry to have to turn you down, mate. I have some travel plans. I am going to magical India with Harsh Varden, who has promised to teach me some things which will help me to survive in the coming war," he replied. "He has also promised to teach me a little about my family magics." "I understand, Harry," Neville said, patting his arm. "Hang on, you can do magic here?" Harry asked, confused. "But won't that get you into trouble with the Ministry?" "I mean, I was served with a notice for a hovering charm Dobby had used at the Muggles." Neville noticed the venom with which he mentioned the Muggles and did not raise the issue but chose to answer his question. "The tracking charm of the Ministry only works in houses of Muggle-born students. The ministry can only detect if magic is cast but not who cast it. The children of pureblood families practice magic all summer long without any problems, Neville replied sheepishly. But that's unfair to the Muggle-born students, protested Harry. How can they expect to compete with the pure-blood students when they do not get the same treatment as them? I know, Harry, but we cannot change it right now. Later, when we are on our family seats, maybe we can advocate for changes in the system, said Neville, trying to pacify Harry before he exploded. Harry knew that Neville was speaking the truth, so he dropped the subject. Instead, he switched to small talk with Neville and started asking him for details about his life up to this point, such as his family and what it was like growing up on the estate. The time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the elf appeared to inform them that they were wanted in the ritual chamber. Ritual chamber, Longbottom Castle. The ritual chamber was a large, underground room with a dueling arena in the middle of it. There was also a practice range off in one corner, where target dummies were set up for them. In another part of the room, Harsh had inscribed some runes on the ground. Having never studied runes, Harry could not make heads or tails of them, but Harsh explained that those runes were to prevent the magical outburst from either Frank or Alice escaping and causing any damage to the chamber or the castle. These symbols have been drawn with the runes from the Brahmi script, a language from the vast family of the magical Sanskrit language. These runes together make a containment ward, which will help contain the magical outbursts, he said, explaining gently to them. He pointed out a large rune in the center of the circular ward scheme to them. This is Om. The primordial sound, the symbol of infinity and nothingness beyond which there is nothing. This is the sound of the universe. It is the start and it is the end of everything, and there is no sound greater than this. Now I need you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom, to put your wands on this and push your magic into this rune. This will power the ward scheme. Keep pouring the magic into it till it is glowing golden. I do not have a wand, Mr. Harsh Vardhana, Harry said to him, frowning. My apologies, Mr. Potter. I had promised to give you a wand which would help you, Harsh said. Since I do not have a wand to present to you as your own, why don't you use one of these? He pulled 2 wands out of his pockets and offered them to Harry. The first wand felt like dead wood to Harry's senses. But the second wand felt warm to his touch. How are we supposed to do this? Asked Neville. Just put your wand to the symbols and will you magic to flow and keep pouring till the runes glow gold, Harsh replied encouragingly. It will start charging the rune, but do not exhaust yourself. Harry and Neville started following his instructions simultaneously. However, Harry noticed that he had to concentrate more to make the wand work. He understood how Neville would have felt, working with a wand that had never chosen him. After a few minutes, but what felt like hours, Harry saw the symbol glowing golden. Why are they charging the runes and not you? Asked Healer Lynn, coming in the room with Frank and Alice Longbottom hovering behind her, strapped on 2 stretchers and being carried into the chambers by 2 trainee healers. Simply because they are more powerful than me or anyone else in this room, Harsh answered amusedly. These boys are pretty powerful, Healer Lynn, and by the time their magical core would stop growing, they would be the most powerful wizards in magical Britain. Healer Lynn looked skeptical. May I? She asked, brandishing her wand at Neville, who dumbly nodded. She cast some diagnostic spells at him and her eyes widened. She repeated the same with Harry and her eyebrows reached so high into her forehead it looked like they would just vanish. She gulped. Indeed, they are incredibly powerful. Their cores are already bigger than most average wizards in Britain. I believe that by the age of 17, Mr. Potter will easily be a highly accomplished Grand Sorcerer with Mr. Longbottom not far behind. In fact, there have not been such powerful wizards in recent history. This ritual will require me to spend a lot of my strength to try and revive them, and I cannot risk my strength by using to charge the runes, so I decided to use these powerhouses here, he said, winking at the duo. Harsh ushered the trainee healers out of the room and asked Augusta to take Alice to another room since he would be treating only one of them at a time. He laid Frank in the center of the circle on a very intricately drawn design. This will keep him from moving too much during the ritual, he announced. While I am doing the ritual, please do not come inside the circle, and if Frank starts to stir without me waking up, please stun him to immobilize him. If he is awakened during the ritual, it can be fatal for him or me. He turned to the duo, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom. If the energy in the rune starts to fade, please feel free to pour energy into the rune. It shall always remain golden. Harry and Neville nodded in grim determination. Harsh sat in meditating position, his legs folded beneath him, his wand in his right hand and both of the arms on the knees, palms facing upwards. He started chanting some incantations in a strange language, and while they could not understand the words, the power in the words could be felt by them, giving goosebumps to everyone present in the chamber. Harsh closed his eyes and went still. Then a moment later, Frank stirred for a second before going still. Frank's mindscape. Harsh found himself in Frank's mindscape. He had entered into his mind by going into a trance, leaving his body behind. The entrance of the mindscape resembled the real Longbottom Castle. There were elves milling about, however they looked emaciated, as if someone had been keeping them hungry and torturing them. The grass around the castle was withered and the trees were uprooted. The walls had cracks in them and the doors were ajar with no one guarding them. The stables he had noticed were destroyed with bodies of dead beasts littered on the ground. The woods around the castle were utterly destroyed with trees uprooted, burned or blasted into smithereens. He walked up the stairs where he knew the Lord's study was. The entrance to the bedroom was guarded by a legion of armored suits which were barring all entry to the room. "Stand aside," Harsh commanded them. "Your lord is not in danger anymore. He needs to be set free." The suits did not respond, and when he made one step forward, one of the suits slashed at him with its sword, menacing him. Harsh easily sidestepped the blow. He did not want to cause any harm to the suits, which were basically protections against mind intrusion, but they had become a problem for Frank. The suits had kept him here, not allowing him to escape, and thus, he could not be cured. Unless these were disabled, he could not access the room. He was choosing not to be violent since he knew it would risk Frank stirring and waking, leaving Harsh trapped within. As he stepped again, two of the suits attacked him simultaneously and he rolled to the ground, and they missed him by an inch. If the suits continued to be so violent, he would need to disable them since he did not want to destroy them. He got up again and tried to turn invisible, but to his horror, none of his magic worked. This was new. In other cases of a similar nature, he had been able to use magic. Looking for the cause, he spotted a litany of runes drawn along the walls, and there were runes for all purposes. Following the trail of runes, he noticed a rune drawn on the ceiling of the corridor he was in. It was a magic-suppressing rune. Really ingenious. Unless he deactivated the rune himself, he could not gain entrance to the room even if he destroyed the suits. The only way he had was to go through the suits and then gain access to the Lord's study. The suits were not able to feel pain, but he could dismantle them and hope they remained dismantled. The problem with this was that this would cause distress to Frank Longbottom, and he hoped the others would quickly stun him before he was trapped here. One of the suits came at him menacingly, brandishing its sword, and Harsh ducked as soon as the suit swung the sword, saving himself by a hair's breadth. He sprung to his feet in the next instant and trapped the blade between his palms. With a sudden jerk, he tore the blade from the suit's grasp. Spinning the blade in the air, he caught it again with the hilt in his right hand. The blade was a broadsword, one of the heaviest one-handed weapons, not intended for the swift and subtle type of combat Harsh preferred, but he would make do. In the next moment, with a flash of steel and the sound of a tin can ripping apart, the helmet of the first suit parted company with the rest of the armor. Then, with the crash of hardened steel on hardened steel, he parried the blow and disarmed the next suit. As the blade spun singing through the air, Harsh caught the pommel in his left hand. Seeing one of their fellows incapacitated, the remaining suits formed a ring around Harsh and began to circle him and wait for his next move. Harsh had to admire Frank Longbottom in that moment. That man was simply a genius with maneuvers, since the suits only mimicked what Frank knew, and Frank was apparently a master of tactics. The suits circled him and kept moving around him, not giving him a chance to escape, while Harsh simply kept his swords ready to parry any blow or take advantage of any opening to strike. After some time, the suits became tired of all the waiting and 4 of them pounced on him at once. Harsh, who had been a warrior for ages, simply jumped in the air and, somersaulting, was out of the circle. The suits scrambled to turn around and fight him when he went into action, slashing, stabbing or simply swiping his swords through the swath of the suits. In a matter of seconds, Harsh stood alone with a rather large pile of dismantled armor in front of him. He knew that he had to move quickly because the suits soon started moving, reassembling themselves. Seeing no other way out and not able to use magic, he stabbed both swords through the middle of the doors of the Lord's study and the castle shook like there was an earthquake. Working fast, he was able to wrestle the doors open before the suits could finish reassembling and attack him again. He bolted the door from the inside. He knew that the suits would not break the door open of the Lord's study but was wary of the dangers which may be lurking within. When he turned his attention to the inside of the room, to his surprise, Frank Longbottom was sitting behind the ornate desk made of cedar wood and polished to shine, the Longbottom crest atop it. He looked like Neville Longbottom but a little older. He was tall, brown hair down to his shoulders, strong broad shoulders, electric blue eyes and an angular face. Overall he looked like one of the chivalric heroes from the stories of old. He was engrossed in studying a book and did not even notice when Harsh had entered the room. "Lord Longbottom," he addressed him, causing him to stir and look towards him. "It is time to return to consciousness." "Who are you and how did you get in?" Frank asked him, surprise written on his face. "How did you defeat the suits?" "I have tried to get out many times but they never opened the door," Frank said morosely and pouted. Harsh chuckled briefly, then sobered up. "Locked from outside. You mean to say the door was not locked by you?" "Yes, they locked the door from outside. I seem to have lost my wand and I can no longer command them nor can I unlock the door by magic," Frank said, frowning. "But there is a magic suppressing rune on the ceiling of the corridor outside," Harsh said. "Does that not stop you from using magic here?" "My dear fellow, this is my castle. Why would I engrave a magic suppressing rune on my castle?" he asked, scowling. "We need to go now, Lord Longbottom," said Harsh gently. "People outside are getting anxious. They have not heard from you for 15 years. "What do you mean?" asked Frank, confused. "Just yesterday, Voldemort was defeated." "How can it be 15 years? "It has been 15 years. You will be explained everything. This is not the real world but your mindscape where all your protections died with the overexposure of Cruciatus' curse and you were ensconced here by your magic," Harsh said, explaining. "Once you are full in health, you will need to remake your mindscape or perhaps choose a new one if you cannot bring it into its previous state. Do you know what has happened during all these years? If it has been 15 years then Mother would have grown old, her face creased with lines of worry and little Neville would be a fine young man by now. He was just a little toddler then. And my love Alice, I can't imagine that I didn't even ask about her or about my other friends. The Potters had died a day ago and we all were grieving," he said, looking distant and gloomy. "Sirius had been sitting at dinner with us that evening when he suddenly left saying he was going to check on James and Lily. That night we received the news that James and Lily had died but little Harry survived. Alice wanted to take Harry in with Sirius's consent knowing he was his godfather. We had returned to Green Hughes when we were attacked. Mother was not at the mansion, having gone to live at Uncle Algy's place for the duration. I remember attacking the Lestrange brothers, but someone knocked me out with a curse from behind. I felt the pain of the Cruciatus curse and my mind defenses immediately brought my consciousness here to the safety of the Lord's study while activating other defenses. Lord Longbottom, you will know everything when you wake up but my time here is short. I have reached here with a lot difficulty and I am not sure I can do it again. Only I can bring you back. Let us not tarry," he said, urging him. Frank sighed and nodded. When they tried to pull the doors open, they would not budge but Harsh again stabbed the doors in the middle with the swords and wrestled them open. As soon as the doors opened, he saw that the suits had lined up in phalanx formation, ready to begin their assault again. Before they could, a regal voice cut through the air, "Stand down." Frank Longbottom came through the doors, standing tall, looking regal and his eyes blazing with power. The suits immediately went on their knees before him and he addressed them. "You have served me well but your services are not required as of now. I shall call upon you when I need you again." The suits stood up and started moving throughout the castle, placing themselves in their usual niches. Harsh and Frank exited the castle and immediately Harsh grabbed his hand and disappeared. Longbottom Castle, Ritual Chamber. Everyone present in the chamber was getting anxious. It had been nearly 2 hours and yet there was no sign of Frank waking up or any movement from Harsh's body. There had been moments when Frank stirred violently and the healers had to stun him. There was a period where he had some sort of seizure and Neville had been worried, but the healer had stunned Frank calmly and looked upon Neville hopefully, telling him that it was a good sign since this was the first time in 15 years that Frank's mind was responding to some of her diagnostic spells. That had been 1 hour ago. Suddenly, Frank's body jerked before going still, but the healer was calm. Harsh opened his eyes and cast an enervate at Frank, who woke up, looking all groggy and dazed, and grinned stupidly. "It feels good to be back." Augusta, who was present in the chamber, was hugging Neville so fiercely that he feared his ribs would break. She was shaking and sobbing while Neville felt his shoulders getting wet. He realized that his gran was crying, and unwillingly, tears started to fall from his eyes, but Neville did not care to wipe them. He had his father back. He noticed Harry looking longingly at the scene and he could imagine his pain. Gently extricating himself from his gran's embrace, he pulled Harry towards him and hugged him fiercely while Augusta embraced both of them tightly. After 5 minutes, Harsh approached Augusta. "It is my pleasure to announce, Augusta, that your son has been returned to you. However, I must caution you against breaking any bad news to him about the wizarding world, at least for a month. His mind and body are frail and would need to be strengthened before he is ready to hear anything. I would advise you to keep him isolated from others for the time being." Neville, who had a large smile plastered upon his face, said hoarsely, "What about my mother?" Harsh smiled at him. "Mr. Longbottom, the treatment take a lot out of a wizard, and the power you both voluntarily poured in the ward gave me a great boost, but this still caused me exhaustion. So, after a rather heavy lunch, which I think you both would prefer to partake, we can remedy her ailments after an hour." Neville was reluctant but nodded. He himself could feel the drain on his magic the powering of the runes had caused him. He and Harry had to re-energize the runes twice, which only took a few seconds, but felt like hours and took a lot from them. "Mr. Harsh, the House of Longbottom is eternally indebted to you," said Augusta, her voice still hoarse from crying. "Whenever you need the assistance of House Longbottom, the House of Longbottom will answer your call." "I appreciate the gesture, Augusta. Now Lord Longbottom is sleeping after being given a dose of dreamless sleep potion, and by my calculation, he will sleep soundly for 6 hours before he wakes up, but then he will be famished of hunger and will require a feast to feast on. The same with Lady Longbottom, but please make sure that they are not taxing their strengths and getting proper sleep. I will be leaving the rest of their recuperation in the able hands of Healer Lin." He smiled genially at the healer. "I remember my promise, Healer Lin. I will eventually detail you about the ritual, but I would rather that you never reveal this secret." "I can take a magical oath, if it is satisfactory," she replied eagerly. The group then retired to the dining room for lunch and ate like they had been famished for ages. After they were done, Harsh signaled that it was time for them to go and raise Alice Longbottom. Harsh was curious to see what her mindscape would be like. Alice's mindscape. After Harry and Neville had charged up the runes again and all else was made ready, Harsh entered into a meditative state. When he entered her mindscape, he was surprised. Her mindscape was a forest, but the forest was dying. The grass was wilted and dead. The trees in the forest were either uprooted or burned as if thunderbolts had struck them. Several of the trees were magical and could be found only in the forbidden forest surrounding Hogwarts. There were a lot of creatures in the forest, but most of them were dead. The air was full of smoke and decay. He noticed a hippogriff lying on the ground, dying, its wings ripped off, and apparently it had fallen from flight because its tack was still on its back. There was a unicorn which was dead in a pool of silver blood, a manticore dead as if blasted by a blasting hex from the inside, a demiguise almost dead, bowtruckles running around looking for trees to inhabit, a niffler digging in the ground perhaps looking for gold. So this is where young Neville got his love for herbology, he mused. What worried him now was trying to determine, in all this forest and with the number and types of creatures unknown, where Alice Longbottom might be. Suddenly the roar of an enraged dragon echoed through the forest. It sounded like the dragon was engaged in battle. Under normal circumstances, it would be a good idea to run, not walk away from an enraged dragon, but Harsh thought that this may be a clue as to where Alice could be found, so he followed the sound. Making his way through the remains of the shattered and uprooted trees, it didn't take Harsh long before he came upon the scene. A fully grown Romanian longhorn was fighting with a wyvern, and it looked like it was protecting a little hut in the clearing. Quickly disillusioning himself and using a scent-masking charm, he proceeded to the hut and entered it stealthily. Like all other wizarding spaces, the hut was larger inside and was almost the size of a two-floor building. In the middle of the entrance hall stood Alice Longbottom, who had a lithe figure, good height, auburn-haired and round-faced with brown eyes. She pointed her wand at him. "Identify yourself or die." He raised his hands in surrender. "I come in peace, Lady Longbottom. I have come to take you out of here." She frowned. "There is nothing out of here. I have been searching for too long. Sometimes I feel like I am out of here and I see a young Frank before me, but at other times, I feel like I am in the void. I have been fighting against this menace which is destroying the forest, killing the creatures. I had adopted the Romanian longhorn and it has been protecting me from other beasts for a long time now. This, Lady Longbottom," he said, "is your mindscape where you conscious was whisked away when you and Frank were assaulted with the overexposure of torture curse at the hands of." She cut in before he could finish. "The Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr., she snarled. "Yes, and it is the effects of the overexposure that has been destroying your mindscape for last 15 years, he said somberly. "It has been 15 years? She asked, unable to believe him. "Yes, Lady Longbottom, and a lot have changed in the world. Lord Longbottom and you have been dallying for enough. It's time to wake up," he said gently. "But how?" she asked. "First we help the Romanian longhorn kill the wyvern and then I will take you out of here," he said. Nodding her head, she gripped her wand firmly, marching outside. Together, they cast the bombarded jinx at the wyvern, diverting its attention, and in that moment, the dragon swooped down and with a swipe of his claw, the wyvern's head rolled to the forest floor. The dragon lowered her head to him and she patted its snout before turning away, tears in her eyes. Harsh grabbed her hand and disappeared. In the ritual chamber, Alice Longbottom stirred once before going still again. Harsh opened his eyes, signaling the healer to enervate her and administer the dreamless sleep potion. He retired to the parlor he was taken to after waking up Frank and was followed by Augusta, Neville and Harry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.